There is fierce economic competition between the countries of the Global South. If workers in a particular country demand higher wages, capital can threaten to move elsewhere if the political rulers give in to the workers' demands. This is a major reason for the heavy political repression we see across the Global South, which also makes trade union organizing very difficult. Even in countries where independent trade unions have the right to organize, for example in the Philippines or in Colombia, they are violently repressed. The only way forward for the trade union movement is international collaboration and strength. On a national level, trade unions will find it very hard to change the system substantially. This is why I turn my attention in this chapter first and foremost to organizations that claim to act on behalf of the working classes across the planet. The two most important such organizations are the unaffiliated International Labor Organization and the International Trade Union Confederation, the biggest international alliance of trade unions. I am particularly interested in how these organizations strengthen, or weaken, the common struggle of workers against capital across the globe. I will also look at the trade union movements of three countries, China, South Africa, and India. The Chinese working class is the biggest and most important in the world. China offers a combination that is highly attractive for global capital, modern and efficient infrastructure, and a trade union movement under government control. Since China opened its borders to foreign capital in 1979, more than $1 trillion have been invested in the country. South Africa has strong and highly political trade unions advocating for the interests of the Global South and its workers. The South African trade union movement provides an important critique of both the international trade union movement and the neoliberal policies of the ANC. India is home to what are known as social unions, which have a broader agenda than traditional trade unions. The International Labour Organization. Under the auspices of the United Nations, the International Labour Organization is meant to oversee international labor relations. Each member state of the UN is represented in the ILO with 4 delegates, 2 government representatives, 1 representative of an employers' association, and 1 trade union representative. As a UN organization, it represents internationally recognized countries that base their discussions in the ILO on national interests. This is not necessarily favorable to working-class interests. Besides, working-class organizations only appoint a quarter of all delegates, and many of them are closely tied to their country's political leaders. The ILO dates back to 1919, when it was created as a subsidiary to the League of Nations, the predecessor of the UN. World War I had just ended, the world had witnessed the Russian Revolution, and there was revolutionary unrest in Germany. The ILO was founded to improve conditions for the working classes in order to avoid further revolutionary uprisings. This was clearly stated in its founding documents and supported by the Social Democratic Second International. 474 3 out of 4 trade union delegates at the founding conference of the ILO had previously been members of the Second International. During the economic depression of the 1930s, the ILO developed a clear social democratic profile. The organization's heyday was in the 1960s and early 1970s, when it promoted Keynesian principles and had significant influence on labor market policies in the global north. However, the relative success of the ILO in the global north never meant much for labor policies in the global south. The most powerful member states, all hailing from the global north, simply weren't very interested in labor conditions in the global south. Besides, social democracy and Keynesianism were not applicable to the periphery of the world capitalist system. Kenneth Roberts has explained this with respect to Latin America. Historically, social democracy has been grounded in conditions that are not present in Latin America and are highly unlikely to develop under an increasingly transnational neoliberal model of capitalist development, namely, centralized and densely organized labor movements that have close political ties to socialist parties, ample fiscal resources to sustain universal norms of social citizenship, and domestic power balances that spawn institutionalized forms of class compromise in which democratic checks are placed on the privileges and functioning of capital. 475. As social democracy weakened in the global north, so did the ILO. The US left the organization in 1975, the same year it embraced neoliberalism. The withdrawal was partly in protest against the appointment of a Soviet delegate as Assistant Director General, partly against an ILO declaration on the situation of Palestinian workers that was deemed too political. The withdrawal was not only supported by U.S. employers' associations but also by the AFL-CIO. This revealed one of the ILO's major weaknesses, namely its dependence on funding from powerful countries. Prior to its withdrawal, the U.S. contributed 25% of the organization's budget. When the neoliberal offensive was launched in the 1970s, the ILO was unable to respond. It adapted to the neoliberal tide and essentially became a development organization trying to fight poverty by facilitating economic growth. The US was satisfied and rejoined in 1985. How weak the ILO had become was made evident when it failed multiple times to get a social clause for workers passed in WTO agreements on free trade. In 1998, the ILO published a Declaration of Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work, summarizing its new approach. The declaration focused on four aims: freedom of association and the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining, the elimination of forced or compulsory labor, the abolition of child labor and the elimination of discrimination in respect of employment and occupation. 476. It is remarkable that the ILO has had no success in reaching even these modest goals, currently posing no challenge at all to the relationship between capital and labor. Like other UN agencies, the ILO has very limited means to enforce any decisions. No matter how strong the rhetoric, the effects are often minimal. China's violations of the ILO's guidelines were documented in an International Trade Union Confederation report in 2008. There is no freedom of association and the effective recognition of the right to collective bargaining in China. The same is true for countries such as Brazil, India, Iran, and the USA. All Chinese workers are organized in the state-controlled All China Federation of Trade Unions. There is widespread child labor, despite China having signed the ILO Convention against it. The ITUC report came to the conclusion that China can simply afford to ignore the ILO's aims and resolutions. There are no consequences. 477. Another example of the ILO's limited power concerns Convention No. 100 in the ILO Charter, demanding the same wage be paid for the same work. This convention has been used in many countries to criticize discrimination against women on the labor market. No one, however, dares to mention the elephant in the room, the enormous differences in wages for the same work across the globe. The ILO's perspective remains confined to national borders. The international trade union movement. Unlike the ILO, the international trade union movement is not bound by an institutional framework in which national interests will inevitably take precedence. At least in theory, its outlook is more internationalist. It can render both political and material support to workers' movements regardless of their relationships to national governments. It can organize solidarity across national borders. This makes it a potentially more powerful weapon in the global class struggle than the ILO. The international trade union movement consists, on the one hand, of about 15 international organizations, the so-called global unions that organize workers in specific industries such as transport workers, metal workers, and construction workers. On the other hand, there is the International Trade Union Confederation, which organizes across all industries and tries to coordinate the strategies, actions, and campaigns of national trade union associations. ITUC was founded in November 2006, when the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions and the World Confederation of Labor merged. The most important campaign carried out by the international trade union movement in recent decades has been to include a social clause for workers in the WTO agreements on free trade. This was one of the main demands during the protests at the WTO summit in Seattle in 1999. Trade union activists in both the global north and the global south have worked hard for this, but to no avail. One reason is the resistance of the governments of the global south, which fear that such a clause would make it more difficult to attract capital. the Norwegian Confederation of Trade Unions published a long report on the failure of the campaign. 478 The lack of support from both trade union leaders and the rank and file in the Global South was one of the main reasons identified. Among those the Low researchers talked to were members of the Congress of South African Trade Unions, who saw fundamental global differences in the relationships between trade unions and governments. While lobbying is of enormous importance for trade unions in the Global North, mass mobilization remains the primary strategy for trade unions in the Global South. 479 The different practical approaches this implies are illustrated in a statement by the Brazilian Trade Union. Central Única dos Trabalhadores. To lobby, only a few top leaders need to be informed of the issues. To achieve change through mobilization, a very large group of workers needs to be educated on the issues. 480. Since the international trade union organizations mainly relied on lobbying in the campaign for a social clause in the WTO agreements, it had limited reach and effect in the Global South. The Low report gives the impression that international trade union officials feel more at ease joining diplomats and representatives of employer associations around negotiation tables than they do meeting workers on the ground. Mark Anner, director of the Center for Global Workers' Rights, was also interviewed for the report. He confirmed that there are big differences between trade unions in the Global North and the Global South. For trade unions in South Africa or Brazil, employment and development are central. Trade unions in the Global North, however, are mainly concerned with the loss of jobs due to the relocation of industrial production. 481 A typical AFL-CIO declaration from October 2010 states, since 2001, the nation has lost more than 2.5 million manufacturing jobs and more than 850,000 professional service and information sector jobs, and millions are at risk in the next 5 to 10 years. Increased overseas outsourcing also undermines wages and working conditions in those jobs left behind and threatens the long-term health of the economy. 48. 2. Anner went on to explain that the Global South's trade unions have not attained the same status and influence as many trade unions in the Global North. 483 Indeed, this is reflected in the makeup of ITUC. Table 2 above shows the size of the global labor force, the number of members in trade unions linked to ITUC, and the number of ITUC delegates. It shows that most workers, especially in the Global South, are not organized in trade unions. It also shows that the Global North's workforce, which makes up 18% of the planet's overall workforce, is represented by 36% of ITUC delegates. The reason is that only 3% of all laborers belong to trade unions in the Global South compared with 17% in the Global North. Workers in the Global South have one ITUC delegate for every 3.26 million workers. Workers in the Global North have one for every 1.27 million workers. This imbalance helps explain why ITUC rarely prioritizes the interests of workers in the Global South. One of the most important tasks for the international trade union movement is therefore to get more laborers in the Global South unionized. This, however, is a very challenging task due to the pace of industrialization, the size of the economy's informal sector, and the massive political repression. The trade union movement in China. China has become the world's leading industrial producer. It has a growing and potentially very powerful working class, demanding better living conditions as well as social and political rights. China is also a linchpin in the various global chains of production. A significant increase in wages in China would threaten the entire capitalist system. Currently, the most important question for the global class struggle is whether the Chinese proletariat will take the lead in a new working class movement of the Global South. With China's integration into the capitalist world market and the privatization of state-owned companies at the beginning of the 1990s, the political power of the Chinese working class was weakened. In the Mao era, workers enjoyed many economic and political rights. There was job security and management was not allowed to fire workers. There was very little unemployment. Wages were stable, and housing, education, and medical services cheap or free. Insurance and pensions were provided. Workers had a say in administrative decisions, while managers participated in manual labor. Workers were also granted four great rights: the right to speak out freely, the right to air one's views fully, the right to write big character posters, and the right to hold great debate. 484 This allowed them to publicly criticize government officials. In the 1980s, the Chinese government intentionally set out to create a reserve army of labor. This was part of its new economic policies. Between 1993 and 2006, more than 60 million jobs in state-owned companies disappeared. Migration from rural to urban areas was promoted, and China urbanized at record speed. 485 In 1978, less than 20% of China's population lived in cities. By 2020, it will be 60%. 486 In the last 30 years, 200 million migrant laborers have arrived in Chinese cities to find work. 487 Their labor is largely what has made China's massive export of industrial products possible. Official Chinese statistics show that, in 2009, the average working hours of a migrant laborer was 58.4 per week, whereas standard working hours in China was 44 per week. 60% of migrant laborers had not signed a formal labor contract. Managers would regularly use corporal punishment to discipline them. 488. A particular burden for migrant laborers is the hukou system that ties social services such as access to schools, housing, clinics, and pensions to one's place of birth. In other words, the services don't move with the people. Millions have therefore lost their hukou entitlements because they migrated to find work. You can apply to register in a new location, but the decision lies with the local authorities. Many applications are rejected. The use of surplus rural population to increase the industrial labor force is very similar to what happened in England and other parts of Western Europe in the 19th century. However, a process that took 50 years then, only took 10 in China. The enormous reserve army of labor created in China's cities not only led to lower wages, but also caused tensions between long-time employees and the new migrant laborers. This undermines solidarity in the workplace. The rapid proletarianization of China will not go on forever, however. The supply of labor from rural areas is not endless. Already in 1997, the then vice president of the International Finance Corporation, Janek Lindbeik, wrote an article titled Emerging Economies: How Long Will the Low-Wage Advantage Last? Lindbeik pointed out how extreme the wage differences in the global textile industry were. The ratio between the OECD countries and countries such as Pakistan, Indonesia, and China was 21:1. Based on demographic developments, Lindbeik predicted that wages in China would start to rise significantly by 2020. 489 A 2010 article in The Economist sounded the same note, suggesting that the depletion of China's reserve army of labor, combined with rising unrest on the Chinese labor market, will soon spell an end to the great profits made from producing in and trading with China. Chinese workers, in the cities at least, are now as expensive as their Thai or Filipino peers. The workshop of the world, in other words, is aging. As China's villagers grow older, coastal factories will have to offer higher wages to tempt them to migrate. The end of surplus labor is not an event, but a process. And that process may already be underway. 490 Ming Kai Li, a left-wing intellectual who fled China after the Tiananmen uprising in 1989, claims that China's labor force peaked at 970 million in 2012, and that the number will fall to 940 million in 2020. He believes that this will strengthen workers' bargaining power, boost their struggle, and make radical change in China possible. 491 We can already see such tendencies. According to the National Bureau of Statistics of China, the number of episodes of unrest at the workplace grew from 8,700 in 1993 to 87,000 in 2005. Since 2005, no further official statistics have been released, but scholars agree that the figure has continued to rise. The sociologist Sun Liping estimated that, in 2010, there were 180,000 such episodes. 492. The All-China Federation of Trade Unions is closely tied to the government. There has been much international criticism to the effect that the Chinese working class has no independent representatives, yet in recent years the All-China Federation of Trade Unions has supported workers' demands across the country. Wages in China have risen more than in those countries with independent trade unions. One of the most important labor struggles in China occurred at Tonghua Steel, which had been a state-owned steel works in Jilin province. In 2005, it was privatized and its name changed to Jianlong. 24,000 of its 36,000 workers lost their jobs and related benefits. Migrant laborers were hired for half the previous workers' wages. The new management got big bonuses, and new legislation allowed for an array of sanctions and punishments for unruly workers. From 2007, there was increased unrest among the workers, and in July 2009 they went on strike. When a senior manager threatened to fire the entire workforce, he was attacked and beaten to death. The police, present with thousands of officers, did not dare intervene. After this, there were no more privatizations in Jilin province. 493. In 2010, wages in China stopped falling. The relationship between capital and the working class had reached a turning point. The urban working class now had significant bargaining power. The new generation of migrant workers has higher expectations with regard to wages and consumption. They are better educated, more politically conscious, and more likely to take militant action. An example was the strike at Honda's transmission factory in Nanhai in Guangdong province. 2,000 workers went on strike in May 2010 and demanded a raise of 800 yuan per month, 80% more than they were earning at the time. 494. Within 2 weeks, strikes broke out in other Honda factories in the province, and various Honda assembly lines were at a standstill. The losses were significant, which explains why Honda eventually gave in to the workers. They were paid the wage they demanded. The spring of 2014 saw strikes at Yuyun Industrial Holdings, the world's largest manufacturer of sports shoes, producing 100 million pairs of shoes a year for corporations like Nike, Adidas, Asics, Reebok, Salomon, and Timberland. 495. For years, management had withheld payments from workers' pensions and health insurance. Close to 100,000 employees went on strike for 2 weeks, before the Chinese Ministry of Human Resources and Social Security ordered Yuyun to pay the contributions outstanding to the workers' pension and health insurance funds. 496. This inspired a wave of subsequent strikes, for example at Mastop Liquid Crystal Display in Dongguan, where touch screens for Apple are produced. In 2015, there were more than twice as many strikes in China as in the previous year. 497. Class consciousness in China. Even if there is resistance by Chinese workers against low wages and poor working conditions in the privatized economy, unrest on the labor market has so far remained confined to specific factories. There are not many examples of organizing going further, the 2010 Honda strike being a notable exception. This leads us to the question of class consciousness among Chinese workers. Class consciousness is reached when problems experienced individually because of one's economic status are understood in the context of the mode of production itself. In other words, class consciousness is reached when the individual member of a class becomes conscious of the class's common interests. Class consciousness makes it possible to move from limited economic struggles to political struggles. If we look at most of the labor uprisings in China, the workers' demands were usually limited to higher wages and better working conditions at their specific workplace. Collective demands to local authorities or the central government have rarely been raised. There are also not many examples of workers trying to form independent unions. But the Chinese working class is not without experience in class struggle. Many workers are well aware that the situation they find themselves in has not been created by individual capitalists, but that it is the result of ongoing class divisions within Chinese society. In the article The Class Experience of the Chongqing Kangmingsi Workers' Struggle to Defend Their Proper Right, Zhong Qinan cites a labor activist who had lost their job due to the privatization of state-owned companies. The activist stated that before privatization, the workers were masters of the factory, the workers were brothers and sisters within one class, and massive layoffs could not have happened, but after privatization, the workers have been reduced to wage laborers, they are no longer the masters, and this is the true reason behind the massive layoffs. In this activist's opinion, workers' struggles should not be confined to specific workplaces, since the fundamental interest of the worker lies in the restoration of public ownership of the means of production. 498. Privatization has reduced the value of the state's share of China's industrial production to less than 30%. But the state still controls many central industries. In 2008, state-owned companies accounted for 59% of coal mining, 96% of oil and natural gas extraction, 72% of oil and coal processing, 42% of the iron and steel industry, 45% of industries related to transport, and 92% of the provision of electricity and heating. 499. Even if workers in state-owned companies make up only 20% of China's industrial labor force today, there are 20 million workers employed in heavy industry and the energy sector alone. Being of huge strategic importance for the national economy, these workers retain, at least potentially, much economic and political power. We have seen that the workers' struggles of recent years have brought results. Capitalists were forced to raise wages and benefits, and local and provincial governments were obliged to raise the minimum wage. The monthly minimum wage in Shenzhen, for example, rose from $150 in 2010 to $301 in 2014. During the same period, it rose from $160 to $303 in Shanghai. 500 today, average income in China is comparable to average income in the poorest EU countries. This trend cannot continue indefinitely, however, within the current political framework. The collaboration between Chinese and global capital is dependent on low wages. This has turned China into the world's leading exporter, but rising labor costs threaten this position. Minkai writes, in the late 20th century, China's capitalist transition created conditions for the global labor arbitrage that turned the global balance of power to the favor of neoliberal capitalism. In the early 21st century, as China emerges as the new center of working class movement, will it again fundamentally change the terms of the global class struggle, this time to the favor of the global working classes? 501. We must not confuse the current situation in China with that of Europe in the late 19th century. Even if the Chinese government's long-term goal is less dependency on exports and a stronger domestic market. 502. And while working class demands appear compatible with capitalism and the imperial system, China cannot copy European social democracy. It has no external proletariat to exploit. What we will see are rising contradictions in Chinese society itself. The South African trade union movement. The trade union movement in South Africa provides a useful example of the problems that the proletariat in the South is facing. South Africa was liberated from the apartheid regime and colonial governance after a long and hard struggle. However, it proved too much for the ANC, the leading organization of the liberation struggle, to turn this historic moment into a social revolution. Since the ANC came to power in 1994, it has pursued a neoliberal course. Today, the gap between rich and poor in South Africa is wider than it was under apartheid. At the same time, South Africa boasts some of the global South's most well-organized and radical trade unions. South African trade unions have the potential to turn workplace struggles into broad political movements demanding systemic change. They have also been pioneers in challenging the dominance of trade unions from the global north in ITUC. Bongani Masuku, the international secretary of the most important of South Africa's trade union alliances, COSATU, has divided the trade union alliances of the global north into four categories. Firstly, there is the Big Four, AFL-CIO, DGB, TUC, and Rengo, who are the core custodians of the most conservative policy positions, particularly as regards maintenance of imperialism. In many instances, the Big Four recite the foreign policy verses of their ruling classes, particularly as regards issues such as trade and underdevelopment of Africa as well as the Middle East. The second category consists of the social democratic unions. This is the Nordic plus Dutch grouping. These unions agree with most of our views but are not eager to challenge the Big Four. They cannot, however, be relied upon for the most deeply profound and fundamental battles, particularly on confronting underdevelopment, trade, and anti-imperialism. Thirdly, Southern European trade unions, which include the CGIL, CCOO, CGT. These unions have been historically progressive, possessing an anti-imperialist posture. There are recent signs of retreat. These unions are slightly more confident in challenging the Big Four in certain mild areas, but top-toe on some major issues. Lastly, there are progressive individual unions that are part of federations that are not necessarily progressive. This is the case even within the Big Four. Share many of COSATU's perspectives on global matters such as Palestine, trade, and Africa's development. 503. It is not surprising that, in 2012, COSATU decided to affiliate with the communist, class struggle-oriented World Federation of Trade Unions. The WFTU was founded after World War II and was effectively led by the Soviet Union. After the collapse of the Soviet Union and its satellite states in Eastern Europe, the WFTU was reduced to a small staff with few employees, and most of the former European member organizations joined ITUC. The tide changed, however, after the 2005 WFTU Congress in Havana. A new leadership was elected, with the veteran Greek trade union organizer Georgios Mavrikos at the helm, and its headquarters moved from Prague to Athens. Since then, the focus of the WFTU has been on trade unions in the Global South. The WFTU collaborates with the Organization of African Trade Union Unity, the International Confederation of Arab Trade Unions, the Permanent Congress of Trade Union Unity of Latin America, and the General Federation of Trade Unions, which is comprised of trade unions from former Soviet republics. Even some European trade unions have joined the WFTU in recent years. Bongani Masuku offers the following assessment. A fair, evidence-based assessment of the ITUC and WFTU must be done to assist the discussion about options, which are neither sentimental nor orthodox. The stranglehold of the Big Four in the ITUC is not about to be relaxed. In fact, it is being tightened owing to the growing challenge by some unions, COSATU included. The fact that the leader of Histadrut, the apartheid union of Israel, Ofer Einai, was elevated to the ITUC's 25-member executive board as well as its general council, as he is now one of the vice presidents, confirms the overarching influence of the Big Four and their intention to further control the organization. It is just one example, which shows how power is used to exercise patronage and control. The other even more crucial example is that of their total rejection of any fundamental critique of the global capitalist economy, instead preferring to call for its moderation and not fundamental change. Without generalizations, it does seem clear that transforming the ITUC will be work of decades, and we may need to evaluate whether it will ultimately pay off or we rather focus our energies elsewhere. In the meantime, the center of gravity of our international policy must be placed on organizing the Global South, key to which shall be the African trade union movement, into a mighty, militant, and progressive movement, always acting in the best interests of workers and the continent's intention to defeat underdevelopment and the stranglehold of global capitalism. Sector has a huge potential to be such a strategic platform and must be harnessed effectively for that. 504. Sector stands for Southern Initiative on Globalization and Trade Union Rights. It was initiated by COSATU in the 1980s as a response to neoliberalism encroaching on the Global South, in order to strengthen South-South collaboration in the international trade union movement. Recently, there has been further radicalization within the South African trade union movement. Criticism of the ANC's neoliberal policies abounds, and the National Union of Metal Workers of South Africa has emerged as a leader in this regard. The ANC's economic policies helped create small black upper and middle classes, but the vast majority of black workers have become even more impoverished. This has resulted in numerous strikes, especially among miners and the rural proletariat. Many of these have been met with brutal police violence. The most notable example was the massacre in Marikane in August 2012, when police opened fire on striking miners, killing 44 and injuring 78 of them. The incident became a turning point in South African politics. Its significance has been compared to the 1960 Sharpeville massacre during the apartheid regime. NUMSA has 230,000 members and was the single largest union in COSATU before it was expelled in 2014. While NUMSA wished to cut ties with the ANC entirely, COSATU still honors its strong historical ties to the organization, with which it collaborated closely during the anti-apartheid struggle. At NUMSA's Congress in 2013, it paid homage to the recently deceased Nelson Mandela, recalling his words at the COSATU Congress of 1993, "You must be vigilant." How many times has a labor movement supported a liberation movement, only to find itself betrayed on the day of liberation? There are many examples of this in Africa. If the ANC does not deliver the goods, you must do to it what you did to the apartheid regime. 505. The Congress specifically criticized the ANC for having replaced its 1955 Freedom Charter, a militant program challenging the existing property relations in South Africa, with policies cementing these very property relations to please industrial and finance capital. NUMSA claimed that COSATU was facing an internal struggle between forces loyal to the ANC and advocates of independent, anti-capitalist trade unionism, and called on COSATU to break with the ANC and to instead focus on building a popular trade union movement to coordinate workplace struggles. According to NUMSA, this strategy worked during the anti-apartheid struggle and should now be employed to build what the organization calls a movement for socialism. When NUMSA refused to support the ANC in the 2014 general elections, COSATU moved to expel the union. The COSATU leadership reject the accusation that the ANC has entered into an alliance with white monopoly capital. In 2017, NUMSA founded the South African Federation of Trade Unions, with 700,000 members from 24 trade unions. SAFTU is now the second largest workers' federation after COSATU, and many former COSATU members can be found within its ranks. 506. After the fall of the apartheid regime, the national liberation struggle in South Africa did not continue as an economic and social struggle. The land is still mainly owned by the descendants of white settlers. South Africa's rich gold and diamond mines are in the hands of transnational corporations. The apartheid regime's defeat coincided with the neoliberal offensive and the end of actually existing socialism. The ANC adopted liberal parliamentary democracy and championed national reconciliation, signaling that economic relations in the country would remain untouched. The working class has grown increasingly frustrated with the liberation process having stopped halfway. This is why radical trade unions gain traction. South Africa is a powder keg. There are huge social problems, numerous grassroots organizations, and lively public debate. South Africa's political development in the coming years will be of great importance for the entire continent. Social unions in India. Since independence in 1947, Indian trade unions have been closely affiliated with different political parties. Their work has focused on the parliamentary system and central decision-making. but the workers represented by these trade unions are almost exclusively long-term employees in the formal sector. Workers in the informal sector, who make up 94% of India's workforce, are generally seen as competitors. 507. This is also true for temporary workers in the formal sector. The difference in wages between long-term employees and temporary workers is 5:1. 508. Indian trade unions have long fought for regulations prohibiting temporary labor contracts at unionized workplaces. This fight has never been successful. The conflict between long-term employees and temporary workers is just one of the rifts, along with the caste system and religious sectarianism, that characterize the Indian workers' movement. The Indian government responds to labor unrest with harsh repression. Labor organizers and militants are often beaten and arrested. The traditional trade unions pose very little opposition to capital and the state. But at workplaces around the country, in a situation similar to the one in China, new independent trade unions, often with a syndicalist bent, have appeared. They focus on solidarity and collaboration between long-term employees and temporary workers. The new workers' movement first took shape in India's fast-growing automobile industry in 2012. Today, it is particularly strong in the industrial region of Gurgaon, west of Delhi. 509. The main form of organization within the informal sector has, for decades, been the social union. Social unions differ from traditional unions in that they see themselves tackling broader issues, not limiting their agenda to wage negotiations and the improvement of working conditions. One example of such a union is the Self-Employed Women's Association, which has proven that it is possible for one of the most vulnerable groups on the labor market to organize against global capital. In the beginning, SUA belonged to a traditional union, the Textile Labor Association, founded by Mahatma Gandhi in 1920. 510. SUA was a TLA branch for women working at home and peddling goods on the street. It united women workers without stable wages or contracts. In 1982, SUA was expelled from the TLA because its growing influence bothered long-term employees, but even left to fend for itself, SUA continued to grow. By 2012, it had 1.3 million members. Members receive health insurance, microcredits, and legal aid. SUA also runs schools teaching women reading, writing, and mathematics, and it arranges child care. The organization's efforts go way beyond those of traditional trade unions. SUA arranges direct contact between women artisans and vendors to avoid middlemen who would take a significant share of their income. In rural areas, SUA has built cooperatives, and on the international level, SUA has brought the needs and interests of women homeworkers to the attention of the ILO. It has also inspired similar organizations in South Africa, Yemen, and Turkey. Despite protests from the traditional Indian trade union movement, SUA was accepted as an ITUC member in 2006. However, ITUC still does little to support workers in the informal sector. There are no departments or projects dedicated to this task. 511. SUA is growing particularly in areas where disillusionment with the traditional Indian trade union movement runs deep. It will be very interesting to see whether SUA's efforts in establishing cooperatives for homeworkers will have an impact on the global chains of production in the textile industry, homework being of crucial importance for industry giants such as H&M. Perspectives for the international trade union movement. Neither the ILO nor ITUC are able to meet their goals. One major reason is that they are composed of actors prioritizing national interests, and national interests vary greatly. It is near impossible to formulate common goals in labor policy. The consequence is that governments and trade union associations focus even more on their national agendas. An example is the response to neoliberal free trade. The different ways that trade unions in the global north and the global south approach the question caused great conflict at the 2008 WTO summit. The European Metal Workers Federation issued a joint statement with the European Automobile Manufacturers Association demanding reciprocal market access in the global south. 512 for COSATU, the EMF's cooperation with European employers in demanding equal market access represented a betrayal of ITUC unity. 513. Neither the ILO nor ITUC support the growing workers' movement in China. This undermines their credibility. ITUC has also ignored the criticisms of global North dominance raised by South African trade unions. If the ILO and ITUC are going to be at all relevant to workers' struggles in the 21st century, they must abandon the national paradigm and develop a global perspective. But it is unlikely that this will happen, especially in the case of the ILO. As a UN agency, it is destined to prioritize the national paradigm. With respect to ITUC, there are at least some signs that things might be changing. A resolution passed at its 2010 Congress states, "The economic crisis has clearly highlighted the increasing mutual dependence of countries and people as a result of globalization. It has also demonstrated the limitations and weaknesses of the current system of global governance. A new globalization model must affirm the principles of global social and economic justice, human solidarity, and the democratization of global power relations. Congress demands fundamental reform in the internal governance of intergovernmental organizations, especially the International Monetary Fund, the Financial Stability Board, the World Bank and the World Trade Organization, to improve the representation of developing countries and guarantee full democracy." 514. ITUC has the potential to develop a global strategy that can take on global capital, but doing so will require that it overcome the problems that country-based member structures imply. Most importantly, the historical dominance of trade union associations from the global north needs to end. ITUC must be restructured in a way that considers the interests of the majority of workers around the world. In May 2014, ITUC held its third Congress. The concluding statement read, "The trade union movement is making a difference globally, for domestic workers, for workers trapped in modern slavery in Qatar and elsewhere, in confronting corporate power, formalizing informal work, organizing migrants across borders, building social protection, delivering strong collective agreements and minimum wages, establishing new rights and defending existing fundamental rights in law and practice. We are at the forefront of the struggle for climate justice. We must build on these achievements, through unified and global trade union action, to realize a democratic and progressive social and economic system for all the world's people. This Congress will deliver action frameworks to ensure union growth, sustainable jobs, secure incomes, and social protection, and fundamental rights." 515. These are noble ideals, but they will be very hard to realize as long as powerful labor organizations from the global north dominate the international trade union movement. It remains to be seen whether ITUC will really be able to develop a perspective based on long-term global interests. Otherwise, it will remain irrelevant where it could have its greatest impact, namely among the millions of unorganized workers in Asia. Currently, ITUC's priority remains defending the capitalist welfare state, no matter how futile this may seem. ITUC criticizes neoliberal globalization, but not capitalism as such. It believes that the way forward for the global south lies in copying the trade union movements of the global north. With regard to China, ITUC wants to make the country's labor movement more independent from the government. It echoes the principles of Solidarność SC under the state socialist regime in Poland. It seems that its primary motivation is to damage the Chinese regime rather than to support the Chinese working class. The All-China Federation of Trade Unions has proven more effective in improving the conditions of workers than any independent trade union in the global south. There are also problems with ITUC's visibility. ITUC unites 176 million workers from 325 trade unions in 161 countries. Formally, this makes it the largest transnational movement on the planet. But how often do you hear about ITUC in the media? How relevant is it in the lives of its members? How many of them even know that it exists? the traditional trade union movement of the global north has been significantly weakened. Neoliberalism and deindustrialization have pushed it to the political sidelines. Globally, however, the industrial working class is bigger than ever. The question is, how will it organize? Most trade unions in the global south have their origins in the anti-colonial struggle. They were often tightly linked to the nationalist parties who lead the struggle and, in many cases, seized power. This means that most trade unions in the South have a corporatist orientation. During the past 30 to 40 years, many nationalist governments in the global South have deteriorated into corrupt and despotic regimes. Economically, they have been swamped by neoliberal globalization. The trade unions that exist are not very relevant to the new industrial proletariat. They are incapable of securing higher wages and better working conditions for the majority of workers. What provides hope are the new labor movements that have emerged in China, Vietnam, Bangladesh, India, and South Africa. In these countries, there are strikes and workplace occupations carried out without the support of the traditional trade unions. It is unlikely that the new labor militants will copy the traditional trade union model, with its bureaucracy, top-down leadership, affiliation to political parties, and subjugation to state regulations. Direct action led by local organizers has proven much more effective. If future trade union movements are going to be of any relevance, they must be based on the new wave of radical workers' struggles in the global south. These struggles challenge not only capital but also the trade unions that, by cooperating with the state, have become agents of neoliberalism. The millions of new proletarians concentrated in the factories of the global south will not accept global capitalism's glaring inequalities much longer. If recent decades were characterized by the establishment of a globalized market for commodities and money, the coming decades will be characterized by demands for global wages and the free movement of people. The trade union movement can play a central role in this process, but only if it frees itself from the top-down leadership of organizations like ITUC. Instead, it must be rebuilt from below by the migrant laborers of China, the miners of South Africa, and the women workers of India. Chapter 10. Communist Parties and Social Movements. B. Why the 1980s, the National Liberation Movements and most communist parties were running out of steam. By the end of the decade, what many had thought impossible only a few years earlier had become a reality: the Soviet Union was collapsing. It was replaced by a regime embracing neoliberal capitalism. The new bourgeoisie consisted of both the old party apparatus and new actors. The standard of living of the working class fell. Real income was cut in half by 1995. 516 between 1989 and 1993. The birth rate fell by 36%, life expectancy in 1993 was 57.3 years compared with 65.5 in 1990, similar to that of India. 517 The total population of the former Soviet republics decreased by close to 2 million people throughout the 1990s, and by another 3 million in the early 2000s. The historian Kurt Sorensen writes, new research shows that between 6 and 7 million people died during this period due to harsh circumstances. If these calculations are correct, then the death toll of the economic shock therapy of the 1990s approached the one of the famine caused by Stalin's enforced modernization during the 1930s. In both cases, it was measures imposed on the people from above. 518. Yet I do not want to analyze the transformation of the Soviet Union in this chapter. Of more relevance to this book is the development of China and its Communist Party. To understand this development, we must acknowledge the country's revolutionary history, its current status as the world's biggest industrial nation, and the fact that it is led by the largest communist party in the world. I also want to look at the legacy of the national liberation struggles. I have chosen the Zapatistas as an example. They may be a humble movement in a part of the world that is not particularly important to the global economy, but they have renewed both radical theory and practice. Finally, I want to look at the global networks that were created to counteract global capitalism. The example I have chosen here is the World Social Forum. Socialism, the Chinese way. China has undergone enormous changes in the past 3 decades. The country has changed internally and has become an important power globally. It has transformed an isolated planned economy, more or less detached from the global market, into a dynamic form of state capitalism, firmly integrated into the global chains of production. China's industry has become largely export-oriented, foreign trade accounting for 70% of its economy. In comparison, foreign trade makes up only 24% of the U.S. economy. In fact, a large portion of China's exports go to the U.S. In order to produce and export its industrial goods, China imports capital, energy, raw materials, technology, and design. It contributes to the global chains in 2 ways that would be much more costly in the global north: labor, and the pollution of land, water, and air. For many years, China has had the most rapid rate of economic growth in the world. Today, it occupies a central position in the world economy. Does this mean that the Communist Party of China has betrayed socialism? Is China on the way to becoming a capitalist country like Taiwan or South Korea? Will it develop into a new imperialist superpower? To answer these questions, we need to look more closely at the Communist Party of China and its socialist strategy. The Revolution. In 1820, China was the world's largest economy, accounting for 33% of the world economic output. By 1950, China's share of the global economic output was reduced to less than 5%. 519 China was never properly colonized, but it became a semi-colonial country, in which foreign powers in enclaves around Shanghai and other big cities enjoyed extraterritorial privileges such as their own administration, courts, and police. After China lost the Opium Wars in the mid-19th century, British and American traders flooded the country with opiates. Millions of Chinese became addicted and foreign powers took home many of China's silver coins. The British and the French also imposed war indemnities on China of 32 million ounces of silver, which China had to borrow from British and French banks. 520. The weakening of the Chinese Empire caused resentment toward Western political and economic influence. In 1898, the so-called Boxer Rebellion broke out. 8 foreign powers, Japan, Russia, the USA, Great Britain, France, Germany, Austria, and Italy, sent troops to crush the uprising. This time, they imposed war indemnities on China of 450 million ounces of silver. The former mighty empire had been brought to its knees. In 1904 to 1905, the Russo-Japanese War in the country's northeast triggered a nationalist revolutionary movement under the leadership of Sun Yat-sen. This eventually led to the Republican Xinhai Revolution of 1911, which ended the Qing dynasty and 4,000 years of monarchic rule. But the revolution failed to create national unity. China was now fragmented. The next years were characterized by peasant uprisings and feuds between different warlords. The Communist Party of China was founded in Shanghai in 1921 by 13 Chinese delegates and 2 representatives of the Comintern. 521. It was loyal to Moscow and hailed the working class as the vanguard of the revolution. After the infamous 1927 Shanghai massacre, in which thousands of workers were killed and many communist leaders murdered, the party changed its strategy. In reference to the seminal peasant movement in Hunan province, Mao wrote, "In a very short time, in China's central, southern and northern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back. They will smash all the trammels that bind them and rush forward along the road to liberation. They will sweep all the imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local tyrants, and evil gentry into their graves. Every revolutionary party and every revolutionary comrade will be put to the test, to be accepted or rejected as they decide. There are 3 alternatives. To march at their head and lead them. To trail behind them, gesticulating and criticizing. Or to stand in their way and oppose them. Every Chinese is free to choose, but events will force you to make the choice quickly. 522. The Communist Party chose to go ahead and lead the peasant movement in a people's war. Instead of granting the peasants private property rights to land, the Communists guaranteed them the right to use the land once the revolution had defeated the landowners and the Japanese imperialists. This prevented the development of capitalist agriculture in China. The concept of a people's war was more than just a military strategy, it was also a political strategy, which included land reform, a new revolutionary subject, and a new communist form of democracy, the mass line. Not only workers but also peasants had to be mobilized. Revolutionary committees were established with members coming mostly from the lowest social strata, very few had elite backgrounds. Mao coined the slogan, "From the masses, to the masses," suggesting that you had to go to the masses, learn from them, and act accordingly. Politics had to be mass-based. They were not interested in enlightening the masses. 523. Compared with the Russian Revolution, the Chinese Revolution was a long process that took 20 years to complete. The Chinese approach to revolution was more complex than the Leninist one, in which seizing state power was central. In Mao's understanding, the revolution consisted of waves and stages. For him, class struggle had not ended with the proclamation of the People's Republic of China in 1949. Class struggle, and therefore the revolutionary process, continued. This view was central to the ideological conflict between China and the Soviet Union in the 1960s. The Soviet leaders claimed that class struggle had ended in actually existing socialism, which prompted the Chinese to call them revisionist. According to the Communist Party of China, a new upper class had assumed power in the Soviet Union. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in China, launched in 1965, was, in Mao's words, the continued revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat. The idea that revolution is an ongoing process, with breakthroughs and setbacks and dialectical progress, is still at the heart of the Communist Party of China, something that needs to be considered when analyzing the current situation in the country. The Mao era. The land reform that followed the revolution in 1949 collectivized property and gave small farmers the right to use the land. The significance of this reform can't be overstated. By handing people a piece of land to use, the Chinese communists handed the people a reason to support the communist state. It brought a divided nation together. In 1949, life expectancy in China was 38 years. In 1970, it was 68 years. People's health in rural areas improved dramatically. The barefoot doctor system was lauded by the United Nations, directed at the rural poor. It focused on prevention, combining both Western and Chinese medicine. 524. China's GDP grew between 1952 and 1978 at an average annual rate of 6.2%. By the end of this period it had tripled. Industrial production then already contributed more to the GDP than agriculture. 525. With China's industrial sector stronger than that of almost any other developing country. 526. Even if rural development was delayed by industrialization, the quality of life in rural China had improved considerably by the 1970s. China's development was still decades behind that of the United States, but it was already on a par with middle-income countries in terms of life expectancy, infant mortality, and education. 527. A 1983 World Bank report acknowledged this. Nonetheless, and despite slow growth of the average level of consumption, China's most remarkable achievement during the past 3 decades has been to make low-income groups far better off in terms of basic needs than their counterparts in most other poor countries. They all have work, their food supply is guaranteed through a mixture of state rationing and collective self-insurance, most of their children are not only at school, but being comparatively well taught, and the great majority have access to basic health care and family planning services. Life expectancy, whose dependence on many other economic and social variables makes it probably the best single indicator of the extent of real poverty in a country, is outstandingly high for a country at China's per capita income level. 528. Infrastructure projects were a key factor for China's development during this period. Most importantly, the major rivers were developed. Between 1949 and 1976, embankments with a combined length of 200,000 kilometers were built, and 302 large, 2,110 medium, and 82,000 small dams were constructed. These projects formed the basis for modern irrigation systems and agriculture, brought electricity to rural areas, and prevented flooding that, over centuries, had cost thousands of lives. 529. China's development after the revolution depended on the support of the Soviet Union. China delinked from the capitalist world market, a decision that was not necessarily voluntary, as the US and Western Europe tried to isolate the Yellow Peril, now considered even more dangerous than the Red Scare. China developed nuclear and hydrogen bombs, built steelworks, spacecraft, airplanes, and heavy industrial equipment. It rapidly expanded health services and education. The power of workers and peasants increased significantly, especially compared with other countries at the periphery or semi-periphery of imperialism. China was building a socialist society. The dialectics of nationalism and socialism. Anti-imperialist movements included both nationalist and socialist features. Their aims were twofold. Politically, they wanted to establish a strong independent state and free themselves from imperialism, and, economically, they wanted to end the exploitation of workers and peasants by introducing socialism. Economic liberation proved much more elusive than political liberation, in China as elsewhere. The Communist Party of China was certainly Marxist-Leninist, but nationalism was always an important factor. China relied on national unity, and its powerful past provided a much-needed ideological reference point. Mao was aware of the tensions between nationalism and socialism. He tried to ensure that the People's Republic was socialist and didn't lose sight of the ultimate goal, a classless society. During the conflict with the nationalists under Chiang Kai-shek, as well as during the war against the Japanese imperialists, the People's Liberation Army established socialist forms of production and administration in the areas under its control. These efforts continued after the revolution. Historian Zheng Zhenqing writes, from 1952 to 1956, state ownership rose from 19.1% to 32.2% of the economy, cooperatives increased from 1.5% to 53.4%, and joint state-private ownership increased from 0.7% to 7.3%. Meanwhile, the individual economy fell from 71.8% to 7.1%, and the capitalist economy fell from 6.9% to 0. State ownership, cooperatives, and joint state-private ownership together accounted for 92.9% of the economy. 530. The Great Leap Forward. Mao was critical of the Soviet model of economic development, in which the agricultural sector was used to create surplus in order to finance the development of industry and the creation of a bureaucratic elite. Mao insisted on a Chinese version of socialism, in which the modernization of industry and the collectivization of agriculture would go hand in hand. This was the so-called Great Leap Forward of 1958 to 1961. Some scholars have painted a dire picture of the Great Leap Forward, claiming that it caused a famine the likes of which was unprecedented in Chinese history. When Deng Xiaoping came to power in 1978, the government released figures suggesting that 16.5 million people had died. This was reiterated in a stream of books portraying the Mao era as one of ceaseless human suffering. The first sentence of Yung Chang and John Halliday's Mao, The Uncounted Story, reads, Mao Zedong, who for decades held absolute power over the lives of 1/4 of the world's population, was responsible for well over 70 million deaths in peacetime. 531 in his 2010 book, The Tragedy of Liberation. The historian Frank Dickiter puts the death toll of the Great Leap Forward at 45 million people. 532. The Indian economist Utsa Patnaik has refuted these claims and considers them ideologically motivated. 533. Trade union activist Joseph Ball has pointed out that there seems to be no way of independently authenticating these figures due to the great mystery about how they were gathered and preserved for 20 years before being released to the general public. 534. Historian Dongping Han, who grew up in rural China during the Great Leap Forward and has done extensive research on the subject, also doubts the numbers. No one denies that people in the countryside suffered during the Great Leap Forward. But China experienced serious natural disasters during this period, and the suffering was not necessarily the consequence of the new economic policies. People living in the city of Beijing in Hebei province published a collection of memoirs titled During the Difficult Days. They describe how, amid severe grain shortages, people worked together and supported one another. Local officials shared the hardship of the common people. 535. William H. Hinton, an American farmer who spent several years in China and authored the influential book Fanshan, a documentary of revolution in a Chinese village, observed, "Isn't it indeed strange that this famine was not discovered at the time but only extrapolated backward from censuses taken 20 years later, then spinning the figures to put the worst interpretation on very dubious records." 536. A case study carried out by historian Mobo Gao confirms that there was widespread famine in China in 1959 to 1960, but that there is much uncertainty about the causes and the role played by the Great Leap Forward. 537. It must not be forgotten that natural disasters and famine were by no means new phenomena in China. They had haunted the population for centuries, sometimes claiming millions of lives. The famine of 1959 to 1960 was the first and only famine during Mao's 30-year rule and, in fact, during the entire history of the People's Republic. This is not a coincidence and cannot be attributed to sheer luck. It is a result of the massive infrastructure projects and the technological development initiated during the Mao era. 538. Nonetheless, the difficulties experienced in the early 1960s weakened Mao's position within the Communist Party and strengthened a right-wing, nationalist line, at that time represented by Liu Shaoqi. Mao's response was to launch the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution in 1965. The Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution. China's planned economy fostered a technocratic elite with many social and material privileges. This was very similar to what had happened in the Soviet Union. Significant factions in the Communist Party of China, however, were eager to counteract the bureaucratization of the revolution and the emergence of a new ruling class. Their answer was a radical experiment in direct democracy. In 1957, Mao famously stated, "Let 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend," encouraging the people to criticize the practices of the Communist Party and its leaders. This did not bring about the desired results, and so a decade later Mao decided on a more proactive approach. He mobilized masses of workers, peasants, and students in a cultural revolution, launched under the slogan "Bombard the Headquarters." Mao's idea of the Cultural Revolution was summarized in a document known as the 16 Points. 539. It defined 3 stages: to engage in struggle against the authorities, to criticize capitalist ideas, and to carry out reform. The people of China were urged to rise up against established ideas and habits, especially those espoused by old and new elites. All state institutions needed to be reformed. Criticism and self-criticism were declared the basis of progress. 540. One of the most important accomplishments of the Cultural Revolution was the empowerment of ordinary people and the democratization of Chinese society. It established a strong sense of egalitarianism. During the Cultural Revolution, administrators were required to participate in manual labor, while workers were making administrative decisions. People's mindsets and outlooks were fundamentally changed. Indeed, it was a cultural revolution. But how was this achieved? In May 1966, Mao sent a letter to Lin Biao, head of the People's Liberation Army. 541 Mao demanded that regular soldiers as well as officers should engage not only in military training but also in cultural studies and agricultural production. It was a challenge to the mentality of capitalist wage labor. Work was not merely done to earn money, but to become a revolutionary subject. Mao knew that the division of labor could not be entirely abolished. Yet, any worker could do some agricultural work, and any peasant could do some industrial work. This was deemed important. Soldiers, students, and party officials were expected to line up alongside the workers and peasants in their efforts. 542. The Cultural Revolution was meant to ensure that the struggle against capitalist influence in Chinese society and in the Communist Party would not falter. This was seen as mandatory for building socialism, both nationally and globally. Predictably, the Cultural Revolution deepened the divide between Mao's class struggle line and the nationalist line represented by Liu Shaoqai and Deng Xiaoping. They all wanted to restore China as a world power, but differed strongly in their thoughts on what that meant for China's relationship to capitalism. 543 Mao understood how tightly capitalism and imperialism were connected. He knew that China might easily be absorbed by the capitalist world system and feared that this would turn China itself into a capitalist and imperialist power. He hoped that the Cultural Revolution would help prevent this. In 1964, he wrote, "Class struggle, the struggle for production and scientific experiment are the three great revolutionary movements for building a mighty socialist country. If in the absence of these movements, the landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, and monsters of all kinds were allowed to crawl out, while our cadres were to shut their eyes to all this and in many cases fail even to differentiate between the enemy and ourselves but were to collaborate with the enemy and were corrupted, divided, and demoralized by him, then it would not take long, perhaps only several years or a decade, or several decades at most, before a counter-revolutionary restoration on a national scale inevitably occurred. The Marxist-Leninist Party would undoubtedly become a revisionist party or fascist party, and the whole of China would change its color." 544. Mao denounced the cadres who wanted to use capitalism to restore China's power, calling them capitalist roaders. Yet his strategy did not succeed. While the party leadership applied Mao's class struggle rhetoric against traditional class enemies such as landowners and foreign imperialists, it refused to apply it to the party leadership itself. The new political elite felt they were entitled to certain privileges and were unwilling to let them go. Mao did not have a well-developed plan for the Cultural Revolution. Much was left to improvisation and spontaneity, which led to unexpected developments and turns of events. 545 Fred Inst, who grew up in China after his parents moved there in the 1950s to be part of the revolution, cites the immaturity of the working class as the main reason for the Cultural Revolution's shortcomings. They could not overcome contradictions between themselves. They could not avert factional fights. At the beginning of the Cultural Revolution, the problem was how to make the masses rise up. After the masses rose up, overcoming factionalism became the key issue. The immaturity of the working class was demonstrated most vividly by the conservatives who did not hesitate to use arms to suppress the rebels who criticized the leader. When you use arms to suppress the others who criticize the leader, you give up your own right to criticize. That is what I call immaturity of working class. The working class was divided. The capitalist roaders were united. The number of cards that revolutionary leaders could play were getting fewer and fewer. So they got backed into a corner. 546. While Mao still seemed to be in political control of the country, Liu Shaoqai and Deng Xiaoping's influence within the Communist Party increased. At the 1969 Party Congress, Mao felt power slipping away from him. The great proletarian cultural revolution had lost momentum and Deng Xiaoping's future leadership was already on the horizon. Mao's fears were confirmed. The Communist Party of China was ready to embrace capitalism. Deng Xiaoping assumed official leadership of the party in 1978, 2 years after Mao's death. The Cultural Revolution had caused economic and political instability, the Soviet Union was preoccupied with its own problems, and the global left was in decline. Deng was set to return China to its previous glory with the help of capitalism. Mao's line was abandoned. As far as socialism was concerned, Deng had a very pragmatic approach. It doesn't matter whether a cat is white or black, as long as it catches mice. 547. Dengism. Deng Xiaoping wanted to use elements of capitalism to create a strong and prosperous nation under the leadership of the Communist Party. He did not introduce economic shock therapy, the way Yeltsin would in Russia. Elements of capitalism were to be introduced gradually. Groping for stepping stones to cross the river became a popular slogan. 548. Deng targeted the agricultural sector first. Collectivization was ended and the land divided into small family plots. Market mechanisms were used for the distribution of agricultural products. In 1980, special economic zones for foreign capital investment were introduced. 549. In 1988, the ban on internal labor migration was lifted, prompting the migration of millions of low-wage laborers from rural areas to the industrial zones in the country's south. 550. This was a critical step in China's development to become the world's leading industrial producer. Unleashing market forces caused growing inequality and social contradictions, which were one reason for the 1989 uprising. Unperturbed, Deng Xiaoping pursued his unique version of socialist modernization by popularizing the slogan, "Let some people get rich first." 551. In a CBS interview 3 years earlier, he had explained his approach. During the Cultural Revolution there was a view that poor communism was preferable to rich capitalism. According to Marxism, communist society is based on material abundance. Only when there is material abundance can the principle of a communist society, that is, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs, be applied. Socialism is the first stage of communism. Of course, it covers a very long historical period. There can be no communism with pauperism, or socialism with pauperism. So to get rich is no sin. However, what we mean by getting rich is different from what you mean. Wealth in a socialist society belongs to the people. To get rich in a socialist society means prosperity for the entire people. The principles of socialism are, first, development of production, and second, common prosperity. We permit some people and some regions to become prosperous first, for the purpose of achieving common prosperity faster. That is why our policy will not lead to polarization, to a situation where the rich get richer while the poor get poorer. To be frank, we shall not permit the emergence of a new bourgeoisie. 552. In 1992, the Communist Party of China decided that its members would be allowed to become managers of private companies. A few years later, most of the country's small and medium companies were privatized, sold for prices way below their actual value. The buyers were political officials, former managers of state-owned companies, and private capitalists with good connections to the regime. Big companies in key industries remained under state control, which helped the party retain control of the national economy. 553. After Deng Xiaoping's death in 1997, Party General Secretary Jiang Zemin continued in his footsteps. In 2002, China joined the World Trade Organization. By this point, the new capitalist class had long since been legitimized by the party. At its 16th Congress in 2002, it was made clear that the party represented not only the interests of the masses of the people but also those of the most advanced productive forces, a euphemism for the new capitalists. As we saw in the previous chapter, Chinese workers did not sit idly by watching these developments as they redefined their lives. Many resisted Dengism. Under the leadership of Hu Jintao, Party General Secretary from 2002 to 2012, there were improvements in pensions, health insurance, social welfare programs, and labor market regulations. The official goal was to create a harmonious socialist society. This was a direct response to the workplace uprisings. From a nationalist perspective, Denism was a success. Today, China is, once again, one of the world's great powers. From a socialist perspective, Denism has a dubious record. China has gone from being one of the world's economically most equal countries to one of the world's most unequal. The Gini index measures economic inequality. 0 means complete equality, while 1 indicates complete inequality. Today, China's Gini index is 0.7, during the Mao era, it was 0.29. 554 in 2006, according to the World Wealth Report, 0.4% of the richest families in China controlled 70% of the national wealth. In 2006, 3,200 people had personal capital of over 100 million yuan. Of these 3,200 people, 2,900 were the children of leading government and party officials. 555. The prosperity of the new capitalist class is based on the wealth accumulated by state-owned companies and collectives during the Mao era. It has been estimated that through privatization about 30 trillion yuan were transferred from public assets to private accounts. 556 Many of these are owned by business people with close connections to the government. One of China's former prime ministers, Wen Jiabao, is today one of the richest people in the world, while his son owns China's largest private company and his wife Zhang Bila is known as the Diamond Queen for her position in China's jewelry industry. Wen's family has accumulated about 30 billion yuan. The wealth of Jiang Zemin has been estimated at 7 billion yuan, and that of another former premier, Zhu Rongji, at 15 billion yuan. 557 China's party officials have come a long way since Mao, who had no personal possessions and left nothing when he died. 558. China's integration into the global capitalist economy has been very different from that of India, South Africa, or Brazil. The reasons why all these countries attract big foreign investors are the same: low wages, a comparatively well-educated, healthy, and disciplined workforce, and a modern and effective infrastructure. The difference between China and the others is that its integration into the world market is not based on a neoliberal national economy but on state capitalism built around a planned economy. This doesn't always make a big difference on the ground, however. Low wages and hazardous working conditions in sweatshops and factories do not make the Communist Party's claim that China is on the road to socialism appear very convincing. According to the Communist Party of China, state capitalist development has 3 goals: to establish a highly developed, integrated, and diversified industrial sector, to establish a sound balance with the agricultural sector, and to make a planned national economy an important factor in the world capitalist system. 559 The critical question is whether China's industrialization will indeed create an economic basis for socialism, or whether it will simply turn into a capitalist economy controlled by a national bourgeoisie, making any form of socialism utterly impossible. Between 1954 and 1980, companies and land in China were nationalized and a planned economy was introduced. The agricultural sector became very efficient and infrastructure projects lay the foundation for industrialization. During these decades, the basis for today's state capitalist system was laid. In the 1980s, the government eased the restrictions on private enterprise, and in the 1990s, private enterprise was actively encouraged. It was always imperative, however, for the Chinese government to control private capital within the framework of a planned economy. Private capital couldn't just do what it wanted, as restrictions remained on the location, form, and function of private businesses. Communist Party officials argued that private enterprise was necessary to avoid the economic stagnation experienced by the Soviet Union. In terms of economic output, China's state capitalism has indeed brought astonishing results. Over the past 20 years, industrial jobs have been created for 400 million people. China's economy remains relatively independent but has become very diverse and highly developed. It was just decades ago that China exported little more than textiles and shoes. Today, machines and consumer electronics dominate Chinese exports, with cars, high-speed trains, and airplanes on the way. 560 China accounts for about 50% of the world's cement production. 561 Within a span of 65 years, China has gone from being a poor, primarily agricultural country to being the world's most important producer of industrial goods. What China's planned economy remains responsible for are the ongoing, and often enormous, infrastructure projects, housing for millions of new urban proletarians as well as the roads, ports, dams, and power lines required by industrialization. Only time will tell if the planned economy will survive China's integration into global capitalism, or whether China will become a neoliberal country like all the others. China's economic growth certainly can't be detached from neoliberalism. It was neoliberalism that demanded cheap labor and efficient infrastructure in the global south, and China delivered. But both the financial crisis of 2007 and increasing unrest on the Chinese labor market have cast a shadow over the success story. The Communist Party now focuses on the domestic market and the development of previously neglected regions such as Western China. Along with countries like India, South Africa, and Brazil, China is sometimes referred to as sub-imperialist. Those who use this category cite China's investments in Africa, where it extracts raw materials and has become a player in the lucrative mining industry. But the term sub-imperialist blurs the fundamental differences that exist between these countries and the imperialist powers. China is looking for resources in Africa, but the net result is a massive value transfer to the global north. Most of the imported raw materials are used by China's export-oriented industries. What we see, therefore, is northern consumption disguised as Chinese consumption. China's policies in Africa certainly do have an exploitative character, and this would remain so even if China were to delink from Western imperialism. This will only be exacerbated if China continues to prioritize the comprador capitalist aspect of its economy over the national one. Some analysts suggest that China will replace the triad as the world's hegemonic capitalist power, thereby becoming the savior of capitalism. There is a demographic argument that speaks against this, though, as the Chuang Collective explains. China itself, in its period of opening, was able to offer an almost unimaginably large, well-trained, and highly literate workforce for capitalist production. The Chinese labor force during its opening to the market was roughly equivalent to the size of the labor force in all developed countries including Japan combined. There is simply no place in the world that has a comparable population that has not yet been fully incorporated into global production. So a productive upswing, initiated by Chinese investment, would have to rely on a massive stimulus effort capable of yoking together extremely disparate populations in South/Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Latin America and, most importantly, Africa. British and US expansion took place in favorable demographic conditions, and these conditions shaped their style of hegemony. So it's extremely unlikely that China, faced with unfavorable demographic conditions and the continuing military dominance of the US, would somehow be able to ascend to global hegemony short of some massive global catastrophe, and it should be noted that even the US was unable to make this ascent without the aid of 2 world wars and a decade-long global economic collapse, despite favorable demographics and geography. 562. The current Chinese model of capital accumulation is based on the exploitation of cheap labor. The source of cheap labor is about to run dry, however. The industrialization of China has led to the massive exploitation of the country's natural resources and to enormous environmental problems. China's industrial cities are plagued by pollution, not least because China is dependent on coal for about 75% of its energy consumption. Yet air pollution is only one of several ecological crises that China is facing. According to the International Finance Corporation, China is expected to have a water deficit of 25% in 2030 due to the constant increase in water usage by agriculture, industry, and the urban population. 563 As a result of both climate change and the lack of water, China's corn production risks falling by 18% by 2040. 564 If China is not going to introduce fundamental reforms, then converging economic, political, social, and ecological crises promise to put enormous pressure on the regime. Currently, China's capital accumulation relies on increasing exports to capitalist core countries. But is this possible in the long run? China's industrialization led to overproduction and unsustainable exploitation of natural resources and energy consumption. In times of economic recession and not least in light of Trump's America First policies, China's export markets will shrink. One possible solution is to raise wages and strengthen the domestic market. The latter is something that the Chinese government is already trying to do. Since the financial crisis of 2007, the Communist Party has passed a number of resolutions that indicate a shift from prioritizing exports to strengthening domestic consumption. But this inevitably implies higher wages, which raises concerns for both Chinese and transnational capital, for which low wages in China are essential. While China's rise as a global economic power went hand in hand with the rise of neoliberalism, China's long-term national interests are not identical with the long-term interests of global capital. China is trying to reshape international politics. It is challenging the hegemony of the triad and wants to see a polycentric division of global power. The Chinese government increasingly represents the interests of the global South in international debates. Its influence in Asia, Africa, and South America is growing. It invests heavily in infrastructure projects, implements alternative development banks, and seeks to create a new kind of Bandung alliance to counter the dominance of the global North. To be credible, though, it will eventually have to abandon its pragmatic alliance with capitalism and develop an economic model that promises a true alternative to it. Class struggle in China. The problem of ongoing class struggle in China, which Mao pointed out incessantly, is far from being solved. China's current rulers might not deny it, but they certainly downplay it. The problem is obvious both in the party and in society at large. In the Chinese Revolution, sections of the middle classes supported the communists because they promised national liberation. Middle-class elements formed a right wing within the Communist Party. When private businesses were reintroduced in China in the 1980s, there was a general shift toward the right. Now, not only business people were making fortunes, but also party officials cooperating with capital. At times, this cooperation took the form of outright corruption. A sizable middle class re-emerged as a consequence of industrialization and market reforms. 565. Many middle-class Chinese are convinced that prosperity will come from copying the economic and political system of the capitalist countries of the global North. Not everyone in the middle class shares this view, however. Many young intellectuals have been very critical of China's pragmatic collaboration with capital. Professor of Literature Wang Hui, a prominent representative of what is known as China's New Left, has argued that the uprising of 1989, which culminated in the occupation of Tiananmen Square, was not primarily about demands for Western liberal democracy, but rather was a reaction against market reforms. According to official figures, a quarter of Chinese university graduates in 2010 could not find a job after finishing their studies. The ones who did often had to accept wages akin to those of unskilled workers. About 1 million of China's young intelligentsia live in poor conditions on the margins of big cities. 566 Increased costs for housing, healthcare, and education undermine their middle-class ambitions. Many of them end up becoming political radicals. The Chinese peasantry does not belong to the country's political right. The Chinese Revolution was a peasant revolution. Unlike in Russia, peasants in China were never a reactionary force. While collectivization has been abolished, land is still public property. The peasantry is not demanding that it be privatized. Many peasants are very skeptical regarding the Communist Party's compromise with capital. Wen Taijun, spokesperson for the New Rural Reconstruction Movement, argues that peasants who move to China's special economic zones to find factory work cannot be considered proletarianized in a classic sense. 567 Many retain ties to the land worked by their families. 35 years of capitalist reforms in China have not eradicated such attachments. Migrant workers can return to their villages in times of crisis, which many of them did in 2008, when 25 million workers lost their jobs. The wage they earn in industrial production is a supplementary income that helps them buy a house, get married, send their kids to school, and so on. Even rural Chinese belonging to the traditional petty bourgeoisie share the proletarian view that China's problems stem from the global political economy and the inequality and environmental destruction it causes. 568. Wen Taijun is critical of the capitalist growth imperative. The New Rural Reconstruction Movement advocates communal life. It offers an alternative to the idea that improved living conditions can only come from capitalist growth. Its collective and ecological outlook also appeals to urban laborers, who suffer as much from environmental destruction as peasants do. 569 Many peasants and workers hope that the Communist Party will critically examine the negative consequences of Dengism. They consider it unjust that those who got rich first will be able to escape the brunt of the crisis by importing food and installing expensive air cleaners, or simply by moving to less polluted areas. The conflict between the political left and right has characterized the People's Republic since its inception in 1949. In the 1960s, the left wing went on the offensive with the Cultural Revolution but lost control of it, coming out of the experience weakened. Since then, the right wing has had more influence on the Communist Party and government policies. By the 1990s, the left had almost vanished, but it has made a comeback in recent years. In rural areas, the New Rural Reconstruction Movement has become influential. Left-wing websites have an impact on national debates. The news site Strengthening Nation Forum, which is linked to the Communist Party's journal, publishes many left-wing contributions. Official commemorations of Mao are often opportunities for the left to attract public attention under legitimate circumstances. These often resemble anti-capitalist protests. Mao's birthday, for example, has become an occasion for mass gatherings of workers and students all across China, and hundreds of thousands flock to Mao's hometown of Shaoshan in Hunan province for the Chinese New Year. The left wing has significant popular support, and the Chinese government knows it. This is one of the reasons why the government has recently followed a more centrist course in health, education, housing, and pensions. The ambiguity of the Communist Party's position is reflected in a speech titled Socialism with Chinese Characteristics, which the current party General Secretary and President of the People's Republic, Xi Jinping, gave in 2013. For our party leading the people in building socialism, there are two historical periods, before reform and opening and after reform and opening. These are two interrelated periods that also have major differences, but the essence of both periods is that our party was leading the people in the exploration and practice of building socialism. Socialism with Chinese characteristics was created in the new historical period of reform and opening, but it was created on the basis of New China having already established the basic socialist system and carried out more than 20 years of work. If our party had not taken the decision in 1978 to carry out reform and opening, and to unswervingly push forward reform and opening, socialist China would not be in the good situation it is today. It is even possible it could have faced a serious crisis like the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe. Although the ideological direction, policies, and practice of building socialism in these two historical periods were very different, these two periods are not separate from each other, and are not at all fundamentally opposed. The practice and exploration of socialism before reform and opening built up the conditions for the practice and exploration of socialism after reform and opening. The practice and exploration of socialism after reform and opening is to maintain, reform and develop the previous period. 570. A new anti-capitalist politics is always possible in China. It might come from social movements or from inside the Communist Party. Seeds can be sown by bottom-up movements like the New Rural Reconstruction Movement and the current labor movement, which organize independently from the state but talk about changing the social substance of state power. 571 Any new anti-capitalist politics in China will require the mobilization of peasants and workers. The left wing of the party alone will not be able to revitalize the country's political life. This can only be accomplished by struggles on the ground. It is crucial to support relevant projects, and to ensure people have a right to organize and express themselves. There must be democratization at the workplace. If the Communist Party wants to play a progressive role in the future, it will have to be involved in these struggles. It needs to go to the masses and formulate a new politics. I believe that a socialist resolution of China's economic and political contradictions is still possible, the main reason being the militant history of the Chinese working class. A working class fighting for socialism can take control of the economy's most important sectors. They can enter into an alliance with migrant workers, peasants, and the proletarianized petty bourgeoisie. This requires the organization of trade unions and open conflict with the pro-capitalist wing of the Communist Party. Globally, China could play an important role as an active supporter of the struggles against neoliberalism we are witnessing all across the global south, akin to the support that the Soviet Union lent to third world liberation struggles in the 20th century. This, of course, can only happen if the workers and peasants of China resist the temptations of national chauvinism. The significance of a truly socialist China can hardly be exaggerated. It could tip the global balance of power and create a decisive advantage for the global working class. The Zapatistas. There are still liberation movements with a socialist perspective, even if much has changed since the 1970s. The PFLP is still there, and parts of the Kurdish movement are socialist. In the West Sahara, Polisario continues to fight for independence. In the Philippines and India, Maoist movements with roots in the 1960s remain active. In Nepal, Maoists even gained power in 2008 after many years of struggle, and in Colombia, FARC has signed a peace treaty and is transforming itself into a political party. These examples attest to the ongoing legacy of the liberation struggles. There are also movements that stand in that tradition but give it a twist. Perhaps the most famous example is the Zapatistas of Chiapas, Mexico. The Zapatista uprising began in 1994. It surprised almost everyone. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, the Sandinistas' defeat in Nicaragua, and the reactionary backlash in El Salvador and Guatemala, most revolutionary movements were on the retreat when the Zapatistas made their move. The uprising did not come out of nowhere. It was well prepared. There had been revolutionary fervor in Mexico from 1919 to 1930, producing such illustrious figures as Pancho Villa and Emiliano Zapata. In 1968, Mexico City was at the epicenter of global rebellion with numerous strikes and demonstrations. 10 days before the opening of the Olympic Games, the regime killed hundreds of protesters in the Tlatelolco neighborhood. In Denmark, we followed these events closely and organized a solidarity campaign. It included a controversial poster contrasting political developments with the Olympics propaganda. The text read, "The oppressed demand revolution. The powerful demand entertainment. We stand with the oppressed. Whose side are you on?" At the Games, Tommy Smith and John Carlos raised their fists in solidarity with the Black Panthers during the 200-meter dash medal ceremony. In the days after the Tlatelolco massacre, thousands were arrested. Years of brutal repression followed. Many activists went underground and joined urban guerrilla movements, which fought the Mexican regime without much success in the 1970s. Harsh government repression made connections between illegal groups and the urban population difficult. In the late 1980s, Mexico, like so many other Latin American countries, was forced to accept structural adjustment in order to satisfy neoliberalism's needs. About 70% of the country's lucrative state-owned oil industry was privatized. In the countryside, family farming gave way to industrial agriculture controlled by transnational corporations. Chiapas, a neglected state on the border of Guatemala, was strongly affected by this in the early 1990s, when the land was privatized. On January 1, 1994, the North American Free Trade Agreement between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico was signed. Chiapas has a long history of resistance led by indigenous communities. The first time parts of Chiapas were proclaimed autonomous was in 1979. The government responded with violence and repression. A few years later, a small group of former urban guerrillas from the Maoist Fuerzas de Liberación Nacional, including the now famous Subcommandant Marcos, went down to the Lacandon jungle in Chiapas. They considered the region to be a more suitable terrain for their politics than Mexico City. Over the next 10 years, they learned from the locals and won their trust. Traditions of indigenous resistance and Maoist convictions finally merged in the Zapatista Army of National Liberation. 572. The same day that NAFTA was signed, a few thousand Zapatista guerrillas launched a military offensive. They occupied numerous towns in Chiapas, including the urban center San Cristobal. Their slogan was, "Ya basta. Enough is enough." The message was clear: the indigenous communities had had enough of 500 years of economic exploitation, oppression, and racism. The Mexican government sent in its armed forces. 500 people died in the clashes that ensued and harsh repression against the Zapatistas followed. When the government offered amnesty to Zapatista leaders willing to surrender their weapons, they answered in an open letter, "Why do we have to be pardoned? What are we going to be pardoned for? Of not dying of hunger? Of not being silent in our misery? Of not humbly accepting our historic role of being the despised and the outcast? For having taken up arms when all other ways were closed for us? Of having demonstrated to the rest of the country and the entire world that human dignity still lives, even among some of the world's poorest peoples." 573. The Zapatistas declared that they were ready to fight for 30 years if necessary. They didn't mean just militarily, and after the armed revolt of January 1994 they focused on other forms of resistance. In contrast to traditional liberation movements, the Zapatistas didn't make the conquest of state power their goal. They wished to establish autonomous regions in Chiapas, free from state repression and neoliberal politics. They wanted to exercise their own power and build their own institutions. By running clinics and schools and by establishing direct democracy, they intended to create a concrete and living alternative to neoliberalism and corrupt parliamentary rule. A part of the Zapatista strategy was to initiate transnational alliances, including with the new social movements of the global north. They made good use of a medium that was brand new at the time, the Internet. The Zapatistas were among the first to use it for political purposes. They invited activists from around the world to Chiapas to discuss their common experiences of struggle against the neoliberal order. The fact that many foreigners arrived in Chiapas limited the heavy-handedness of the Mexican government and helped the Zapatistas establish their own institutions. I was one of many who went to Chiapas looking for inspiration in the dark times of the neoliberal offensive. In 1996, I participated, alongside thousands of other international visitors, in the first encounter for humanity and against neoliberalism, held in the village of La Realidad. I went there as part of a 7-person delegation from the Danish Solidarity Group International Forum. It was an uplifting experience for me. I had just been released from prison and was politically disheartened at the time. Apart from showing solidarity with the Zapatista uprising, the goal of the encounter was to develop common analyses and practices in the struggle against neoliberalism. There were roughly 3,000 people there, most of them from Latin America, North America, and Europe, but even Australia, New Zealand, and the Philippines were represented. Unfortunately, there were not many people from Africa or the Middle East. International meetings of this kind are usually held in air-conditioned conference rooms in big cities of the global north. This was very different. In the days prior to the conference, a motley crew of delegates from 43 countries trickled into San Cristobal, former Latin American guerrilla fighters, ex-members of the German Red Army faction and the Italian Red Brigades, mothers of those who had disappeared during Argentina's military regime, dissidents from 1968 seeking to recharge their political batteries, young anarchist punks from Canada, indigenous activists from the US. Autonome. From Germany, social workers from London, trade unionists from Manila, environmentalists from Australia, intellectuals from Paris. All ages were represented, and the numbers of men and women were about equal. When it was time to proceed to La Realidad, this interesting mix of people was taken to the jungle in a bus convoy. The journey took 17 hours on gravel roads winding through the rainforest. At 5 a.m., in the midst of a tropical downpour, we reached a dead end at the village of La Realidad, tightly surrounded by jungle. We unpacked our foam mattresses and sleeping bags, scrambling for shelter under a makeshift roof to get some much-needed sleep, as a band played Latin pop to welcome us. All the people now stomping about turned the place into a mud bath within minutes. We were eaten up by insects, and a monstrous spider made a new home for itself in my boots while I slept. It was a rather surreal scene, but also a reminder of the living conditions in the global south. The gathering served as an example of the increased global awareness of the late 1990s and the attempt to build a worldwide counterpower. The fact that the Zapatistas had been able to arrange it despite heavy government repression attested to their organizational capacities. The peace in Chiapas was fragile. Government soldiers patrolled only a few kilometers from where we met and military planes circled overhead. The Zapatistas understood from the very beginning that media presence was one of the most effective means of defense. They became very skilled in attracting attention and in mobilizing people, nationally and internationally. They set the agenda. Celebrities like Oliver Stone and Gabriel Garcia Marquez came to visit. Under the watchful eye of the international media, massacres and civil war were risky endeavors for a Mexican government desperate to appear stable and in control. It was great to meet so many people in La Realidad who were hoping for a better world. It reminded us that we weren't alone but were part of a global network yearning for change. 574. The Zapatistas' understanding of power and strategy. 575. There are people who believe that the Zapatista strategy is little more than fluffy poetry, beautiful but ineffective and unrealistic. But the Zapatistas think about power, strength, and revolution in a different way than what we are used to, and this leads to a different form of resistance. Is the Zapatista strategy really more unrealistic and ineffective than that of the traditional left? In the following pages, I will attempt to explain and interpret the Zapatistas' understanding of power and strategy. The Zapatistas' former spokesperson, Subcommandant Marcos, had the following to say about the Zapatistas' capabilities: the government has the military, we are armed with the truth. 576. But what is truth, and why does it play such an important role for the Zapatista movement? Truth is defined in struggle. The outcome affects our understanding of reality, science, good and evil, the possible and the impossible, and so on. Politicians refer to this as a culture war, postmodern academics as a discursive struggle. When the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, U.S. President George H.W. Bush triumphantly proclaimed that capitalist markets and bourgeois democracies would now create a better world for all. This was the truth forced upon us. Today, compelled by circumstances to make adjustments, the ruling classes try to sell us a different truth: capitalist markets and bourgeois democracies are not without fault, but are still our best option. Socialism has had its chance. Hoping and fighting for a better world is futile. Instead, we must try to get the best out of the one we have. There is no alternative, as former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher famously put it. It was this truth that the Zapatistas rejected. A new lie is sold to us as history. The lie about the defeat of hope, the lie about the defeat of dignity, the lie about the defeat of humanity. 577 The Zapatistas wanted to rekindle the hope for a different world that millions of people had felt before the revolutionary failures and the Soviet fiasco of the 1980s. That's why the media nicknamed them professionals of hope. The Zapatistas set out to create a truth that was different from the truth forced upon us by those who rule the world. EZLN is not the weak party, it is the strong party. On the side of the government there are only military force and the lies spread by some of the media. And force and lies will never be stronger than reason. 578 Empirically, this statement seems absurd. There are countless examples of military might winning against the truth, but there are also examples of truths that have brought state power to its knees. The struggle over truth touches all of society. It runs from the top to the bottom and back again. It occurs every time people meet. The ruling order has its values and norms. Counterpower implies developing different values and norms. One of the ways this happens is through practice, for example, by exercising power in a different way than we are used to. The state has the police, the military, and the justice system. They belong to the traditional apparatus of power. But seizing state power to change the world and the truth is not enough. The tools of state power are effective tools of oppression, they are not effective tools of change. NATO possesses overwhelming military power and destructive capacity, but this is of little help in developing new values and norms. The US proved capable of ousting Saddam Hussein and the Taliban, but incapable of building nation-states in its own image, incapable even of building stable nation-states at all. In order to establish a political system in Iraq and Afghanistan that at least served its interests, NATO was dependent on collaboration with forces whose values and norms were very different from its own. An actual change in values and norms is a long civil process. This is the lesson learned not only in Iraq and Afghanistan, but also in Somalia, Libya, and Syria. The Mexican state wishes to crush the Zapatista rebellion. The Zapatistas do not confront state power head-on. They focus on autonomy. The state is only confronted when the defense of autonomy makes doing so necessary. That's why the Zapatistas keep their arms. The Zapatistas' understanding of power implies a big gamble. The key issue is the understanding of truth and the forms of power related to it. We can see this in how the Zapatistas exercise their own power. They follow the motto, "To lead means to follow." This is reminiscent of Mao's mass line, "Revolutionary politics can only be based on learning from the masses." But the Zapatistas' understanding of democracy is different from the democratic centralism advocated by the traditional communist parties. The Zapatistas advocate a direct and consensus-based democracy. Decisions are made at meetings where everyone can be heard. This can take time, but people reach a common understanding of what needs to be done. Councils of good governance are responsible for the daily administration of the autonomous regions of Chiapas. Members rotate, based on the conviction that everyone can lead and that society is strengthened when everyone does. Subcommandant Marcos certainly became a charismatic figurehead for the Zapatistas' armed forces, with his iconic ski mask, pipe, and eloquence, but he acted under the EZLN's command, which consisted of a variety of people. The Zapatistas do not want to be a vanguardist Leninist party. Their aim is not to build enough military strength to go to war with the Mexican government. For the Zapatistas, power is not something you can inherit or take, power consists of actions that shape people's lives. When the Popular Revolutionary Army, a guerrilla movement active in the south of Mexico, suggested forming a common front with the Zapatistas, Subcommandant Marcos rejected the offer. "What we seek, what we need and want is, not to take power, but to exercise it." I know you will say this is utopian and unorthodox, but this is the way of the Zapatistas. 579. Has this approach worked? Well, the Zapatistas have survived for more than 20 years despite constant attempts by the Mexican state to destroy them. This cannot be credited to the EZLN's military strength alone, which is very limited. It must, first and foremost, be credited to the political Strength of the people of Chiapas. It must also be credited to international support not by states, but by social movements, progressive organizations, and ordinary people. The Zapatistas still exercise their power by engaging with the people, that is, in the way they run schools and clinics, produce and distribute food, and make decisions. In a country whose government is increasingly losing legitimacy, this goes a very long way. We must be conscious of power's different forms. Power is shaped by everything we do or say, individually and collectively. What good does it do if we call for more community when all of our actions are individualistic? Power is exercised in many places and by many people, but the same goes for resistance. In resisting power, we must use all the tools available to us. The specific situations we find ourselves in determine which ones are most effective. This requires an analysis of the different power structures. We need to choose effective tactics and develop an effective strategy. In this context, it becomes obvious why the Zapatistas are so dangerous for the Mexican government despite their limited military means. They take the rallying cry, "Ya basta," very seriously. They have reclaimed their dignity in a world that degrades them. They are armed with a truth that turns the neoliberal system into a lie. However, fighting neoliberalism is no easier than fighting state power. Far from it. Neoliberal power rests on many legacies beyond the purely economic: patriarchy, racism, militarism, the devaluation of nature, consumerism, media control. None of this is imposed on us from the outside. Neoliberalism has entered our veins, a virus of individualism and greed increasingly difficult to get rid of. State power has been conquered many times before. We must go further than that. One of the biggest challenges is to offer concrete alternatives to the dominant forms of production and governance. This is at least as important as conquering the current institutions of power. The Zapatistas are not just another revolutionary movement in a faraway country. They pose both a theoretical and practical challenge to those of us who want to change the world. The World Social Forum. New social projects emerged in the 1990s, building global networks to oppose globalization from above. They included organizations like ADUC, which demanded attacks on all international financial transactions, mass mobilizations against the WTO and G summits, and initiatives such as the World Social Forum, which sought to unite social movements across the world. It is not surprising that the Zapatistas helped to inspire these efforts. Loose networks, facilitated by the Internet, became the norm. The protests against the 1999 WTO summit in Seattle, which led to its premature end, became a symbol for this new type of activism. A wave of similar protests followed, some of which led to serious clashes with security forces, for example at the 2001 EU summit in Gothenburg and the G8 meeting in Genoa later that summer. The new social movements were also encouraged by Michael Hart and Tony Negri, who argued in their book, Empire, that transnational organizations such as the WTO, the World Bank, and the IMF were more important for the neoliberal order than state governments, and that to be effective the resistance needed to match the empire's global reach. It proved difficult, however, for the new social movements to move on from networking and the organization of mass demonstrations to become a united and powerful force of global resistance. One loosely connected network replaced another. The use of social media has both strengths and weaknesses. Its main strength is the possibility of spreading information quickly and thereby setting an agenda. Its main weakness is that doing so rarely translates into a concrete practice and for that reason fails to change the world. One concrete outcome of the efforts at global networking by opponents of neoliberalism has been international gatherings, most notably the World Social Forum. The first WSF meeting was held in Porto Alegre, Brazil, in 2001. In many ways, it was a continuation of the example set by the Zapatistas with the 1996 Encounter for Humanity and Against Neoliberalism. Many of those who had attended the gathering in Chiapas were also involved in preparing the first WSF meeting. In Europe, They met in Prague and Madrid. It was important to continue what people had experienced in La Realidad. The left was still in a deep crisis. The name World Social Forum was a reference to the World Economic Forum, held annually in Davos, Switzerland. There, the world's political and business leaders gather to formulate global strategies from above. The goal of the WSF is the opposite, namely to formulate global strategies from below. The interests of humanity are central, not those of capital. The WSF is horizontally organized, at least partly in conscious opposition to the vertical organization of traditional left-wing parties. It encourages open spaces, not democratic centralism. Everyone shall have a say. Direct democracy is considered more important than professionalized parliamentary politics detached from people's everyday lives. The WSF brings together everything from NGOs to trade unions to grassroots initiatives. NGOs have become widespread and influential. They organize and represent what they call civil society, the people who are not state or business representatives. NGOs are financed by their members and by grants from private and public sponsors. They are usually run by a professional staff with the help of volunteers. Some NGOs, such as Greenpeace or Amnesty International, act independently of state interests, but many NGOs active in the Global South are dependent on government grants from the Global North, and are therefore hardly independent or non-governmental, for that matter. NGO activism can, at times, include radical rhetoric, but the chances of their actions leading to radical change are minimal. They rely on far too many patrons who would prefer to keep the current system as it is. Good working relationships are more important than confrontation, adjustments are more important than profound transformation. The WSF includes NGOs, since they help to win support and can pressure national as well as transnational leaders into a reform or two. But this also means that the WSF helps blur the lines between radical social movements, NGOs, and state power. Characteristically, WSF organizers reject collaboration with organizations linked to armed struggle, such as the FARC in Colombia, the PKK in Kurdistan, or the Maoist parties of India. However, due to the WSF's loose structure, it is very difficult to control who participates. Even if WSF organizers did want to welcome everyone critical of neoliberal globalization to their meetings, there are still some very practical obstacles to getting there. Travel costs and registration fees are often prohibitive for people from the Global South, and that's even before we consider the problems of visas and red tape. The driving forces behind the first WSF meeting were Brazilian NGOs and ADUC. Since 2001, WSF meetings have taken place in Brazil, India, Venezuela, Pakistan, Kenya, Senegal, Tunisia, and Canada. There have also been numerous continental, regional, and national social forums. The number of participants is usually impressive, coming from a broad spectrum of countries and classes. But how effective are the meetings as measured against the stated goals? Do they really strengthen resistance against neoliberalism and imperialism? Do they help build a world based on different relationships among humans and between humans and nature? The WSF is usually held in high regard by social movements and NGOs, which see it as an open horizontal network that allows them to coordinate their activities and learn from one another. This optimism is expressed in a statement by Kevin Danaher and Roger Burbach. If we look closely, we can see the pieces of the first global revolution being put together. Every revolution up to now has been a national revolution, aimed at seizing control of a national government. But the blatant corporate bias of the global rule-making institutions such as IMF, World Bank, and WTO have forced the grassroots democratic movements to start planning a global revolution. It is a revolution in values as well as institutions. It seeks to replace the money values of the current system with the life values of a truly democratic system. 580. Chico Whitaker, an influential organizer in the WSF network, has described the advantages of the WSF's organizational style: a strong global network, the absence of central leadership, and shared responsibility. This, he believes, helps overcome the limits of representative democracy and political bickering. Whitaker sees the WSF as an alternative to liberal parliamentary politics, but he doesn't explain how his democratic vision can be put into practice outside of the social forums themselves. 581. Central WSF decisions are made by an international council of 120 members. Informal power structures exist, as in any organization. Some people have more influence than others, without it necessarily being apparent. A member of the International Council conceded, this is why there is a widespread perception that the WSF is a top-down organization, despite all talk to the contrary. It has even been stated that taking part in the WSF International Council was a bit like being in the Politburo and not knowing who Stalin is. 582. The WSF has had difficulties proving itself as a political force and having an impact beyond informal networking and providing open spaces. Some manifestos have been released in the name of the WSF, for example the Porto Alegre Manifesto, which listed concrete goals such as canceling the debt of the Global South, introducing taxes on international financial transactions, closing down tax havens, supporting fair trade, and more. But even regarding such broad reforms it was difficult to find common ground. There are two main currents in the WSF, one emphasizes the networking aspect, while the other is looking for a political organization with a platform. We can look at this as a conflict between the postmodern and the classical left. 583. The postmodern current focuses on the features that define capitalism's latest phase: knowledge, information, communications, and global finance. The work of Hart and Negri is very important for this camp. The classical current, on the other hand, is represented by people like Samir Emin, who is a regular participant at WSF meetings and a member of the International Council. For Emin, the financial system remains dependent on industrial production. The postmodern camp emphasizes cultural power, while the classical camp focuses on institutional power. The postmodern camp wants to build horizontal networks and decide by consensus, the classical camp wants to build effective organizations. In my opinion, the postmodern left has a more nuanced understanding of state power and participatory and democratic activism. However, the structural analysis and organizational principles promoted by the classical left are far from being outdated. Loose networks, text messages, and social media savvy are not enough to change powerful economic and political systems. This was demonstrated, for example, during the Arab Spring, in Egypt. The Muslim Brotherhood, with its strong organizational structure, benefited much more from the events than any progressive political force. The people who gather at WSF meetings are certainly sincere in wanting to turn talk into concrete globalization from below, based on people's everyday life experiences at work, in their communities, and so on. Yet this cannot happen unless broad alliances are formed. Youth-led protests are great, but their potential is limited. Summit protests tie movements together, give them a big audience, and inspire others to act, but the system has grown immune to them. It simply disregards the demands, knowing that it doesn't have to fear any consequences. Despite remaining important, such protests have largely turned into a ritual. They don't contribute to building strong and sustainable political movements, something the WSF has failed to do as well. Even if the WSF organizers' understanding of power and resistance resembles that of the Zapatistas, unlike the Zapatistas they have not been able to develop a practice based on it. The latest WSF meeting was held in Montreal, in August 2016. The Canadian government refused to issue visas for many activists from the Global South. It is also expensive to travel to Canada, and living expenses there are high. The result was a relatively low turnout, and the percentage of participants from the Global North was even higher than it had been at previous gatherings. As usual, the open space concept created much controversy, and different global struggles didn't really come together. The problems of the WSF's horizontal structure and the inability of people to move from talk to action became obvious yet again. Critics pointed out that numerous activists no longer attended WSF meetings because they felt doing so didn't further their struggles. But is it possible to organize resistance combining the unity and effectiveness of vertical structures with the breadth of horizontal ones? This is the question I want to turn to in the following chapter. Chapter 11. Practice. FTER. Having discussed some of the main actors in left-wing politics, I now want to turn to the question of political practice itself. How can we impact economic and political structures? Which historical experiences can we build on? What do the current practices of the political left look like, both in the global south and the global north? What tactics and strategies are most promising for our future work? Experiences of revolution. A more just and sustainable world requires a radical change in property relations and the global distribution of resources. Historically, shifts in that direction have not come from parliamentary politics but from broad popular struggles. Ownership of the means of production is rarely voted on. Democratic procedures can be useful, but to focus exclusively on parliamentary politics is an obstacle to radical change. I am for radical change, and that's why I am a revolutionary. I want to open this chapter with a discussion of what revolution is and what constitutes a revolutionary situation. Many people live in poverty and under oppression for decades without rising up. Then, suddenly, they risk their lives trying to change the order they are subjected to. Why? What are the objective and subjective causes behind the uprising? Why is there suddenly space for resistance, when the oppressors seemed untouchable for so long? Why did cracks in the system appear? Where do the courage and hope come from that now drive people out into the streets? I define revolution as a sudden, radical change in the ownership of land and the means of production. State power is redefined by a class revolt from below. Economic and political shifts happen simultaneously and reinforce each other. The Chinese Revolution and the Cuban Revolution were classic examples of this. Reformists do not see beyond capitalist relations of production and the current political system. It is not the form that class struggle takes that makes it revolutionary or reformist. Violence, for example, is not a defining feature of revolution. There were nonviolent revolutions in Bolivia in 1952, in Chile in 1970, and in Grenada in 1979. However, all of these revolutions faced very violent counter-revolutionary forces that prevented them from implementing the radical changes they intended to make. I will return to the controversial question of violence and revolution below. For his book, Taking Power, the American sociologist John Foran studied 39 revolutions that occurred in the Third World between 1910 and 2005. He was looking for patterns to explain the success or failure of revolutions. Foran considered both structural aspects and revolutionary tactics and strategies. He identified 5 conditions necessary for revolutions to succeed: economic dependency, an oppressive regime, a well-developed culture of resistance, a revolutionary situation created by an economic and political crisis, and international power relations that provide a window of opportunity for change. Let us look at each of these factors more closely. Economic dependency. The economic and political realities of the Global South are the result of its historical role as the periphery of the imperialist system. The economies of the colonies were not independent. Foran believes that economic dependency was what made broad, cross-class resistance movements in the colonies possible. In the last century, all revolutionary uprisings occurred in the periphery or semi-periphery of the imperialist system. The first revolution to succeed was in 1917 in Russia, a semi-peripheral country. It marked a shift in the communist movement's center of gravity, from the imperialist core toward the periphery. This shift would mark the revolutionary history of the 20th century. An oppressive regime. To maintain law and order in a dependent economy requires a repressive state. Batista in Cuba, Somoza in Nicaragua, and the Shah in Iran were all examples of rulers who both led and personified repressive regimes. They were not supported by the masses. The oppression of the poor and the political marginalization of the middle class made the emergence of broad popular resistance movements possible. The same was true for the colonial state, a close relative of the personified repressive regime. There have not been many parliamentary democracies in the global south, in which revolutionary parties could organize openly and come to power via elections. It is the combination of a dependent economy and a repressive regime that forms the basis for revolutionary development. These conditions exist in almost all of the countries of the global south. But these factors alone do not decide whether a revolutionary movement will occur. What is also required are revolutionaries. A culture of resistance. Any revolutionary movement is based on social groups and classes capable of mobilizing the masses and building alliances with other social groups and classes. This requires thorough analysis, political vision, and effective propaganda. It also requires the ability to build and defend organizational structures, information networks, educational platforms, and social as well as cultural institutions. A revolutionary situation. A revolutionary situation occurs when an economic and political crisis produces a sudden deterioration of people's living conditions. But for a revolutionary situation to become a revolution, it is not enough that the masses want change, the crisis must be deep enough that the ruling classes cannot withstand their demands. Only when the ruling classes lose control is it possible for revolutionary movements from below to succeed. The desire for a different society must coincide with a crisis that brings the ruling system's contradictions to their breaking point. In all of the 39 revolutions that Foran analyzed, misery mattered. 584. A window for change. Whether a revolutionary movement succeeds or not depends, finally, on the global political situation. It can only succeed if there is a window of opportunity for change. Such a window can open because of wars, economic crises, or other major upheavals in the global order. It can also open due to a rivalry between superpowers or an internal crisis affecting one superpower. In addition to these factors, there is one other that social scientists often forget, the deep emotional response to injustice that drives revolutionaries. This factor is difficult to measure, and hence it remains absent from most analyses despite its significance. This explains why politicians, economists, and academics so often fail to see revolutions coming, even when they stare them right in the eye. It is impossible to understand the revolutionary process without considering this element. At the root of every revolution is an emotional outburst of indignation and a profound anger against the ruling class. At some point, this anger needs to find relief. And when it does not care about cost-benefit analyses or self-interest. When fueled by the fire of revolution, people act without regard for social conventions, expectations, even their own lives. A revolution is no mechanical process. It is driven by determination. Stories are important, about heroic acts, dates, places, events, battles and the future. Visions of a better world are an important revolutionary driving force. But we must remember that the revolution is only the first step towards socialism. Seizing state power creates opportunities, but the task doesn't end there. Class struggle continues, on many levels and in many forms. Only if Foran's 5 factors are present can revolutions be successful. By successful, I mean revolutions in which the revolutionary classes gain enough power to implement the radical economic and political changes required to justify the term. Any revolution will provoke counter-revolutionary attacks. We have seen this throughout history. Revolutions are not only threatened by the ongoing class struggle and the remnants of capitalism within, but also by military invasion and covert operations. The attempt to build socialism always faces both internal and external enemies. What is required to withstand these dangers? How do revolutions become long-lasting? This is the question I want to turn to now. Long-term revolutions. We already mentioned 2 classic revolutions, the Chinese Revolution of 1949 and the Cuban Revolution of 1959. We can add the Russian Revolution of 1917, the Mexican Revolution of the 1910s, and the Nicaraguan Revolution of 1979. Revolutions as the result of anti-colonial liberation struggles occurred in Algeria, Vietnam, Mozambique, and Angola. Many of the revolutions of the 1970s occurred during a window of opportunity in the world system, created by the oil crisis in combination with a political crisis in the U.S. caused by the Black Liberation Movement, the defeat in Vietnam, and the Watergate scandal. For the Portuguese colonies, of course, the political crisis in Portugal was of major importance, which followed the overthrow of the fascist regime during the so-called Carnation Revolution of 1974. In contrast, the Palestinian Intifada of the late 1980s, or the end of the apartheid regime in the early 1990s, did not lead to revolutionary change. Might this be because there was no window for change in the world system? The Soviet Union had collapsed, NATO had cemented its military power, and neoliberalism was in full swing. History also confirms the other factors listed by Foran. Vietnam provides a good example of the importance of a well-developed culture of resistance. What was astonishing about the war in Vietnam was not that the US lost, but that the Vietnamese communists won. There is no doubt that the strength and depth of the culture of resistance played a decisive role. The Vietnamese General Vion Nguyen Giap expressed this as follows: "We sought to break the will of the American government to continue the conflict. We were waging a people's war. À la manière vietnamienne. A total war in which every man, every woman, every unit, big or small, is sustained by a mobilized population. So America's sophisticated weapons, electronic devices, and the rest were to no avail. Despite its military power, America misgauged the limits of its power. In war there are two factors: human beings and weapons. Ultimately, though, human beings are the decisive factor. Human beings. Human beings. 585. Another example of the importance of motivated revolutionary forces is provided by the Korean War, in which a poorly equipped Chinese peasant army, with no navy or air force, pushed the US-led forces of the United Nations from the Chinese border back to the 38th parallel. The entire future of the People's Republic was saved by this effort. Short-term revolutions. A whole slew of revolutions were crushed by counter-revolutionary forces before they could introduce any radical economic or political changes. Examples include the Mossadegh regime in Iran, Salvador Allende's administration in Chile, and the People's Revolutionary Government of Grenada. The Bolivian National Revolution of 1952 and the Nicaraguan Revolution of 1979 each lasted 10 years. All of these revolutions were put down with the help of the US military and the CIA. Let us look more closely at the example of Chile. The goal of the Unidad Popular, the party led by Salvador Allende, was made clear in the very first sentence of the party platform. The central objective of the United Popular Forces is to replace the current economic structure, ending the power of national and foreign monopoly capitalist and large landowners, in order to initiate the construction of socialism. 586. These were not just words. As soon as Allende was elected to power, the minimum wage was raised. Most big companies, including the copper mines owned by the US firms Anaconda and Kennecott, were nationalized. So was the telecommunications service ITT and two-thirds of the financial sector, including 3 of the 4 biggest foreign banks. 587. Chile's economy was booming and unemployment fell from 6.3% in 1970 to 2.9% in 1973. Inflation was down and workers' real wages rose by 25%. 588. The government also introduced land reform. By 1973, 50% of Chile's cultivated land had been expropriated, either via state regulations, which saw to the expropriation of all properties over 175 acres, or by rural proletarians who occupied land and established cooperatives. In the Chilean countryside, fundamental change was taking place. In response to these developments, the US worked to destabilize the Allende government and prepare its overthrow. The campaign was led directly by Secretary of State Henry Kissinger, who explained without a hint of irony, "I don't see why we have to let a country go Marxist just because its people are irresponsible." 589 President Nixon wrote in a memo sent to the CIA, "Make the economy scream." 590 The U.S. called for an economic boycott of Chile and did everything in its power to get international finance to join in. The U.S. ambassador to Chile, Edward M. Corey, made their intentions clear: "Not a nut or bolt will be allowed to reach Chile under Allende. We will do all within our power to condemn Chile and the Chileans to utmost deprivation and poverty." 591 The U.S. considered the Chilean example even more dangerous than that of Cuba. Introducing socialism in a peaceful manner had a strong appeal all across Latin America. Allende had won the elections in 1970, become president, and appointed the government. He certainly had formal political power, yet he did not control the entire state apparatus. The judiciary and the military were hostile toward his government. Most army officers had been trained and educated in the U.S. The media, the upper class, and also most of the upper middle class were against the government. The CIA supported the opposition economically and coordinated its efforts. They prepared the coup that brought General Augusto Pinochet to power in 1973. Pinochet's government was immediately recognized by the United States. Allende's cabinet had started a social revolution, but was never able to implement a political one. Allende and his party did not have the military power needed. They had hoped, probably naively, that the army would accept the transformation of Chile they were seeking. Plans to arm workers and peasants were put on hold in order to not provoke the generals. The state apparatus was not revolutionized, in the false belief that it would serve the new government. But if there is one lesson that must be drawn from the revolutions of the 20th century, it is this: you must always be prepared for counter-revolutionary attacks. They will come without fail. The case of South Africa. The long liberation struggle in South Africa eventually brought results, but no revolution. The ANC, which had led the struggle and was committed to socialist goals, won a triumphant victory in the first post-apartheid elections in 1994, with Nelson Mandela becoming president. But no radical economic or political changes followed. Today, the income gap between white and black South Africans has widened. It is a powerful reminder of how institutional change, in this case the end of legally sanctioned apartheid, does not necessarily bring about social change. While some black South Africans have gained access to the privileges that were previously reserved for whites, the vast majority of the black population still lives in an informal apartheid system. Most of the land, mines, and companies remain in the possession of white South Africans. Mandela, once called a terrorist, became a neoliberal darling. Most of the factors Foran identified as being necessary for a revolution to succeed were present in South Africa: a dependent economy, a repressive state, and a well-developed culture of resistance. But in the early 1990s, there no longer was a window of opportunity for radical change in the world system. The Soviet Union's collapse made the ANC's socialist convictions appear outdated and unrealistic. With the loss of its old allies, the ANC embraced neoliberalism. It seemed as if there was little choice. As a consequence, there was no land reform, the mines were not nationalized, and so forth. Instead, water, electricity, and public transit were privatized. Popular uprisings and strikes were often violently crushed by the police. Only Mandela's prestige and the legacy of the anti-apartheid struggle kept the ANC in power. Some trade unionists have become strong critics of the ANC. The metal workers organized in NUMSA want to build a movement for socialism. New political organizations with a socialist orientation have been founded, for example the Economic Freedom Fighters, under the leadership of former ANC Youth League President Julius Malema, which has significant support in black townships and won 6.4% of the popular vote in the general elections in 2014. The case of Palestine. Foran's model not only helps us understand revolutions of the past, It can also help us understand the revolutionary prospects of current struggles. Take Palestine, for example. The Palestinian people live under occupation by the settler state Israel. The foundation for the modern-day state of Israel was laid during the first half of the 20th century, when Palestine was a British colony. In his 1896 book, The Jewish State, the founder of Zionism, Theodor Herzl, wrote, "For Europe, we would form part of a bulwark against Asia there, we would serve as the advance post of civilization against barbarism." 592 This fit right in with the colonial perspective of the day. Cecil Rhodes saw the colonization of Africa as a means for Britain to solve the problem of its proletarian surplus population. According to Herzl, the colonization of Palestine could solve another European problem, the Jewish question. As a consequence of anti-Semitism, Israel is a special kind of European settler state. The increased persecution of Jews in Europe in the 1930s revived the centuries-old dream of a refuge for Jewish people. It led to Jewish settlements in Palestine and the forced relocation of rural Arabs. The State of Israel was proclaimed in 1948. It established close ties to the USA and Western European countries, and came to function as an outpost of the global North in the Middle East, just as Herzl had predicted. The Palestinian economy is not a dependent economy in the traditional sense. It does not play an important role for the imperialist system. What Palestine lacks in economic significance, however, it makes up for in political weight. Historical circumstances have turned it into a symbol of the political conflicts of the entire Middle East, which revolve around access to the region's resources, in particular oil. The Palestinian struggle is a symbol for the Arab resistance against imperialism. The Palestinians live under political and military occupation. This means that the structural requirements for a revolutionary uprising are in place. Indeed, there have been numerous uprisings in the last decades, most notably the two intifadas in 1987 to 1993 and 2000 to 2005. But, just as in the case of South Africa, there was no window of opportunity in global politics to make a revolution in Palestine possible. As long as Israel is backed by the US and the countries of Western Europe, it is very unlikely that such a revolution will occur. This also affects the culture of resistance. In the 1970s, the Palestinian resistance was led by Marxist organizations, but the lack of progress in the resistance struggle has taken its toll. Today, it is led by liberal leaders in the West Bank and the religious group Hamas in Gaza. Uprisings against economic deprivation and the apartheid-like reality of the occupation continue, but it is unclear what they can achieve under the given circumstances. An opening in the global balance of power would make an enormous difference. If Israel lost the backing of the USA, if the US were forced to change its geopolitical priorities, the Israeli regime would become very vulnerable, economically, politically, and militarily. There would be an opening for a culture of resistance in Palestine going beyond petty bourgeois and religious promises. Any Palestinian revolution will be based on a coalition of forces. There will be many contradictions. These won't disappear after the revolution and the foundation of an independent state. The future will depend on which factions rise to power. An independent Palestine could be an inspiring example for the peoples of the Middle East, or it could be a disappointment, leaving current economic and political power structures untouched. Revolution in a globalized world. The idea of a socialist revolution was conceived in Western Europe. The Paris Commune of 1871 was the first attempt to put it into practice. But after World War I, the revolutionary center of socialist politics shifted to the periphery of the imperialist system. There was a wave of anti-imperialist struggles from 1917 to 1980. It created hope and optimism in the Third World, but lost its momentum due to both internal contradictions and the collapse of the Soviet Union. Economic liberation from imperialism proved so elusive, not only because of failed economic policies in the global South, but also due to the lack of vision in the global workers' movement. Many things could have been different had the working classes of the imperialist countries not embraced national chauvinism. In the early 1980s, thanks to neoliberalism, capitalism managed to overcome yet another crisis. New political and military strategies, in combination with rapid technological development, granted capitalism a new Belle Époque, similar to that of 1890 to 1914. This time, it lasted from 1990 to 2007, when the global financial crisis hit. What does this mean for the possibility of future revolutions? Will it be possible to have national revolutions in a globalized world? Especially without a power able to challenge the US and NATO? According to Foran, a dependent economy is the first requirement for revolutions to occur. The economies of most countries in the world are still dependent today. Furthermore, most regimes in the global south are repressive. This is what transnational corporations demand. The main use of the state for capital is to maintain law and order. State repression has not become less violent or prevalent in recent decades, rather the opposite. Any revolution must target the state, we have to defend ourselves against it, and it must be dismantled as an instrument of oppression. In most cases, attempts to use the state apparatus to radically transform society have been futile. We need to think of other ways to build democratic institutions, for there will be no shortage of revolutionary situations in the coming decades. This brings us to the question of the subjective forces required for revolutionary change. Here, things become messy. Most 20th century revolutions are today considered failures. There is little hope in revolution. Broken dreams don't kill revolutionary fervor, though. There will be a new wave of resistance. Neoliberalism is asking for it. It might have rendered the political independence of the former colonies almost meaningless, but it has also created a vast proletariat in the global south. This happened because of greed and the need for accumulation. It gave capitalism a few extra years and seemed to confirm that the era of revolution was over. But the world is getting ready for rebellion again. The uprisings in North Africa and the Middle East were a prelude to this. They expressed a dissatisfaction with the first wave of anti-imperialist struggles, which had focused on national liberation. People wanted to bring an end to the legacy of Nasser in Egypt, of Gaddafi in Libya, and of the Ba'ath parties in Iraq and Syria. The regimes they had established in a spirit of national liberation had degenerated and become corrupt. But the uprisings also revealed what was needed for future rebellions to succeed. They made it clear how important the participation of organized workers and peasants is. The Egyptian uprising was driven by a dissatisfied urban middle class, notably educated youth with few prospects. There was a significant gap between modern urbanites and much more conservative rural communities. The latter also wished for economic and political change but were easy prey for the well-organized Muslim Brotherhood. It is unlikely that uprisings in the form we have seen in North Africa and the Middle East can bring about radical transformation. They contain many ideological and social contradictions. Some participants believe in the wonders of liberal democracy, others in religious doctrines. Sectarianism is widespread. Quite a few circles seem only interested in bettering their own situation. Perhaps most importantly, the uprisings were mainly directed against the state and not the national bourgeoisie and its allies in the global north. They were not expressions of revolutionary class struggle. Only a fundamental change in property relations can bring about fundamental social change. This requires the participation of workers and peasants. In Latin America, there are not only the Zapatistas, but also strong contemporary social movements, especially in Venezuela, Ecuador, Bolivia, and Brazil. But it is the vast new proletariat of Asia that will be of particular importance. It occupies a central role in the global economy. Before discussing this in more detail, I want to turn to the timeless question of how violence relates to revolution. Violence and revolution. Revolution has always been connected with violence. Liberals invariably bemoan the human costs of revolutions, while the death toll of imperialist counter-revolution seems to escape their notice. Let me cite just one example. In October 1965, the Indonesian army, led by future President Suharto, launched a brutal campaign of repression against the Communist Party of Indonesia, which cost the lives of over 500,000 people. The killings were committed by government soldiers as well as local militias. If you listen to politicians in the global north today, you would think that violence as a means of solving conflicts is entirely unacceptable. They demand democratic dialogue. This, however, stands in stark contrast to political reality. The most liberal of states employ an apparatus of violence, surveillance, and control, both in domestic and foreign politics. If pressed, the would-be advocates of nonviolence will argue that it is necessary for liberal states to use violence against totalitarian regimes or movements. Within the left, there seem to exist two opposing positions, one which does not believe in the use of violence and which focuses on parliamentary politics, and one which considers the use of violence inevitable since the power of the state lies in its monopoly of violence. Each of these positions is far too simple, however. Violence is never an end in itself for revolutionaries, and nonviolence is rarely an absolute value for liberals. Violence and nonviolence are political means, and there is no direct connection between political means and ends. There are not many liberals who will refrain from the use of violence to defend the power of liberals. Who really questions the legitimacy of the use of violence against a foreign occupying power, for example when the Nazis controlled Denmark during World War II? Yet, even the most committed revolutionaries would happily avoid civil war if it was possible to seize power by nonviolent means. Nonviolent, of course, must not be mistaken for legal, just as violent must not be mistaken for illegal. Reform is not necessarily connected to nonviolence, and revolution not necessarily to violence. Unfortunately, these things are often confused. History is full of examples of violent conflict between people who do not represent different classes or ideologies, but who simply fight their peers for power. The question of violence versus nonviolence is a tactical one. How we answer it depends on the concrete circumstances we find ourselves in and our ethical convictions. There is no general answer as to whether violent or nonviolent means are more useful. What we must ask ourselves is, which means can be morally justified? And, which means are most effective? Choosing the right political means requires concrete ethical and practical deliberations. Militants who have used violence as a political means are often told that the end does not justify the means. I suppose it is comforting to feel morally superior to one's political opponents. This might explain the apparent consensus with regard to this maxim. Let us look at this a little more closely. If the maxim "the end justifies the means" suggests that any means can be used to reach any end, no matter the consequences, it would be utterly absurd to embrace it. But how about "the end never justifies the means"? Is this correct? No. Why would the end not justify the means if they are ethically defensible? Absolute maxims don't get us very far. There is a third option that is much more realistic, however, based on the understanding that not any end justifies any means, but some ends justify some means under some circumstances. This demands that political actors make their ends clear and explain why they think that the means they are employing to achieve them can be justified. It replaces a political discussion about ethics with an ethical discussion about politics. Violence appears most acceptable when the situation is desperate and the ends important. Let us return to the Nazi occupation of Denmark. Today, there is broad consensus in Denmark across all political camps that the use of violence by the resistance movement was justified, morally as well as politically. This, however, was not the case during the occupation. Until 1943, the Danish government and broad sections of the population considered resistance fighters terrorists. Resistance fighters only became national heroes with the liberation of the country in 1945. The resistance movement used violence to weaken Nazi Germany. Rail tracks and factories used by the German war industry were sabotaged and suspected informants were executed. This does not mean that the resistance fighters considered all means justified. Even if some actions have been criticized, for example executions based on little evidence, the legitimacy of the use of violence is rarely questioned. It is difficult to draw clear lines between actions that are justifiable and actions that are not. There is always a gray zone. At the end of the day, it is up to the individual or collective actor to draw that line. It is not easy. They will have to live with their decisions for the rest of their lives. This challenge lies at the core of political engagement. Of course, the discussion of violence versus non-violence largely depends on what we understand by violence. If it means to inflict harm on other people, we need to distinguish between physical violence and structural violence. Dictionary definitions of violence often focus solely on physical violence. But there are also social structures inflicting harm on people. Structural violence can take many forms: poverty, political oppression, apartheid, racism, and more. The state uses violence to defend its institutions. But social structures are created by people and can therefore also be changed by people. The difference between repressive violence and revolutionary violence is that the former seeks to uphold existing social structures, while the latter seeks to destroy them. This is the basis of a Marxist understanding of violence. Dictionary definitions don't explain poverty. Structural violence is disguised as a social dynamic: you starve because you can't find work, you are homeless because you can't pay rent, and so on. Violence only enters the debate when people use it to challenge these injustices, and then it is usually deemed unacceptable. But physical and structural violence are not separate. They are closely related. Armed struggle is not a revolutionary principle. Armed struggle is a means that people, under certain circumstances, deem necessary, usually, when all other means have failed. The state, capital, and the imperialist system violently stand in the way of nonviolent liberation. There won't be any lasting peace in the global south without resolving the structural violence imposed by neoliberalism. It is naive to believe that this structural violence will not be met by violent resistance. The costs of violence are enormous, however, and any revolutionary strategy must seek to limit its use as far as possible. We must not become cynical. For the victims of violence, discussions about principles and justifications are meaningless. At the same time, while the costs of violent resistance are obvious, the costs of passivity are often invisible. The consequences of exploitation and oppression are a part of daily life, but this does not make them less harmful. Revolutionaries need to find the right means to end them. Transnational strategies. I have already touched on the complicated relationship between nationalism and internationalism in the communist movement. Internationalism is of theoretical, historical, and strategic interest. It is of theoretical interest, because it has always been at the heart of the Marxist ideal. It is of historical interest, because this ideal has been a beacon of hope for revolutionary movements for almost 200 years. And it is of strategic interest, because new forms of transnational resistance have emerged since the mid-1990s in response to globalization from above. These new forms of resistance include the Zapatistas as much as protests against the World Bank, the IMF, and other transnational institutions in the global north. They also include the efforts by progressive countries of the global south to establish stronger South-South collaboration. The question of internationalism will be at the center of the coming struggles between the new proletariat of the global south and global capital. Without a strong internationalist movement, it will be impossible to counter the globalized forms of production. New social movements regularly reference historical examples of internationalism, but often without much reflection. If the new transnational forms of resistance are to be more successful, reflection on the lessons of the past will be necessary. Internationalism has served as an ideal for a long time, yet it has proven difficult to implement. Analysis is required to make it practical rather than utopian. Otherwise, internationalism might end up as historical garbage that we discard as unrealistic. The theoretical basis for internationalism is the conviction that the class identity of working people is more important than their national identity. Unfortunately, This has not always been the case. Imperialism has weakened class identity and strengthened people's sense of national belonging. Nationalism has spread across the world and made inroads into many cultures and ideologies. Ironically, the governments of progressive nation-states have been among the strongest internationalist actors. There have also been individuals, social movements, and minority parties that focused on internationalist politics. These instances, however, were rare. A positive example was the internationalist support for the Republican forces in the Spanish Civil War. 593. There is no reason to believe that nationalism will always upstage internationalism. Nationalism has proven itself to be a powerful emotional tool. In the context of anti-imperialist struggles, it also had revolutionary implications. We can reject nationalism on moral grounds, but that doesn't necessarily matter much politically. The challenge lies in solidly embedding revolutionary sentiments in an internationalist spirit and developing relevant forms of political practice. The struggle for national independence will continue to be a factor in the struggle for a different world. It is hard to imagine that, one day, capitalism will end simultaneously in all corners of the world, making way for socialism. Besides, socialism is not established from one day to the next, it takes decades. It will be a process marked by breakthroughs and setbacks, and it won't be the same in all countries. There will be conflicts within countries and between them, but nation-states will remain an important factor. The globalization of socialism requires nation-based anti-capitalist projects to undermine the global capitalist system. 594. Many forms of nationalism have proven to be a huge obstacle for the development of socialism, even if they initially had a progressive orientation. The national liberation movements of the 20th century did not bring socialism to the global south. The Soviet Union abandoned its internationalist aspirations and became primarily concerned with its national interests, and the conflicts that China had with both the Soviet Union and Vietnam weakened the global forces of socialism. When we assess a particular form of nationalism, we must take into account both the nation's class composition and its position in the world system. For example, there is a big difference between a nationalism espoused by an imperialist nation or an oppressed one. In the age of globalization, the internationalist aspects of anti-imperialist struggle are more important than ever. National resistance in the global south cannot survive unless there are South alliances. The world system can only be overthrown if anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist forces are supported globally. Anti-imperialism confined to nation-state borders is a farce. For example, one crucial question for future revolutionary politics will be whether the workers' and peasants' movements of China will revive an internationalist spirit or whether they will get caught up in national chauvinism. The development of a transnational strategy must include the identification of revolutionary actors, an analysis of the economic, social, and political terrain, and a convincing explanation of why it will make life better for the majority of the world's population. 595. The primary revolutionary actor of the near future will be the new proletariat of the global south. Given the globalization of production, it is inevitable that it will develop a global perspective. Its struggles cannot succeed if they remain confined to nation-state boundaries. This would only create a race to the bottom between national working classes. There is a place for national tactics and strategies, but they must be embedded in international organizing and guided by internationalist principles. Capitalism has globalized the market for goods and capital but not for labor. The global division of labor is administered by states protecting their borders and citizenship laws. Capitalism cannot bring globalization to completion. A global economy will not lead to a global state. The nation-state still has important functions to fulfill for global capital. Transnational institutions serve the interests of globalization but regularly come in conflict with nation-state sovereignty. Strategies and practices in the global south. Since the former colonies of the global south became politically independent, they have tried to strengthen their national economies. The strategy of delinking, most prominently championed by Samir Emin, demanded a focus on domestic economic needs and government control in order to become independent from the capitalist world market and put an end to unequal exchange. This, however, proved very difficult. One reason was the level to which the colonial economies were integrated into the world market. Even after political independence, the former colonies needed to export raw materials to the imperialist center if they wanted to have any national economy at all. These exports consisted mainly of sugar, gold, silver, oil, minerals, metals, and tropical agricultural products. Monocultures were pervasive in the colonies and the industrial sector was weak. Foodstuffs for the domestic market were often imported. Any major change in the economy demanded the import of know-how and technology. This, however, required foreign currency which could only come from exports, due to how the economy had been set up by the colonial powers. It was a vicious cycle most governments of the newly independent countries of the Global South found impossible to escape. One of the ways in which countries in the Global South can increase their exports is to make deals with transnational corporations. Since this is what many countries in the Global South are trying to do, they end up in a competition over who has the lowest wages, the lowest corporate taxes, and the lowest ecological standards to offer. This, in turn, forces many of them to take World Bank loans to maintain the most basic health and educational services. To get the loans, the countries commit to introducing free trade and privatizing water, electricity, and mass transit. This creates high profits for those who play the game right. But even the countries that attract the most transnational corporations have a hard time turning their investment into a socially and ecologically sustainable economy. The profits end up in the pockets of the transnational corporations, the consumers of the global north, and a small national upper class along with political leaders who have allied with neoliberalism, Mubarak in Egypt, the Assad family in Syria, the ANC in South Africa, and so on. Despite the enormous difficulties involved, some countries in the Global South have indeed tried to delink themselves from the capitalist world system, for example, North Korea, Cuba, Iran after the Shah's fall, and China before the 1980s. Success has been limited. Few governments apart from the Chinese have had the power and the organizational capacity to produce satisfying results. Any such effort requires the dedicated support of the people. It is remarkable that Cuba has maintained a high level of independence despite the economic embargo against it and the collapse of the Soviet Union. The industrialization of the Global South has created new possibilities. Some countries in Asia and Latin America have now reached a level of technological development that allows them to use their own raw materials rather being forced to export them. They have established independent financial institutions and rely less on the World Bank and commercial banks based in the global north. South cooperation in the exchange of goods, services, capital, and technology is today a much more realistic option than it was in the 1970s. It is no longer utopian to imagine a delinking that undermines the imperialist system but still allows countries in the global south to trade within South alliances and develop strong domestic markets. The technological and logistical requirements are in place. The question is whether there is also the political will. But even on that level, the first steps have been made. South alliances. The Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of Our America was founded as an alternative to the Free Trade Area of the Americas, which was the U.S. attempt to introduce a free trade agreement for all the Americas. 596 ALBA was initiated in 2001 by Hugo Chavez, at the time President of Venezuela. It was a concrete attempt to solve the dilemma of trying to delink from the capitalist world market and being dependent on resources only available from it. ALBA was meant to make at least a partial delinking possible. It favored the expansion of the public sector, production for the domestic rather than for the world market, social benefits rather than profit, and an economy based on solidarity rather than competition. The financial crisis of 2007 made ALBA popular throughout Latin America. Venezuela and Cuba had already signed agreements for economic collaboration in 2004. 9 more countries have joined ALBA since then: Bolivia, Dominica, Ecuador, Grenada, Honduras, Nicaragua, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Antigua and Barbuda. ALBA is led by a council consisting of the member countries' presidents. There is also a ministerial council, and a social movement council, serving in an advisory capacity. The member countries are expected to exchange goods and services based on their resources and possibilities. Exchange is not meant to be according to the conditions of the world market, such as requiring payment in hard foreign currency. Venezuela, for example, delivers oil to Cuba in exchange for medicine and medical services. The countries also trade soybeans, rice, poultry, and dairy products. Steelworks are built in Cuba to serve both countries. A joint shipping company is meant to strengthen cooperation within ALBA. Venezuela and Cuba have also signed treaties with Bolivia, helping the country to expand its natural gas system. Cuba also provides aid to Bolivia's health and education sectors. On the Caribbean island of Dominica, thousands of people have received eye surgery from Cuban medics who also train local doctors. In 2008, ALBA introduced its own currency, the sucre. It was first used when Venezuela delivered rice to Cuba in 2010. Today, companies in Bolivia, Cuba, Ecuador, and Venezuela use it for their transactions within ALBA. In the long run, ALBA aims to become independent from the World Bank and the IMF, which have been responsible for implementing the neoliberal agenda across Latin America. The ALBA Bank grants low-interest loans to member countries, invests in industrial production and infrastructure, and finances schools and hospitals. ALBA can be criticized for being a top-down project. This also makes it vulnerable, as it is too dependent on political leaders. Workers are not involved in any of the major decision-making processes, which contradicts ALBA's socialist ambitions. The dominant position of Venezuela is a particular problem. ALBA is largely financed by Venezuela's oil and promoted by its current left-leaning government. The instability of both oil prices and the political situation in the country have affected ALBA negatively. But ALBA has demonstrated that it is possible for Latin American countries to lay a foundation for common and progressive economic development. A project such as ALBA can help the participating countries to partially delink from the capitalist world market and strengthen their national economies. ALBA has proven that economic cooperation is possible between countries whose leaders don't necessarily share the same political ideology. Cuba, Venezuela, Bolivia, and Ecuador have governments committed to socialism, which is back on the agenda in Latin American politics. This is also confirmed by many social movements committed to socialist principles. They no longer follow the traditional Communist Party model of trying to seize state power. Their goal is to, step by step, create the conditions that make a socialist society possible. But ALBA also includes countries whose governments are social democratic and mainly aim to free themselves from U.S. domination and free trade. The U.S., of course, is strongly opposed to ALBA, but they have to accept that Latin America no longer wants to be their backyard. Another Latin American initiative is the Bank of the South, established in 2007. Its goals are less ambitious than those of ALBA, but its reach is wider, since the bank includes the majority of South American countries. The Bank of the South was initiated by the governments of Venezuela and Argentina, which represent two blocks of South American countries whose interests converge in this case, mainly because both want greater independence from the U.S. One bloc consists of Venezuela, Bolivia, Ecuador, and, to a lesser degree, Uruguay, countries led by governments with a socialist vision. The other bloc consists of Brazil, Argentina, and Paraguay, countries led by governments that still believe in the capitalist project but want to strengthen national independence, especially vis-a-vis the U.S. A third bloc of countries, consisting of Chile, Peru, and Colombia, remain outside the project and support free trade with the USA and Canada. Another notable project to strengthen South-South collaboration is BRICS, which stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Representatives of these 5 countries meet annually to discuss economic and political questions of common interest. The BRICS countries are very different geographically, socially, economically, and politically, and the aim of their collaboration is not socialism. Far from it. However, they do have some things in common. They do not want to be incorporated into the global system on conditions set by the global north. They understand that the current rules of the game do not benefit them but favor the US, Western Europe, and Japan. They want to have a voice in decisions regarding global development, and they want to be a force in global politics. South collaboration is not easy. Economic and political realities vary greatly across the global South. China's rapid industrialization creates an enormous need for raw materials, which will affect South America, Africa, and the Middle East, whose countries, so far, have mainly exported to the global north. Is it possible that the natural wealth that has historically been exploited by the imperialist countries will, in the future, be used for the development of the global south? And can this development be based on mutual agreements and egalitarian relations that will benefit both the suppliers of raw materials and the industrialized nations of the region? China has become a rival to the imperialist triad. While populist movements in North America and Europe embrace slogans such as America First, UK First, and France First, China is eager to strengthen South collaboration, and already invests in infrastructure projects abroad. For example, it is involved in plans to build a 5,300-kilometer-long railway from Peru to Brazil. Projects of such magnitude can only be realized if national economies are strong and benefit the poor. Otherwise, it will be hard to win the popular support necessary for South collaboration and defense against the inevitable attempts by global capital to destabilize it. Another requirement for broad collaboration across the global South is a political vision to counter neoliberal hegemony, something that China has yet to deliver. 597. State socialism or state capitalism. China's integration into the global economy is a conscious national strategy controlled by the government. Faced with the neoliberal offensive after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Communist Party of China chose neither passive submission nor rigid opposition to the neoliberal project. The Chinese government wanted to catch up with the rich countries and restore China's global might. In order to achieve this, the nationalist wing of the party decided to copy the technology and management of the imperialist countries and enter the global market. At the same time, there are still factions within the party committed to building socialism. This situation has led to the current form of Chinese state capitalism. China was keen on avoiding an unconditional integration into global capitalism. The government defended its sovereign economic planning and forced global capital entering the country to adapt to it, not vice versa. China's aim was to develop a strong and diverse industrial sector on the basis of joint ventures with transnational corporations. Conditions in China are, of course, unlike those in any other country of the global south. Industrialization is controlled by the government. Certain regions are developed first according to a strategic plan. China has strong national banks and a strong national currency with increasing international importance. Agriculture has been modernized, and remains under strict government control. Land cannot be privately owned. Finally, the country is not engaging in an arms race to the detriment of the national economy, as happened with the Soviet Union. 598. But questions remain. Can the influence of the transnational corporations be contained? Will China develop a strong national bourgeoisie that will seize power and turn China into a regular capitalist country? Will the appeal of consumer society be stronger than socialist convictions? Can state capitalism actually develop into socialism? The only country whose situation can be compared to that of China is Vietnam. Besides those two, there are not many strong and independent national economies in the global south. Russia has returned as an important player in global politics, eager to push back US and EU influence in the former Soviet republics and regions with strong historical ties to the Soviet Union. Its involvement in the conflicts of the Ukraine and the Middle East attest to this. But even if Russia aims to establish a national economy independent of the US and the EU, it is largely dependent on an oligarchy of private monopolies, established under the first post-Soviet government led by Boris Yeltsin. The oligarchs have no interest whatsoever in socialism. The conflict between Russia and the US/EU alliance is a classic conflict between imperialist powers. India's economic policies are largely liberal. This has led to increased poverty in the countryside and millions of landless peasants. The situation is similar in Brazil, with the difference that poverty is mitigated by public welfare programs implemented by the Social Democratic Workers' Party. In South Africa, the ANC has now been in power for almost 20 years and the economy is clearly neoliberal. There is no indication that a capitalist development of the South, focused on improved productivity and economic liberalization as demanded by the World Bank and the IMF, would be able to improve the living conditions of the majority of people. The countries of the Global South cannot imitate the countries of the Global North in order to catch up with them and copy their lifestyle. The lifestyle of the countries in the Global North depends on the exploitation of the Global South. The Global South, however, has no periphery to exploit. Furthermore, the planet cannot afford a global expansion of the lifestyle of the countries in the Global North, since it is ecologically unsustainable. But even the social standards demanded by the BRICS countries are impossible to fulfill within capitalism. Were they granted to the majority of the Global South's population, capitalism's crisis would deepen. To provide such standards, a share of capital's global surplus value would be needed, and that is something it cannot deliver. There are simply not enough riches to allow even half of the world's population to live at the level that US citizens are used to, with capitalists still being able to make profits and accumulate more capital. There will be no socialist future without an alliance between peasants and workers in the Global South and a delinking from the capitalist world economy. The first wave of anti-imperialist struggles focused on national independence. The one coming will focus on economic independence. National struggles and global resistance must become one. The parasite state today. Even if the enemy is the same, there are huge differences between the struggles against the capitalist world system in the Global South and the Global North, for the economic conditions are different, requiring the struggles to take different forms. The parasite state is a capitalist state. It is based on the accumulation of capital and the need to make profits. Private property is protected by law. But the parasite state is a special kind of capitalist state. Its preferred political form is parliamentary democracy and there is universal suffrage and welfare. Even if the welfare state has come under pressure from neoliberal policies, politicians of all stripes remain committed to its most basic framework. The parasite state is not a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. But who has the power in the parasite state? And what is the nature of class struggle? The form that a particular state takes depends on the history of class struggle that has shaped it. The state needs to protect the mode of production but also needs to consider the balance of power between classes. The absolutist state of the 17th century represented a power-sharing agreement between the feudal aristocracy and the nascent bourgeoisie. The modern democratic state represents a power-sharing agreement between the capitalists and the working class. Its government does not represent the interests of the capitalists or of the working class, it represents the interests of a particular mode of production. The modern democratic state is a compromise that has made it possible to ease the working class's misery within the capitalist order. In a series of articles published between 1848 and 1850 under the heading The Class Struggles in France, Marx described the bourgeois republican state of the 19th century. Its constitution granted political rights to the classes it exploited. The bourgeoisie was not in full control. Marx wrote. The comprehensive contradiction of this constitution, however, consists in the following: the classes whose social slavery the constitution is to perpetuate proletariat, peasantry, petty bourgeoisie it puts in possession of political power through universal suffrage. And from the class whose old social power it sanctions, the bourgeoisie, it withdraws the political guarantees of this power. It forces the political rule of the bourgeoisie into democratic conditions, which at every moment help the hostile classes to victory and jeopardize the very foundations of bourgeois society. From the first group it demands that they should not go forward from political to social emancipation, from the others that they should not go back from social to political restoration. 599. The constitutions of liberal democracies today still serve the same purpose. They protect private property and ensure the ongoing economic dominance of the bourgeoisie, while granting political rights to all citizens, workers included. As a consequence, class struggle is reduced to the question of which class is able to draw the biggest political benefit in a race constrained by economic rules. Using the example of England, Friedrich Engels illustrated this in the introduction to his book. Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. It seems a law of historical development that the bourgeoisie can in no European country get hold of political power at least for any length of time. A durable reign of the bourgeoisie has been possible only in countries like America, where feudalism was unknown, and society at the very beginning started from a bourgeois basis. And even in France and America, the successors of the bourgeoisie, the working people, are already knocking at the door. The industrial and commercial middle class had, therefore, not yet succeeded in driving the landed aristocracy completely from political power when another competitor, the working class, appeared on the stage. Their claims to the franchise, however, gradually became irresistible, while the Whig leaders of the Liberals funked. Disraeli showed his superiority by making the Tories seize the favourable moment and introduce household suffrage in the boroughs, along with the redistribution of seats. All these measures considerably increased the electoral power of the working class, so much so that in at least 150 to 200 constituencies that class now furnished the majority of the voters. But parliamentary government is a capital school for teaching respect for tradition. If the middle class look with awe and veneration upon what Lord John Manners playfully called our old nobility, the mass of the working people then looked up with respect and deference to what used to be designated as their betters, the middle class. But the English middle class, good men of business as they are, saw farther than the German professors. They had shared their powers but reluctantly with the working class. They had learnt, during the Chartist years, what that pure robusta sed maliciosus, the people, is capable of. And since that time, they had been compelled to incorporate the better part of the People's Charter in the statutes of the United Kingdom. Now, if ever, the people must be kept in order by moral means, and the first and foremost of all moral means of action upon the masses is and remains religion. 600. We have already discussed the importance of the state for the capitalist world system. The state makes sure that the necessary infrastructure for production and trade is in place. It controls public institutions, and, at times, even the means of production. But the democratic order of the parasite state must not be mistaken for mere political management. Ali Kadri writes, democracy is another name for the distributional function of the state reasserting the international division of labor. 601. Class struggle in the global north continues, but within the framework of capitalism. It has been waged back and forth within this framework for a long time. The labor aristocracy never challenged the capitalist system, and from the late 1950s to the mid-1970s it largely succeeded in advancing its interests within the democratic state. With the neoliberal offensive, the bourgeoisie regained the upper hand. The constant increase in living standards that Western workers had enjoyed for a generation seemed to slow to a grinding halt. There have not been significant differences between social democratic and liberal governments in this regard. All political parties now must adapt to the economic realities and ensure the accumulation of capital. The electoral system in the parasite state distributes the spoils of imperialism. Otherwise, its role is limited. Power shifts often reflect shifts in the global economy that national actors have little control over. Liberal democracy adapts to the economy, it does not control the economy. The capitalist welfare state has developed new ways of controlling its population. Outright repression no longer plays a central role. The state instead tries to unite the government and the people in a national symbiosis. Only citizens are entitled to state benefits, while non-citizens are excluded. This establishes a national interest that is identified with the interests of both the state and the citizen. Citizens live in the bosom of the welfare state, workers included. The transformation of the dangerous classes into loyal citizens in the global north was intrinsically linked to imperialism. It ensured that the people of the poor countries would not enjoy the same benefits. The philosopher M.G.E. Kelly has called this biopolitical imperialism. In his book of the same name, he writes, "I will argue that biopolitics constitutes a missing link in explaining how imperialism involves the ordinary people of the First World. For one thing, biopolitics provides a mechanism by which the profits of imperialism may be spread to a whole population. By uniting us in a single population, moreover, biopolitics generates solidarity between people and elites." 602. This indicates that the parasite state not only expresses itself in the form of a consumer society but also in the way that the state provides for the population. The poorest people in social welfare states can receive government benefits that are 10 times higher than the average income of an Indian worker. Life expectancy in European welfare states is 15 years above that in India. 603. But the strong identification with one's nation-state among people in the global north also poses problems for global capital. It stands in the way of the transnational state that would allow for the smoothest accumulation of capital. This tension is expressed in the current crisis of the EU. Welfare is of course not in itself imperialist, but the historical development of the welfare state cannot be detached from imperialism. To this day, it redistributes the super profits from the exploitation of the global south among the population of the global north. The solution is not to fight against the welfare state as such. It is to demand that its services, free healthcare, education, and so forth, be provided globally, and this is not possible within a capitalist world system. The parasite state in crisis. Capitalism's current structural crisis has also thrown the parasite state into crisis. Tensions between capital and the working class have increased in the global north. Due to the demands of neoliberalism, the governments of the social welfare states are no longer able to distribute power and riches to the satisfaction of both capital and the working class. The welfare state is slowly being dismantled. Calls for a return to the 1970s are short-sighted, since doing so is not an option. Neoliberalism was introduced because that welfare state was no longer sustainable. Besides, calls to re-establish the welfare state of the 1970s often have a strong nationalist bent. Louder even than the demands to limit welfare cuts and outsourcing are the demands to limit immigration. No one, however, complains about cheap goods coming from the global south. Essentially, the people of the global north demand a strong nation-state to protect the assets of transnational capital. This creates a political climate in which fascist movements flourish. In today's right-wing movements, protectionist views and racism overlap. Apart from the moral bankruptcy involved, these are losing strategies. It has become much more difficult for the working class in the global north to pressure capital, and it has become much more difficult for the state to act as a mediator between classes. The former cohesion of the first world nation-state has been eroded by globalization. This is reflected in the only two answers that currently seem available to those worried about their privileges: either they embrace neoliberal parties in the hope that these will produce more riches, or they embrace right-wing populist parties in the hope that these will at least protect the riches they have. Neither answer challenges the system, but they contradict one another and cause much political tension. There is poverty and oppression in the global north, too. Migrants in Europe and the black community in the US face it daily, not least in relation to the police and the prison system. But struggles against poverty and oppression in the global north easily reach their limits. This is partly because the problems concern minorities, and movements against them can't garner mass support. More importantly, however, the problems cannot be solved within the current system. Many on the left miss a crucial point: these problems are not confined to individual countries. They are the result of a global system of exploitation and oppression. If they are solved in one particular country by expanding welfare services to formerly neglected communities, someone else is having to pay for it. And it's not the capitalists. The entire political spectrum of the global north has in recent years moved to the right. Today, we have three main currents: neoliberal social democracy, right-wing populism, and national leftism. Neoliberal social democracy, introduced by the UK's New Labour, is difficult to distinguish from other forms of neoliberalism. Their working-class politics consist of suggesting to workers of the global north to get educated and grab the best-paying jobs within the global chains of production, in management, design, advertising, sales, and what specialized high-end manufacturing remains in the global north. Other than that, neoliberal social democratic parties do what other parties do: see to it that transnational corporations have investment opportunities. Traditional working-class voters have abandoned the social democratic parties in droves. Workers who get the best-paying jobs switch to the neoliberal parties proper, which are staunch defenders of private property and low taxation. Workers who do not get the best-paying jobs turn to right-wing populism or national leftism. Across Europe, social democratic parties, once mass parties, risk becoming insignificant. In Denmark and Austria, they are now collaborating with right-wing populists to stay afloat. As capitalism's contradictions grow, certain sections of the working class have become outright reactionary in defense of their privileges. Right-wing populist parties with strong working-class support are the fastest-growing political force in the global north. The examples are many. Front National in France. Alternative for Deutschland in Germany. Dansk Folkeparti in Denmark, UKIP in England, Trump in the US, and so on. The expression of national chauvinist, racist, sexist, anti-immigrant, and Islamophobic sentiments has become a regular feature of political debate. We are witnessing a circling of the wagons, with many members of the white working class centrally involved. With the strength of social democratic parties and trade unions dwindling, the working classes of the global north are now looking for different vehicles to protect their privileges within the global division of labor. Protectionism will stop both outsourcing and immigration. The welfare state is to serve citizens of the nation only. This is deemed just, since it was apparently the working classes of the global north who created the welfare state. The people of the global south had nothing to do with it, and immigrants are considered a threat, arriving to reap the benefits. This is the aforementioned biopolitical imperialism, expressed in demands for anti-immigrant legislation and militarized borders. One thing must be clear: working-class support for right-wing populism does not come from false consciousness or political naivete. It is based on national egoism. Nothing makes the crisis of the left more obvious than so many people who are opposed to global capitalism, turning to the right. Some politicians and parties holding on to traditional social democratic values have also gained support in recent years. Bernie Sanders is one example. The moderate positions he represents confirm the extent to which radical leftism has disappeared off the political radar. Any radical left-wing position, it is feared, will only alienate voters. In the 1970s, there were people in left-wing parties who saw parliamentary politics as an extension of extra-parliamentary movements. Today, such a view is hard to find. It has been cast overboard as revolutionary romanticism. Instead, PR strategists are hired to maximize the electoral vote. The target audience of the traditional social democratic parties are voters dissatisfied with social democracy's neoliberal turn and longing for the old welfare state. Some of these social democratic parties also target the voters of right-wing populist parties whose concerns, they say, must be taken seriously. In practical terms, however, this only means helping them defend their privileges against foreigners who are not only exploited but also demonized. Fascism often comes in socialist garb. This can happen because the welfare state was built on imperialist exploitation. It meant socialism for some, but not for others. The collaboration with right-wing populism legitimizes racism. It helps the far right become respectable and raises the specter of fascism. Unless we are clear about the nationalist dimensions of the welfare state, and focus on the global conflict between capital and labor, we cannot fight these tendencies effectively. The left in the global north has no long-term strategy that includes the economic liberation of the global south. But as the structural crisis of capitalism deepens, such a strategy must be developed in order to bring working-class resistance in the global north and south together, rather than to have workers in the global north oppose radical movements in the former colonies. Complicating this picture, some factions of capital in the global north also oppose globalization. They do not want to, or simply cannot, outsource, and therefore have to compete with cheap labor. National conservative currents prefer using military power to maintain global privileges, rather than multicultural globalization. They were strengthened by the financial crisis of 2007. The EU's current difficulties are a reflection of the consequences of this. Transnational corporations and the finance sector still champion unrestricted globalization and demand a strong and centralized EU to ensure it. Meanwhile, the national conservative factions of capital unite with those workers who would like a return to stronger nation-states. No one engaged in parliamentary politics can ignore these developments. As a consequence, the traditional parties of the European parasite states desperately seek a compromise that will satisfy the demands of both the people and transnational capital. The situation is somewhat different in the US, where social democracy and left-wing parties never had the same political influence. Overall, politics in the US have been determined by markets and money. The power of the office of president and the two-party system limit the democratic options for change provided by the parliamentary systems of Europe. Fittingly, right-wing populism takes on particular authoritarian forms in the US. It is not fascism in its classic form. Trump doesn't have stormtroopers in the streets, but he aims to establish hegemonic power. This concerns state institutions such as Congress, the judiciary, the police, the military, the federal government, local authorities, and so on, as much as the media or schools and universities. Trump's supporters mainly come from the lower middle class and the privileged sections of the working class, skilled white male workers in blue-collar industries with above-average income and a fair bit to lose. 604 Trump has brought them together with the national conservative factions of capital under the promise to make America great again. The proposed strategy combines economic protectionism with military might. It is a very risky project. Trump cannot undo the effects of neoliberalism. Apple Electronics, Nike shoes, and Levi's jeans will never be produced in the US again, not as long as US wages are 10 times those of China. Tariff barriers can at best throw sand in the gears of the global chains of production, but the effects will be minimal. The Hourglass Society. New class alliances are forming in the global north, causing divisions within both capital and the working class. Not only do they threaten the EU and other neoliberal institutions, but they also interfere with the functioning of the parasite state. These new class alliances are the result of economic developments. We are moving toward an hourglass society, where the privileged working and middle classes of North America and Western Europe are under enormous pressure. Neoliberalism has created polarization in the global north. Prices for goods have come down, but wages are no longer secure. This is very obvious in what remains of the textile industry, but also already goes far beyond that. Wages drift apart, as they are increasingly determined by the new global division of labor, which includes labor migration. The working class in the global north can today be divided into the following main groups. Undocumented migrants. Work in agriculture, as cleaners, dishwashers, and so on. They belong to the underground economy and receive the lowest wages. Much of their income is sent home to their families. They impact the wages of unskilled labor but remain outside the welfare system. They are victims of social exclusion and racism. Documented migrants. Work in construction, health, transportation, catering, cleaning, and other industries that cannot easily be outsourced. Their jobs may or may not be unionized. They often accept lower wages than the traditional workforce and impact the wages of both unskilled and skilled workers. They, too, are often victims of racism. Unskilled and skilled workers are found across all industries: textiles, machinery, electronics, automobile, and shipbuilding. Their wages are affected by the relocation of industry to the south and by competition from documented and undocumented migrants. In recent years, they have stagnated or even fallen. This is especially true for countries with weak trade unions, for example the US. Many of these workers support right-wing movements and parties. Skilled workers in niche sectors, such as biotechnology, pharmaceutics, environmental technology, and so on, are still experiencing rising wages. They are at the top of the labor aristocracy. However, there is no guarantee that their jobs won't be outsourced in the future. This section of the working class is drawn toward neoliberal social democracy. The administrative and creative classes work in management, finance, logistics, design, development, branding, and marketing. They make up the northern end of the global chains of production and their wages are still increasing. They tend to support ongoing neoliberal globalization. Outside of these groups, there is a growing number of people who rely on social services or who are only temporarily employed, earning low wages. This is the so-called precariat. But there are also workers without long-term contracts who receive very high wages for work related to the global chains of production, in research and development, branding, and so on. The growing gaps in income are reinforced by the better earners being able to evade taxes and to invest not only in various pension funds but also in real estate. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer, and society's class structure increasingly resembles an hourglass. This polarization will become even more pronounced in the coming decades. Those on the losing end will not passively accept this. Tensions between them and the neoliberal elite will intensify. Many workers will ally themselves with the national conservative factions of capital, such as the military-industrial complex and other security-related industries, and important sections of the agricultural industry, with both big and small farmers feeling the pressures of neoliberal monopoly capital. This is inevitable when capitalism is in crisis. To keep up the profit rate, capital must put pressure on labor everywhere. In their struggle against capital, the working classes of the global north face a dilemma. On the one hand, neoliberalism is dismantling the welfare state, which was the result of working class struggles. On the other hand, neoliberalism is a requirement for globalized production, which today via taxes on the relatively high wages in the global north made possible by the low wages in the global south has become necessary in order to maintain the welfare state. In other words, the relationship between the labor aristocracy and capital is ambivalent. On the global level, the labor aristocracy still benefits from the capitalist order, but on the national level, it must fight harder and harder to receive its share. It wishes to preserve capitalism, but in a form that protects its privileges. This is becoming increasingly difficult. One consequence is that members of the labor aristocracy have largely abandoned any working class identity. They see themselves, first and foremost, as citizens of a privileged nation-state. This explains their deserting social democratic parties and veering toward the political right. But doing so offers no solution to their problems. Right-wing nationalism is as dependent on global capital as traditional social democracy was. The future will be characterized by two main class alliances among the privileged citizenry of the imperialist countries. One brings together those at the bottom of the hourglass, troubled sections of the middle class, and the national conservative factions of capital. The other brings together transnational capital, the upper middle class, and skilled workers in niche sectors. The power-sharing agreement between capital and labor will continue to create tensions. The parasite state and the labor aristocracy are far from the final expressions of these tensions, which will intensify with capitalism's structural crisis. Capital needs to lower wages to secure profits. With respect to class struggle in the global north, we must distinguish those forces that only want to protect their share of the imperialist cake from those that interact with class struggles in the global south. If we ignore these contradictions within the working classes of the global north, our analysis of the parasite state and the labor aristocracy will be incomplete. It is not enough to wait for the workers of the south to overthrow capitalism. We revolutionaries in the global north must contribute to making this possible. I will now, in the book's concluding chapter, look at how this might be done. Chapter 12. Visions and Strategies. Optimism and Pessimism. In the last decades, there has been widespread pessimism in the global north concerning the possibilities of radical change. This is understandable given previous failures to establish socialism and the decline of worldwide anti-capitalist resistance during the 1980s. In the 1970s, we were probably too optimistic. But that was understandable, too. Millions of people wanted revolution, and revolutionary uprisings had been shaking the Third World for 50 years. The people of Vietnam had defeated the US superpower. In 1968, revolutionary uprisings reached the First World. The subjective revolutionary forces were strong, but we underestimated capitalism's ability to turn the tide and retaliate with a successful economic, political, and military offensive. Capital was not out of options yet. Neoliberalism ushered in a golden age for capitalism. It seemed that we had reached the end of history. But we hadn't. Today, the system is in crisis. The objective conditions for change are good, and change will come. The question is what kind of change? Right now, it is populist right-wing movements that profit from the crisis. Nationalism, racism, fundamentalism, and fascism are on the rise. The problem for revolutionaries is the subjective forces. Pessimism gets in the way of revolutionary hope. There is no point in fighting, capitalism is invincible, capitalism survives every crisis, all attempts to establish socialism have ended in disaster, capitalism is the only realistic option, and so forth. The result is a cynical, defensive, and toothless critique of capital with no global perspective. Therefore, I choose optimism. When I say optimism, I don't mean naivete. It is not inevitable that history will throw capitalism into the dustbin and replace it with socialism. It is not simply a matter of time until the masses get it right. What I mean is realistic optimism, taking into account the structural economic, political, and ecological crisis and instability of global capitalism, as well as the hundreds of millions of new proletarians in the global south who have nothing to lose but their chains, and who are becoming ever more conscious of their own power. The global chains of production have created new economic contexts and new possibilities for resistance, both in the global south and the global north. Anti-imperialism no longer focuses on national liberation, as it did in the 1970s. Today, it focuses on economic liberation from global neoliberalism. This means that anti-imperialist struggles have a stronger anti-capitalist profile. The peoples of the global south want to liberate themselves from neoliberalism's exploitation by delinking from the capitalist world system and increasing South-South collaboration. Workplace struggles will intensify, which will lead to broad political struggles. The anti-imperialism of the future will have a clear class perspective. Revolutionaries living in the global north must be more than passive bystanders in this process. It is not enough for them to wait for the workers of the global south to do their magic. Economic and political conditions in the global north are changing, too. People feel the crisis. We have already seen this in Greece and Spain. By itself this doesn't guarantee any change for the better, but it opens up the possibility. Capitalism's structural problems won't disappear. We will see speculative bubbles, volatile property and stock markets, ideological and cultural conflicts, and increasing competition over resources such as water, clean air, food, and energy. The populations of the BRICS countries will demand higher living standards, which will threaten the profit rate and accumulation of global capital. There will be economic insecurity causing people to demand protectionist measures, which, in turn, will lead to political conflicts and crises of governance. Climate change, ecological disasters, and pandemics will become daily occurrences. In short, the future is very insecure for the state, capital, and regular people. Investment and consumption will decline. We have a tendency to believe that everything will always be the way it is now, but this won't be the case. To pretend that it will only makes matters worse. We are entering a dramatic era. In his prison cell, Antonio Gramsci predicted the rise of Italian fascism. The crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum a great variety of morbid symptoms appear. 605 This applies to the current situation. A threefold strategy. The demise of the national liberation movements with a socialist orientation and the collapse of the Soviet Union were not the end of socialism per se, but they proved that the road to socialism was long and windy. The same was true for capitalism, however. It first raised its head in the Italian city-states of the 15th century, but only established itself fully in England 400 years later. Furthermore, there is no guarantee that capitalism will be replaced by socialism. For instance, what if the right-wing forces of the global north go to war with the masses of the global south? But this is not the scenario I want to focus on here. I want to focus on the requirements for a positive outcome to the capitalist crisis. As we have seen, the objective conditions for change today are good. The problem is the subjective forces. Will they be able to develop the strategies and forms of organization we need? The three main questions we must consider are the following: what does economic and political revolution look like in a globalized world? How can we overcome the division of the global working class? And how do we redeem socialism's bad reputation? Globalization and revolution. From the times of Karl Marx until the 1920s, it was understood that the only realistic chance for a socialist revolution was a world revolution. Or, at least, a revolution in the world's most powerful countries. Lenin held this belief until his death in 1923. He thought that the Russian Revolution could only survive if revolutions in the most advanced capitalist countries would follow. But this did not happen. Nationalism had a stronger appeal. Across Europe, social democratic parties identified the interests of the working class with the interests of the nation. Eventually, nationalist sentiments grew strong in the Soviet Union as well. Nationalism was also a key factor in Third World liberation struggles. In fighting for their political independence, oppressed nations pitted a progressive nationalism against the reactionary nationalism of the imperialist nations. History proved Lenin right. The obstacles to building socialism in a capitalist world are enormous. This requires us to return to socialism's global ambitions, the only realistic ones. Of course, we cannot simply ignore the fact that our political reality is defined by nation-states. Our political actions and tactics must consider national conditions, but the long-term strategy must be a global one. The relationships between globalization, the nation-state, and revolution are not simply geographical. They concern power structures and require us to think revolution in a different way. Our analyses of power have centered too much on the state. Many of us believe that radical change comes from taking control of the state apparatus, despite the fact that the historical record shows that this is not the case. There are two reasons for this: the power of the state is constrained by the global economic order, and many of the most important power structures are reproduced by social interactions, not state institutions. The Soviet government was in power for 75 years, but the societies of the Soviet republics did not fundamentally change. This was even true for labor relations. Working in a factory in the Soviet Union was not fundamentally different from working in a factory in a capitalist country. Families, schools, and urban landscapes in the Soviet Union did not differ fundamentally from those in the capitalist world. And so forth. State power is geared toward repression and control rather than toward creation and renewal. It is a useful tool with which to rule but not a very useful tool with which to change people's norms and values. Since it is used to prevent revolution, it is important to seize state power to enable revolution, but the revolution itself must reach much further, otherwise it will be incomplete. The requirements of revolution are much less centralized and much more complex than state power. The power relations that must be revolutionized are embedded in everyday relations, in customs, perceptions, attitudes, etc. The revolutionary struggle is a struggle over defining what is true and false, what is good and evil. It is a struggle for the hearts of the people. It happens everywhere and can take many forms. To be revolutionaries, we must acknowledge this and be prepared. A divided working class. Capitalism has spread wage labor to all corners of the world. More and more of our social relations resemble wage relations. For most of us, wage labor is the defining aspect of our life. This also makes it one of the most important fields of political struggle. But we live in a divided world with a divided working class. Local struggles without a global perspective only serve narrow interests. The trade union movement is a case in point. The response of almost all trade unions to globalization has been to try to secure the best possible deal for the national working class. Most trade unions have abandoned any critique of capitalism. While the global division of labor has divided the working classes of the North from those of the South, the global chains of production tie them together. Workers in the global North and South are often employed by the same companies or corporate networks. This opens up possibilities for transnational resistance. It would make a huge difference for revolutionary perspectives if the trade union movement had a strategy that matched that of finance capital and the transnational corporations. What if ITUC, as a world trade union, took on the WTO? This, of course, would require trade unions that were not afraid to leave the terrain of narrow nationally defined interests and enter the terrain of world politics. It would imply not simply fighting for better wages but also for workers' control and the involvement of trade unions in the organization of labor, in discussing ecological questions, in decisions about which new technologies to develop, etc. Ideally, labor struggles would involve alliances with social movements strong enough to challenge neoliberalism's hegemony. If we want to create a more equal world, wages must be adjusted globally. The international trade union movement is demanding guaranteed minimum wages in the global South. This is an important step, but the struggle must not end there. There must be a demand for equal global wages. Only an international trade union movement based on global solidarity can make such a demand. It is a very simple one, asking for nothing but fairness and justice. Unequal exchange is the result of unequal pay for work of equal value. It is unfair and unjust to pay people less simply because they live in a different country. We must apply the same principle we apply to gender. A woman must not be paid less if she's doing the same type of work as a man simply because she's a woman. It might seem unrealistic to demand equal global wages. Would this not make the economic world system collapse? Would it not lead to more consumption and, in turn, to even more ecological destruction? In the end, it all depends on political will. Market forces are not laws of nature that we have to adapt to, no matter the sacrifice. Market forces are made by humans, and humans can change them, for example, by bringing production and distribution under democratic control. Even within the confines of global capitalism, wages across the globe could be more equal if politicians wanted to have it that way. We are certainly able to change our lifestyles and patterns of consumption. Quality of life and sustainability are not mutually exclusive. Struggling for equal wages and better working conditions for everyone on this planet does not mean abandoning the communist fight for the abolition of wage labor and an economy based on ability and need. But for this fight to be appealing, we must make the communist vision concrete. Apart from criticizing neoliberal wage labor, we need examples of how we can find different ways to produce what we need for a good life. This leads us directly to the third main question any future socialist politics needs to tackle: socialism's reputation. The socialist brand. In the 1970s, millions were ready to fight and die for socialism. Today, hardly anyone wants to talk about socialism. The argument that its potential is much greater than what we have seen so far doesn't convince many people. With neoliberalism, socialism has been pushed to the political sidelines. If we want it to once again be a serious contender on the battlefield of political ideas, we need to formulate new visions of socialist societies. For Marx, the questions of freedom and democracy were not primarily political questions, such as, are there free elections? Is there a free press? Are human rights being respected? For Marx, the key to freedom and democracy lay in social relationships, ranging from family life to the organization of production. In the global north, we fancy ourselves living in a democracy, but key factors in our lives, for example the economy, are not democratically controlled at all. Investments are based on private profit, workplaces are authoritarian and hierarchical, and the fruits of our labor are distributed unequally. The right to private ownership of the means of production contradicts democracy's most basic ideas. In actually existing socialism, democratic control of the economy meant socialization of the means of production. This, essentially, translated into the state owning them. Workers rarely felt that the factories they worked in were theirs. Regardless of the government's propaganda, the workers were not the state. Actually existing socialism never developed a proper socialist form of production. Instead, it became a competitor to capitalism. In a world dominated by capitalism, socialism could never come into its own. If socialism is about satisfying people's needs, then who can define these needs other than the people? It is crucial to create institutions and procedures that allow people to have an impact on the decisions that are relevant to their lives. Almost all people want to control their own lives, yet many have no interest in politics. This is telling. True democracy allows people to have an influence on what their workplaces and neighborhoods look like. There is a need for the repoliticization of everyday life. Representative politics need to be replaced by participatory politics. This would make it obvious how mutually dependent the individual and the community are. It would teach us to compromise as well as to formulate common goals. The exact form participatory politics takes would depend on local conditions. The Zapatistas provide us with one concrete example. If local conditions are the only ones that matter, though, the resulting politics can easily become reactionary. The local must always be connected to the global. Some economic decisions must be made at a central level by representative assemblies, for example, if they concern the general relationship between production and consumption, or the focus of investments. Whether a local, regional, national, or global assembly is required to make the decision depends on the scope of the question. What is important is to consider the needs and interests of those most affected. This is part of a socialist vision. If we want to redeem socialism and turn it into a popular brand once again, we must develop concrete and viable ideas about how to govern and produce in a socialist society. We must move from the ideological plane to the practical one. Short, medium, and long term. 606. How do we develop the politics and strategies necessary to move towards socialism? In my opinion, we need to consider three different time frames. 1. The short term. 2. The medium term. 3. The long term. Regarding the short term, we need to look at the governments, political parties, and social movements that currently exist. We need to look at our lifestyles and patterns of consumption. Eating, working, shopping. We live our lives in the short term. We decide who to vote for in the next elections. We try to figure out what the most important political questions are, and what we want to discuss with our friends and colleagues. We think about whether we should participate in a particular demonstration or strike. Should we join a political organization? Or pursue a professional career instead? Globally, short-term politics will be framed by the proletariat of the global south demanding a bigger piece of the pie, working-class people in the north defending the welfare state, and capital trying to defend its global power. The medium term is the most interesting from a strategic perspective. Here, militants can make a crucial difference if they find the most effective forms of organizing and develop the right ideas to move forward. Sadly, the medium term has long been neglected by the left. There are often heated discussions about both the short term and the long term, but the strategic dimension of political struggle has fallen through the cracks. Yet, the correct strategy will decide whether capitalism's crisis will result in socialism or something much worse. Regarding the long term, I see two possibilities. The first is a positive outcome of the capitalist crisis with more equality and democracy in the world. The second is a negative outcome of the crisis with a world that is fragmented, plagued by violent conflict, and defined by exclusionary national, cultural, and religious identities. States will be authoritarian, and there will be brutal exploitation. Our visions and strategies are what will make the difference. The short term. Our short-term political work tends to be mainly defensive. We try to prevent things from getting worse and defend what we have. Our politics become opportunistic and we often choose the lesser of two evils. In the here and now, people know what their needs are and what they want. Future promises count for very little if immediate needs remain unfulfilled. On the basis of such politics, however, we cannot change the system. This is especially true in the global north. In the global south, struggles for better living conditions can be tied to demands for radical changes in the long term. In the global north, short-term interests are impossible to align with radical politics in the south, not even with viable medium-term strategies in the global north itself. Even establishing a strong international trade union movement, for example, could contradict short-term interests. If we only focus on the short term, it will be difficult to reach a proper understanding of capitalism's crisis. In recent years, we have seen the electoral success of some new populist left-wing parties, such as Syriza in Greece and Podemos in Spain. In the short term, this might alleviate some of the most urgent problems faced by the people of those countries, but in the medium and long term, it won't make much of a difference. Attempts to restore the welfare state are destined to fail. We no longer live in the 1970s. Besides, none of these parties shows any interest in struggles in the global south. Their constituencies include some people with radical ideas, but also many who are simply tired of the traditional parties. Left-wing populist parties have great difficulties delivering on their promises once they come to power. If they really put pressure on capital, the market will punish them and a recession will follow. They will be forced into compromises that will frustrate both their radical and their reformist followers. The power of global capital strongly limits the possibilities of left-wing populism. There can only be radical change if the relief of immediate problems is tied to medium-term and long-term perspectives. The goal is not to solve the crisis of capitalism in Greece or Spain, or in the United States, for that matter. The goal is not a return to welfare capitalism. The goal is to find solutions beyond capitalism. Many on the left seem to have forgotten that an economic and political crisis opens up revolutionary possibilities. We don't need to long for a crisis and the related suffering of millions of people, but we need to be prepared for it. We need to be able to fight the crisis by suggesting a radically different mode of production. This is not just the only revolutionary solution, it is the only real solution, since nothing else can end capitalism's crisis. Reforms will only perpetuate it. Did Greece benefit from negotiations with the EU? Radical changes ideally, based on collaboration with left-wing forces in the Balkans, Turkey, and across the Mediterranean would have certainly been more rewarding. There will be periods in the coming years when it seems that capitalism has recovered. But they won't last long. We are past the point where capitalism, as a historical system, can survive. The medium term. Medium-term politics consists of developing strategies, practices, and organizations able to bring capitalism's structural crisis to a positive end. We need to understand the most important of capitalism's contradictions so as to be as effective as possible in our political work. This requires knowledge, experience, analysis, discussion among militants, ideas with broad appeal, grassroots organizing, and popular alliances. We cannot rely on the top-down organization of the state. We need movements that have enough strength and cohesion to act effectively on their own, but that are still willing to collaborate with others. Short-term politics are characterized by compromise, medium-term politics are not. Their primary goal is not to alleviate immediate problems but to make long-term radical change possible. This does not make medium-term politics less realistic. Their realism, however, is not one of opportunism but of building a different world. It is difficult to find broad support for radical politics in the global north. People have too many vested interests in the current system to wish for its demise. Due to their strategic significance for the imperialist order, however, struggles in the belly of the beast are of crucial importance. With right-wing populism on the rise, we face a situation where conflicts between imperialist powers might once again dominate global politics. Anti-imperialists in the north will be a minority, but an important one. Members of the labor aristocracy and the middle class can commit class suicide, even if this contradicts their objective interests. History provides many such examples. There has been radical First World support for the struggles in Vietnam, Palestine, South Africa, and Chile. We must avoid the illusion, however, that a bit of education will radically change the outlook of the labor aristocracy as a whole. The coming decades will be characterized by economic instability and military conflicts. In the global north, if even 5 to 10% of the population end up working for radical change in the world system, it will make a huge difference for the struggles in the global south. Breaking the chains of imperialism will become significantly easier. Many people in the global north will regard this as treason against their nation, or even their class. Governments are already criminalizing international solidarity with socialist movements, as support of alleged terrorists. The political groups I was organized in during the 1970s and 80s focused a lot on the question of where you don't find revolutionary potential. Our specific targets were the working classes of the First World. This was not exactly geared toward mobilizing people, but it helped us advance what we deemed crucial, namely support for anti-imperialist movements in the Third World. The global perspective remains important. The global nature of the capitalist system requires that we understand class formation and economic development around the world in order to be effective in our political work. We must identify the movements and organizations most likely to challenge capitalism, and the most promising forms of political action. The struggle of the new proletariat in the global south is expressed in resistance at the workplace, the emergence of social movements, its organization in political parties, and other forms. There are still some progressive governments that back these efforts, too. There is always a need for concrete material support, but political support is needed, as well. Developments in China, with its economic and political importance, are of particular interest. Collaboration with militants in China must be based on an understanding of the particular conditions of their struggle. The Chuang Collective, which documents and discusses anti-capitalist resistance in China on its blog, explains this as follows. When a group of workers go on strike in China, for example, few Europeans learn about it until the strike is over, and even if it's still going on, there is no way for the latter to donate to a strike fund without seriously increasing risk to workers and networks facilitating the transaction. The transnationality of companies involved in such struggles points to the possibility of transnational proletarian actions and networks that could actually pressure such companies. Boycotts attempting to support Chinese strikes, such as those of Yuyun footwear workers in 2014. At least, took Chinese workers' initiative as their starting point, attempting to foment international proletarian support, but their limitation to boycotts of retail outlets prevented the sentiment from developing beyond small symbolic actions. This sort of action would be more effective if it spread to choke points along the global supply chain from manufacture to retail. This would require communication among logistics workers that is currently lacking, although there have been promising developments among warehouse workers in Italy, for example. Main limitations seem to be the lack of awareness and concrete connections among workers of different countries and even among workplaces of the same companies in the same country. China is at the forefront of new security mechanisms aimed at forestalling such transnational proletarian solidarity facilitated by China's own integration into the global market. At the same time, that integration cannot function without connecting proletarians across national borders in some way, and Chinese workers have become particularly savvy on the internet, with a few worker activists seeking and distributing information about struggles in other countries and utilizing their international connections to support domestic struggles. For proletarians outside of China, we would like to emphasize that, in the 21st century, everyone is connected to China to some extent. Especially with regard to the prospects of communist revolution, Chinese proletarians will be central in one way or another due to the central role of China and Chinese workers in the global economy, not to mention the sheer size of the Chinese population. This means that, if we want to play a role in any movement aspiring to supersede capitalism, we must develop personal relationships with Chinese workers and improve our understanding of Chinese conditions and history, going beyond the mythology fed to us by friend and foe alike. 607. Radical anti-capitalist resistance in countries such as China, India, South Africa, and Brazil has much more revolutionary potential than national liberation had 40 years ago. These countries are no longer at the periphery of the global economy. Enormous value is created in the global South and consumption in the North has become dependent on it. The coming revolutionary movements of the global South will have an enormous impact everywhere. Coordinated actions between workers in the global South and the North will be possible. For instance, when the former protest working conditions at particular workplaces, the latter can boycott brands whose goods are manufactured there. And so forth. A big question is what political and economic relations in the global North will look like once unequal exchange is gone. We will without doubt become materially poorer. This, however, does not mean that our lives will be poorer. They might quite likely be richer if based on principles other than consumption and growth. In any case, there is no point in waiting until global wealth has been redistributed to live according to socialist principles. This can and must begin right now. Fair trade must not remain a consumer choice but become a guiding principle in international relations. We must be willing to pay higher prices for goods produced in the global South. It will require us to consume less and differently than today. Some of the goods we consume we might even produce ourselves again. A transformation like this can only be based on values that focus on community instead of private consumption, and on commons instead of private property. Let us take two important institutions as examples, universities and hospitals. 20 years ago, there was a consensus within all political camps in Western Europe that these institutions were not to be ruled by markets or the profit motive. Today, privatization has become commonplace. Contrary to what neoliberal ideologues try to make us believe, there are alternatives. Public transportation can stay truly public, finance and banking can be under community control, and medicines can be produced according to people's needs rather than those of corporations. People across the globe would benefit from curbing financial speculation, increasing corporate taxes, and closing tax havens. To campaign around these issues is an important step toward a more just economy and gives us an idea of what the economy of the future could look like. It would be naive to think that the ruling classes will simply accept this. NATO will be a key actor in the coming military conflicts. War has always been tied to imperialism. Opposition to it has always been part of anti-imperialism. This concerns both feuds between imperialist countries and aggression against the global South. Militants in the global North must weaken imperialism's home base. This will not be popular with parts of the working class, but anti-war campaigns have the capacity to unite different sections of the population. A crucial issue is opposition to NATO bases in the global south. The current wave of right-wing populism in the global north might lead to fascist regimes if the crisis of capitalism worsens. Once in power, right-wing populism controls the military and police, it exerts pressure on courts, media, and educational institutions, forcing them to get in line. Police and intelligence services received more power and human and technical resources during the War on Terror. Their priorities and focus can change quickly. We need be prepared to engage a hostile state, practically and organizationally. Avoiding or mitigating such eventualities requires strong anti-fascist movements. The Nazis rose to power in Germany via parliamentary elections. For far too long, Social Democrats and Communists lacked unity in resisting them. It is important to create broad alliances in the fight against right-wing populism and fascism. Sectarianism only weakens the resistance. Under global neoliberalism, money and commodities flow freely, but people, especially the poor, are prevented from crossing borders, no matter whether they flee from war, natural disaster, poverty, or political repression. Migrants and refugees are seen as a burden and a menace, and locked out. The borders to the global north are tragic symbols of militarized state violence based on racism and national chauvinism. Racism and national chauvinism have long been used to divide the global working class. The fight against them must be an essential part of any anti-imperialist politics. We must demand people's freedom of movement and the principle that no one is illegal, not as a humanitarian gesture toward migrants and refugees, but because it is demanded by justice. The migration we see today is a result of imperialism. People make their way to the global north because imperialism from its colonial to its neoliberal phase has destroyed people's livelihoods in the global south. Numerous anti-racist and migrant solidarity projects have been established in the global north. They must be strengthened and expanded. The critical question, however, is whether they will establish links and build a common front with movements in the global south. In Chapter 11, I discuss the factors that John Foran considers necessary for a revolution to succeed. They included a strong culture of resistance and a window of opportunity for change in the global political system. Unrest in one country often leads to unrest in other countries. This is a consequence of a global political system built on nation-states. It means that transnational alliances of like-minded movements will constitute a central factor for effective resistance. Cultures of resistance can inspire others, in the same way that the revolution in Russia, the resistance in Vietnam, and the experiment in Chiapas have inspired others. The impact that a particular culture of resistance can have depends on its ability to build alliances and to develop its own social institutions. Psychological factors such as determination, sacrifice, and courage are also of great importance. Social movements can help each other with material resources and know-how. They can keep the state occupied and create a window of opportunity for change. Such a window appears whenever a superpower is troubled by internal conflict, lacks a proper analysis of the political situation, or loses control of social developments. The result is that its ability to repress revolutionary forces is diminished. A culture of resistance and the opening of a window for change reinforce one another. Strong cultures of resistance can force a window to open, and an opened window reinforces cultures of resistance. Today, 10 years into capitalism's latest crisis, we have numerous movements critical of neoliberalism, but there is no clear common strategy, and certainly no leadership. The motivation for anti-imperialist resistance in the global north differs from that in the global south. In the north, being an anti-imperialist is something you can choose, depending on your personal circumstances and political convictions. This results in a high turnover among anti-imperialist militants and in organizations that don't last. In the global south, anti-imperialist resistance is directly related to everyday struggles against oppression and exploitation. The struggle in the south must guide and radicalize the struggle in the north. Discussions about unity and outreach, or about vertical and horizontal organization, are common within the left. The organizations I belonged to had strong unity but little outreach. We did not prioritize alliances. Today, I am convinced that it is neither realistic nor desirable to have 1. Revolutionary organization leading the way. The days of the Comintern are long gone. We need organizations able to combine the Bolsheviks' efficiency and strategic thinking with the broad alliances many social movements are able to build. There is no contradiction between autonomy and community. We can and must make space for both. We must also acknowledge both centralized and decentralized forms of power. Seizing state power is necessary for radical change, but it is not sufficient. Capitalism does not simply rest on the power of institutions, but also on that of social relations, norms, values, and customs. The generation that has grown up with neoliberalism carries it in its blood. The struggle to change social relations, norms, values, and customs must both precede and follow taking control of the state. The long term. A new world order will not fall from the sky. Many attempts will be required to establish it, and there will be many setbacks. The transition from pre-capitalist modes of production to capitalist ones took centuries. When socialist visions were first elaborated in the 19th century, they focused on Europe. It was in the developed capitalist countries that the revolutionary showdown would occur, and the colonies would become free as a consequence. This is the idea of socialist world revolution outlined in the Communist Manifesto. It was shattered during World War I, when Europe's social democrats abandoned internationalism for imperialism. The Russian Revolution shifted the focus of world revolution to the East, but with capitalism staunchly entrenched at the core it was difficult to change the world system. Lenin knew this, and was very concerned about the survival of the Russian Revolution. In China, establishing socialism was always seen as a lengthy process rather than a sudden event. The Chinese communists understood that class struggle would continue even in socialist countries, as long as the world economy remained capitalist. The Soviet government decided to ignore this, which contributed to the Soviet Union's downfall. We will see what will happen in China. The current global situation is defined by the crisis of neoliberal capitalism and the decline of U.S. hegemony. The world as we know it is crumbling. Movements that seek to create a different world are fragmented and disoriented. The problem is, we are running out of time. We do not have another 100 years. Capitalism's forces have become destructive enough to threaten the entire ecosystem. Military arsenals are capable of destroying the planet. It is impossible to predict what is going to happen over the next 50 years. That will be decided in the conflicts that will characterize the chaotic period that lies ahead. The outcome might be a more equal and democratic world, or a system characterized by hierarchy and inequality. The latter could take the form of neo-feudalism, or of hostile mini-states ruled by elites and based on racial and cultural exclusion. We might also see a friendly fascism with a fair degree of equality among the world's top 20%, based on the oppression, control, and exploitation of the other 80% of the population. We cannot predict the future, but we need to have visions of it. They inspire us and fill us with hope, which is required so that we can face our short-term and medium-term challenges. They must sketch economic and political systems free from the problems we are facing today. We must understand history as a dynamic process. Early socialist theory identified capitalism's problems and outlined a society where these problems would be overcome. Proletarianization, factory work, modernization, and so on, were all aspects of capitalism but also tools enabling us to go beyond it. Today's globalization and information technologies are also results of capitalism as well as tools to supersede it. Globalization will lead to confrontations between the world's rich and poor countries that the capitalist imperialist system might not survive. Hopefully, the world will become more democratic and national conflicts will cease. Neoliberalism's focus on the individual will spawn new communal movements with respect for difference and autonomy. The paradox of global capitalism is that it has eliminated any credible explanation for human suffering, while it constantly reproduces it. We stand on the threshold of decisive struggles. The capitalist-imperialist offensive we have witnessed over the past 30 years is running out of steam. The capitalist-imperialist system's crises are becoming increasingly more difficult to contain. The stakes are high. Will the system self-destruct in an ecological or nuclear catastrophe, bringing down the whole world with it? Will it revamp itself in the form of a global apartheid system? Or will it yield to strong anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist movements? If the workers of the Global South break the global chains of production, it is the core countries of the world capitalist system that will scream. The global perspective. It is difficult to imagine that the unequal world we live in today will last much longer. The millions of new proletarians working for low wages and under hazardous conditions in the Global South will rise up. The new information and communications technologies have made global inequality and injustice visible for everyone to see. The new proletarians are not powerless. Capital needs them. China, India, and Brazil have become big players in the global economy, and their populations have a common interest in changing a system in which others reap the fruits of their labor. Future uprisings are inevitable, and they might sing capitalism's death song. This, however, demands organization. Only organized resistance can transform outrage and anger into a political practice that promises actual change. Whether the old organizations of the left communist parties and trade unions are up for the task remains to be seen. Their only chance is if they change and develop new socialist visions. A common front of the working classes of the Global South and North is a necessity. At the moment, this seems unlikely, however things can change rapidly. Capitalism's crisis will become deep enough to significantly affect people in the Global North, which will strengthen anti-capitalist movements in the imperialist center. Instead of rallying around either right-wing populism or left reformism, the working classes might rediscover their revolutionary legacy. If we follow John Foran, then the objective conditions for revolution are in place. Capitalism is in a structural crisis, the proletariat of the Global South demands social and economic liberation, and most countries of the Global South are ruled by repressive regimes eager to appease NATO and neoliberalism's transnational institutions. Revolutionary moments will come, this we know. What we do not know is what their outcome will be. Can the left organize effectively? Can it withstand the imperialist counteroffensive? Can it unite across national borders? Can it present visions of a better world? Can it develop viable strategies? Can it mobilize people? Can it convince them that they themselves can make the change they want to see? Future anti-imperialist struggles will be, first and foremost, anti-capitalist struggles. This will distinguish them from the anti-imperialist struggles of the 1970s, which were, first and foremost, nationalist struggles. The nation-state became less important at the end of the 20th century, and this has only increased the probability that the anti-capitalist struggles of the 21st century will be transnational. Capitalism's globalization has been one-sided. Only a minority has profited. The Global South remains exploited, and the societies of the Global North have become increasingly stratified. Capitalism has always divided the workforce, and people were exploited long before capitalism appeared. 608 Some ruling classes became so powerful that they were able to extend their rule to foreign territories. This follows an economic logic: capital cannot exploit a specific class indefinitely without jeopardizing the profit rate. Eventually, it needs to pay the workers more than subsistence wages in order to create a market with purchasing power. To compensate for the higher wages of workers at home, they have to find workers to pay less elsewhere. It is no coincidence that slaves were usually taken from foreign societies. Alleged differences in values, aspirations, and cultural habits have always been important to legitimize slavery. Enslaving your own quickly raises moral issues in a way that was not the case when Europeans worked African slaves to death, or when European settlers massacred indigenous communities. Divided labor markets are a continuation of this history. Racism has always played an important role for them. The color line justified the oppression and exploitation of a people considered inferior. The working classes of the imperialist countries largely accepted this. This legacy lives on in prejudices against foreigners and strangers today, particularly if they come from the global south. The North-South division of the labor market is reflected in the division of the domestic labor market in the countries of the global north. Southern migrants are distinguished from northern expats, and there is widespread segregation in housing and schooling. Racism can be toned down and expressed in less vulgar forms, but it is deeply ingrained in capitalist society and will exist as long as the division of the workforce exists. Some might say that this is inevitable, since human beings are selfish and always prone to taking advantage of those who are weaker, but such is not my opinion. The way humans act is determined by the social, political, and economic frameworks they act in. If we want humans to act differently, we need to change these frameworks. The reigning pessimism notwithstanding, this is not impossible. Capitalism itself provides the tools needed to overcome the us versus them mentality. Capitalism as a global system also brings people together. Once people become conscious of what they have in common, global revolutionary movements become a distinct possibility. Class identity will be more important than citizenship. Not the US, the UK, or any other nation-state will come first. Humanity will come first. We need to transcend national identity and become citizens of the world. This process is already underway. Images of our vulnerable green and blue planet in the midst of a dark galaxy symbolize our common fate. That we are all connected economically, politically, ecologically is becoming more and more obvious. We all know that state borders do not stop pollution, and the political, moral, and legal significance of universal human rights is impossible to deny. Capitalism's crisis is global. Historically, the term internationalism has been tied to nations and nationalities. It must be replaced by a notion that goes beyond national identity, a global solidarity between people, not nations. The coming decades will decide whether our future will be characterized by such solidarity or by military conflict and environmental destruction. The latter would have catastrophic consequences. The good news is that it is up to us to build the future. Capitalism's crisis will inevitably put radical change on the agenda. If we are strong enough and organized enough, the future will be promising rather than catastrophic. What we need most of all is a global perspective. Appendix I. Introduction to the Marxist Theory of Value. The driving force in capitalism is accumulation. Capital invests in order to create more capital. It is no coincidence that capitalism is synonymous with growth. Capital seeks to sell as many commodities as possible at the highest price. In order to do so, capital is dependent on the market, which can impose limits on how much capital is able to sell of a certain commodity. The market largely determines capital's access to raw materials, labor power, and buyers. How much profit capital can make out of a certain commodity depends on the number of competitors on the market. The restrictions that markets put on sales vary from one time and place to another. All historical forms of capitalism are expressions of the capitalist idea, but they have each had their own specific characteristics and power relations. Actually existing capitalism is the result of economic laws and social conditions. In the mid-19th century, Karl Marx set out to describe capitalism in all its facets. His multi-volume study, Capital, was the result. Due to the complexity of the subject matter, however, Marx only got halfway through his analysis. He never properly outlined theories of the state, the world market, international trade, or imperialism. The first theory of the world market in the spirit of capital was formulated 100 years later by Argyri Emanuel. Emanuel referred to value transfer from one country to another as unequal exchange. It is important to outline Marx's understanding of value in order to understand transnational forms of exploitation. Commodities. Marx's analysis of capitalist accumulation is based on an analysis of commodity production. The accumulation of capital requires humans to believe that their needs can only be satisfied by commodities. Commodification is for capitalism what cells are for living organisms. It is the DNA that we find in all capitalist societies, from a simple exchange of goods on a medieval town square to today's global market. A commodity has two forms of value, use value and exchange value. Its use value defines its ability to satisfy a physical or psychological need. Its exchange value defines what it can be traded for. A commodity is produced by human labor for exchange. Whether something is a commodity does not depend on physical qualities but on economic relationships. The ultimate test is the market. Whatever can be sold is a commodity. Having exchange value is what unites all commodities. Their production, however, is based on human labor. The exchange of commodities therefore implies concrete social relationships between producers and buyers. It is not simply an exchange of objects or things, even if it may appear so. Both use value and exchange value are reflected in labor. Use value relates to the concrete labor necessary to produce, carpeting, plumbing, etc. Use value and concrete labor are qualitative in nature and satisfy needs. Exchange value relates to abstract labor, which is quantitative in nature, measuring the time, energy, knowledge, and experience needed to produce. When a commodity receives its exchange value in comparison with other commodities, these aspects of labor become relevant. Of particular importance is the socially necessary labor time, which is the time required for the production of a commodity based on the average quality and intensity of labor as well as the technological development available for production. Simple commodity production. What Marx calls simple commodity production belongs to the pre-capitalist era. Commodities were produced before the dawn of capitalism. Both slave and feudal societies produced commodities for markets. Early forms of commodity production were tied to individual producers who owned the means of production themselves. The exploitation of others in the form of wage labor was not yet a characteristic economic feature. There was slavery and serfdom, but labor power was not a commodity. Primitive accumulation. During a long process, from the end of the 15th to the 19th century, capitalism replaced simple commodity production as the main form of production. Marx calls the period during which feudalism dissolved, while the requirements for the capitalist mode of production were created, primitive accumulation. Primitive. Because capitalism could not become dominant based on its own laws of accumulation. The initial capital was not created by capitalist exploitation of wage labor, but by plunder and robbery. I have described this above in connection with colonialism. But acquiring the initial capital was not the only requirement for capitalism's breakthrough. The creation of a proletariat was another. What was needed was a class of workers who were free in two senses of the word. Free to sell their labor power, and free from property. Two general classes appeared, the bourgeoisie, owning capital and the means of production, and the proletariat, with nothing but its labor power to sell. Labor power was now turned into a commodity. A process of proletarianization was set in motion that continues to this day, particularly in the global south. Value and price. Labor power is not a regular commodity. Its price, the wage, is determined by various factors. Marx distinguished between two major ones, labor power's reproduction costs, and what he called the historical and moral element. The reproduction costs of labor power relate to the costs that are necessary to keep the working class alive, fit to work, and able to have children who become new workers. In simple terms, they are the costs necessary for food, clothes, and shelter. When a worker receives a wage that covers only the bare minimum of what is necessary, it is called a subsistence wage. The historical and moral element was explained by Marx in the following way. On the other hand, the number and extent of his so-called necessary wants, as also the modes of satisfying them, are themselves the product of historical development, and depend therefore to a great extent on the degree of civilization of a country, more particularly on the conditions under which, and consequently on the habits and degree of comfort in which, the class of free laborers has been formed. In contradistinction therefore to the case of other commodities, there enters into the determination of the value of labor power a historical and moral element. Nevertheless, in a given country, at a given period, the average quantity of the means of subsistence necessary for the laborer is practically known. 609. The historical and moral element is therefore a product of class struggle. It is of great importance for the wage level in capitalism, and together with the limited international mobility of labor helps explain the enormous differences in wages globally. The use value of labor power, its ability to create surplus value, is not affected by these differences. Why should a dock worker in Esbjerg, Denmark, create more value than an equally qualified dock worker in Shanghai, simply because their wage is 25 times higher? Instead, the wage is dependent on national and global class relations. It is the result of norms, rules, laws, and not least the result of trade union efforts with regard to working hours, minimum wages, overtime pay, collective bargaining, and so on. Within countries, especially imperialist ones, there is a tendency for wages to balance out. Globally, the differences remain huge. 610. The price of labor power, the wage, is relatively stable over time, but it varies significantly from place to place. The price for other commodities varies significantly over time, but is relatively stable from place to place. The prices for copper and wheat go up and down almost daily, but they do so across the world. There is a world market price for every commodity except labor power. The circulation of capital. Labor power is a special commodity in other ways, too. For the capitalist, the use value of labor power consists of its producing commodities whose exchange value exceeds the costs of the raw materials and the labor power required to produce them. In order to exploit labor power in this way, capitalists must own means of production. They must invest in workshops and factories, machines, raw materials, and so on. This is called constant capital, because its value remains unaffected during the process of accumulation. The labor power that the capitalist buys is called variable capital, because it is used to create value that exceeds its own. 611. The circulation of capital is divided into the sphere of production and the sphere of circulation. In the latter, commodities are bought and sold. Both spheres are dependent on one another. There is no circulation without production, and there is no point in producing without circulation. The first phase of the circulation of capital consists of capitalists acquiring means of production and buying labor power. The second phase consists of using the means of production and the labor power purchased to produce commodities. The capitalist must be able to sell the commodities at a price that exceeds the expenses that were incurred during the first phase. The value of labor power and the value created by it must not be confused. The latter must be higher than the former. Surplus value comes only from variable capital. The raw materials used might change form. For example, leather is turned into shoes, but they don't create extra value. The third phase of the circulation of capital consists of trading commodities. In this phase, the capitalist collects the surplus value created in the production process. He must be able to sell the commodities that have been produced on the market at a price that includes both the expenses for constant and variable capital plus the surplus value that can be used to either start the circulation of capital anew, or to consume. 612. Figure 8 below illustrates this. Surplus value. What distinguished Marx's analysis of capitalism from those of his contemporaries was the way in which he tied exploitation to the creation of surplus value. Surplus value is the value created by the worker that exceeds the value of their own labor power. Technically, we can divide the workday into two periods, 1, in which the worker reproduces the value of their labor power, and another, in which they create surplus value. 613 The rate of surplus value depends on the extent of the second period. The following formula shows the relationship between the value of labor power and surplus value. The rate of surplus value therefore indicates the level of exploitation of labor power. Constant capital is not a relevant factor here. How much of it is used in production has no significance for the rate of surplus value. Profit. Surplus value in itself is of no interest to the capitalist. The capitalist is interested in profit. Profit does not depend on surplus value, but on the production costs in general, or, what is called the cost price. 614 How the cost price is divided between constant capital and variable capital is of no interest to the capitalist either. Marx writes in the third book of Capital. In its assumed capacity of offspring of the aggregate advanced capital, surplus value takes the converted form of profit. 615 The relation between the surplus value and the total capital used for production defines the profit rate, as illustrated in Table 3 below. The profit rate depends both on the rate of surplus value, and on the relation between constant and variable capital. A rise in surplus value brings a rise in the profit rate. The relation between constant and variable capital is called capital's organic composition. It is dependent on the relationship between labor power and the means of production. This relationship varies from industry to industry. Capital has low organic composition if variable capital makes up a big part of total capital, and high organic composition if constant capital makes up a big part of total capital. An example of an industry with a high organic composition of capital is the petrochemical industry, which relies largely on constant capital. An example of an industry with a low organic composition of capital is the textile industry, which relies largely on variable capital. The following table, considering the rate of surplus value and the turnover time, illustrates the relation between capital's organic composition and the profit rate. 616 The higher the organic composition, the lower the profit rate, the lower the organic composition, the higher the profit rate. Formation of the average rate of profit. As Table 3 shows, capitals of the same size but with different organic compositions can, in theory, generate very different rates of surplus value and, therefore, very different profit rates. This, however, is not what happens in practice. Otherwise, capital would flock to industries with a low organic composition, yet this is not the case. We know that the average, long-term profit rates of different industries are very similar. But why? Capital always drifts toward those industries promising the highest profits. If there is increased demand for the products of a certain industry, their prices will rise, and, in turn, so will the profit rate. This attracts capital formerly invested in other industries and leads to a growth of this particular industry. Often the consequence is overproduction and oversupply, falling prices, a lower profit rate, and capital moving on. Unequal profit rates between different industries cause the constant movement of capital and balance out the industry's average rates of profit. In other words, competing capitals ensure that the average, long-term profit rates of different industries are very similar. This also means that a given amount of capital will, in the long run, create similar profit, no matter what industries it is invested in or how it is divided between constant and variable capital. The original value of commodities is converted into a price of production. The price of production of a commodity consists of the cost price plus the average profit in relation to the capital used in its production. This can be summarized in the following formula. Price of production equals cost price plus. The price of production must not be confused with the market price, which it is only coincidentally equal to. The market price is the price a commodity is actually sold for on the market. Market prices are adjusted by supply and demand. Therefore, the price of production of a particular commodity is not the same as its value. but the combined price of production of all commodities is the same as the combined value of all commodities. Also, combined profits are the same as the combined surplus value created in production. The goal for each commodity is to reach a market price that consists of its production cost plus the average rate of profit. This allows production, and therefore the accumulation of capital, to continue. Let us see how the average rate of profit impacts the numbers in the table above. If we put total capital at 100, and the rate of surplus value consistently at 100%, and if we assume that the total capital will circulate, then the new numbers indicate the average rate of profit. As Table 4 indicates, the amount of labor power required in different industries, and therefore the organic composition of capitals as well as surplus value, differ widely. But surplus values can move from one industry to another. When profits are distributed, surplus value is transferred from industries with a low organic composition to industries with a high organic composition. As stated above, this is of no relevance for capitalists. But for a Marxist analysis of capitalism, it is important to account for this transfer. Some economists have called this transfer unequal exchange, but this must not be confused with Emmanuel's use of the term. To speak of unequal exchange in this context can be misleading, because there is no equal exchange in capitalism. The value transfer described above is inherent in the logic of capital. The fact that the profit rate is distributed among all industries, so that capitalists can make profits in each of them, is a key aspect of capitalist production. It allows capitalists to compete on the market and to strengthen the productive forces. If commodities were priced according to their value, instead of according to the price of production, investments in mechanization would come to a halt. Capitalists would only invest in labor-intensive industries with much variable capital and a low organic composition. The pharmaceutical industry would disappear, and woodcutting would prosper. In a developed capitalist country, labor is mobile enough to guarantee that the rate of surplus value will be similar across different industries. Market prices of commodities depend on the price of production, not their value or cost price. But things look different globally. The world market. There is insufficient mobility of labor for the rate of surplus value to be balanced globally. The opposite is the case. At the same time, the mobility of capital, especially since the end of World War II and the era of decolonization, is sufficient for the prices of production to balance out globally. The key factors for price formation on the world market are unequal wages and therefore an enormous difference in the rate of surplus value between imperialist and exploited countries, as well as comparable profit rates worldwide. Unequal exchange in international trade. Let us see what this means for Marx's theory of the formation of prices of production, using tables v.1 and v.2. We have two countries with identical rates of surplus value, identical profit rates, and identical organic composition of industries. Unequal organic composition can therefore not be the cause for a possible value transfer. Value and price of production are the same. Capital also circulates at the same rate in both countries. In table v.1, the rate of surplus value and the profit rate are equal. Both countries are at the same level of development. In table v.2, however, wages in country A have risen by 50%, which leads to less exploitation and less surplus value. This has consequences for the exchange of commodities between the two countries. The labor power used is still the same, as is the value of production, but the price of labor power has changed. This changes the rate of surplus value in country A, as well as the prices of production. Were commodities with a value of 300 points each to be exchanged between the two countries, the wage difference of 50% leads to unequal exchange. Instead of 300, we have 333 and 1/3, 266 and 2/3. Country B loses 33 and 1/3 value points, while country A gains them. The exchange puts country A ahead of country B by 66 and 2/3 value points. The rise in wages by 50% in country A means that the profit rate falls from 50% to 33.13%. This is the way in which value is transferred from low-wage countries to high-wage countries. Unequal exchange in global chains of production. Argyri Emanuel formulated his theory of unequal exchange in the context of critiquing David Ricardo's classical liberal theory of foreign trade. In short, Ricardo suggested that if all countries produced what was best and cheapest, and then exchanged goods freely, we would all benefit. But Ricardo's theory is largely irrelevant today, and a modern-day understanding of unequal exchange requires different reference points. Given the global chains of production, it is probably most useful to formulate a theory of unequal exchange in the context of neoliberal price formation. According to liberal economic theory, the price of a commodity is determined by supply and demand. If the market price does not cover the production costs plus the average rate of profit, the commodity will no longer be produced. If the market still demands it, however, its price will rise and producing it will once again become profitable. In a global chain of production starting with design and planning in the global north, passing through manufacturing in the global south, and ending with branding, marketing, and sale in the north, the production cost of a commodity takes on the form of a happy smiley. The labor in the north, in the beginning and at the end, adds much to the price, the labor in the south little. If the same process is analyzed from a Marxist perspective, however, the focus will be on value production, not price production, which means that the smiley will be sad, little contribution in the north, much contribution in the south. The explanation for the difference between price and value is the difference in how we measure labor power. The price curve focuses on the price of labor power, the wage; the value curve focuses on labor itself. 61. 7. Exploitation. It is human labor that creates value, and it is surplus labor that creates surplus value, while it is the market that distributes the value created by human labor between industries and countries. Among capitalists, the average rate of profit balances out. Value is transferred from industries with low organic composition to industries with high organic composition. Finance and trade capital can acquire value without being involved in production at all. Between capitalists and workers, the distribution of value follows a simple principle: profit for the capitalists, wages for the workers. Between countries, the distribution depends on the relationship between the wage and the market price of commodities. Relatively high wages in the global north can buy relatively cheap commodities, containing relatively high value, from the global south. We can neither touch nor see value and surplus value. We can only touch and see the commodities that have value. But the effects of surplus value bring well-being to some and poverty to others. Value and surplus value are based on social relationships. Surplus value can be measured in labor time, but it is not a quality physically embedded in commodities. As Karl Marx put it, so far no chemist has ever discovered exchange value either in a pearl or a diamond. 618 Value is moved, distributed, and allocated as a consequence of competition and class struggle. Capitalist exploitation is not exclusively tied to production. In the Marxist theory of value, exchange is of central importance. One cannot explain the relationship between use value and exchange value without analyzing exchange and the social relationships it entails. Without exchange, human labor would not appear as the basis of value. Here, labor is the only possible measuring stock. A theory of value entails a theory of price formation. The transformation of value into price occurs on the market, in other words, in exchange. If we look at value only in the realm of production, we turn value into an essence that flows from the minds and bodies of workers into the commodities they produce. But, as we have seen, value is the result of social relationships. Exploitation occurs throughout the entire circulation of capital, that is, during the production of commodities as much as during their exchange. Surplus value is created in production, but it is acquired and distributed in exchange. The fact that people are involved in production doesn't necessarily mean that they are exploited or that they are exploiting others. Wage labor is a necessary precondition for capitalist exploitation but not a sufficient one. Exploitation depends on the concrete relationship between labor and surplus labor. If due to their wage people can acquire more value than they have created, then they are not exploited but they exploit. Already in 1857, Marx discussed in Grundriss that workers can draw an advantage from the work of other workers. This happens when the goods some workers produce are sold for less than their value and consumed by other workers who can afford them because of the wages they are paid. He wrote, as regards the other workers, the case is entirely the same, they gain from the depreciated commodity only in relation as they consume it, relative to the size of their wage, which is determined by necessary labor. 619 Today, the wages of some workers are high enough to acquire value that other workers have created. Whether someone earns $5 million a year, for example a CEO, or $60 a year, for example a skilled worker, changes the extent of the value transfer, but not its nature. Exploitation between countries. In its most basic form, exploitation means the appropriation of someone else's labor. An individual can exploit another individual in the same way that a country can exploit another country. The products of human labor are goods and services. To appropriate human labor therefore means to appropriate the goods and services it produces. The exploitation of one country by another depends on inequality in the exchange of goods and services. This can happen in the form of trade balance deficits or through price formation. We have to get over the simplistic idea that the market is only a place where producers meet with consumers. Today, a significant part of all market transactions occur between producers and other producers in global chains of production. Price formation in this market of suppliers is hugely affected by buyers acquiring a part of the profit that the seller has made in earlier transactions. It is not the capitalists running the clothing factories in Bangladesh who reap the super profits made in the global textile industry, but the likes of H&M and their customers. In some cases, buyers and sellers along a global chain of production belong to the same company, for example in the automobile industry. In which case, they are able to manipulate prices for tax benefits. Global chains of production are nothing new. They have existed throughout capitalism's history. If necessary, goods were transported across state borders, it made no difference whether they were slaves, cotton, or metals. What with the industrialization of the global south, however, global chains of production have become the norm. The chain's paths are far from random. Their starting points may vary, but practically all of them end in the US, Western Europe, or Japan. This has brought a growing polarization between the periphery and the center of the capitalist world system, facilitated by unequal exchange. It is remarkable how capitalism, as a historical system, has been able to mask unequal exchange. We can only understand this if we look at the structure of the capitalist system, or, more specifically, at the apparent separation between the economy and politics. The polarization of the world and the concentration of capital at the system's center created both the financial possibility and the political motivation to establish strong state apparatuses in the global north, one of their main tasks being to keep the state apparatuses in the global south weak. As a result, the rich countries of the global north can use both market forces and political power to enforce the global division of labor they profit from, ensuring that the poor countries occupy the weakest positions in the global chains of production. In short, the enormous differences between the countries of the global north and the countries of the global south have been created throughout capitalism's history by a combination of economic and political means. When I say that this process has been masked, it is because it is apparently accepted that global prices and wages are simply the result of market forces. But an enormous political apparatus stands behind every transaction that perpetuates unequal exchange. When necessary, unequal exchange is ensured by military intervention. Capitalism has established a global economy but no global state. Instead, it has produced a hierarchy of sovereign states. This hierarchy impacts the global economy and its markets, which are always in flux. The economy doesn't follow natural laws. The laws of the market are but the result of political struggles, and they can be changed through such struggles. Appendix I. Power. I. N. M. Marxism, the understanding of power, is based on class relations, capital versus proletariat. The capitalists have power in the form of property rights, owning the means of production. These rights are protected by the state, which, if necessary, will make use of its monopoly of violence to defend them. The center of political power is therefore the state apparatus, the government and its institutions. To make revolution means to take control of it. When the Zapatista uprising began, I was in prison, where I had a very personal relationship with state power in its classic form. This caused me to reflect a lot on the nature of power and resistance. I had been arrested in 1989, after our undercover activities in support of Third World liberation movements had come to light. I spent 14 months in solitary confinement but was allowed to read. Once a week, a librarian appeared with a cart of books we could borrow. One day, without knowing anything about the author, I picked up a book by the French philosopher Michel Foucault. Discipline and Punish. It dealt with the origins of prison. Foucault's way of thinking was very unfamiliar to me, but the book was a true revelation. It provided answers to many of the questions that life in prison had raised for me. Foucault also outlined his understanding of power in the book. For him, power is not centralized in the state, but decentralized and reproduced in all human relationships. Power is not owned, it is exercised, it is not based on institutions, but on actions. Power in prison is described by Foucault as an array of disciplining technologies that shape the inmates' identities. Foucault traces historical changes in the technologies of power in detail. In the 18th century, punishment was physical: whips, branding irons, yokes, scaffolds, guillotines, and breaking wheels were commonly used tools. The book opens with a graphic description of the gruesome punishment endured by a man who had attacked the French king with a knife. After numerous forms of mistreatment, each of his arms and legs was tied to a different horse. The horses then galloped in different directions, tearing his body apart. At the time, prison was not yet considered a punishment, only a place to keep people until they could be punished. The history of imprisonment as punishment begins around 1820. When the Bastille was stormed during the French Revolution of 1789, there were only 7 inmates there, 4 had been accused of fraud, and 3 were considered insane. But by 1850, thousands of prisoners sat in newly built prisons around Paris. Prison was now the main form of punishment. Behind prison walls, bodies and souls were disciplined. But prison did not just serve as punishment, it was also a moral hospital, in which criminals were to repent and be rehabilitated. The technologies of power employed were surveillance, control, visitation, isolation, forced labor, and spiritual guidance. Foucault was interested in the prison institution in all its complexity, including its walls, bars, locks, video cameras, motion detectors, floor plans, journals, and so on. None of these material aspects defines power by itself. Power is exercised through all of them. The more tools are available for the exercise of power, the more effective the surveillance, control, and disciplining will be. The technologies of power mobilize all material resources and technologies that are of use to them. Foucault's understanding of power was meaningful to me not only on a theoretical level. His detailed and practical analysis of the exercise of power also provided a manual for the exercise of counter-power, individually as well as collectively. Even in an isolation cell, I could immediately conceive of strategies of counter-power based on his analysis. After I had read Discipline and Punish, I no longer saw myself only as a prisoner, I also saw myself as a student conducting a field study of prison life. They surveil and study me, I surveil and study them. My identity as a prisoner was supplemented by my new identity as a researcher. Both individually and together with my fellow inmates, I developed technologies of counterpower that extended our possibilities for action. This helped me avoid the psychological and physical breakdowns so common in prison. Our technologies of resistance were very concrete and sabotaged their technologies of surveillance, control, and discipline. The result was not just better conditions in prison but also retaining our self-respect. This was one of the experiences that got me interested in the Zapatistas' understanding of power and its practical consequences in a social context much broader than that of a penitentiary. 620. Marx and Foucault. Foucault's understanding of power is often seen as a postmodern critique of Marx's understanding of power. Foucault's deconstruction and micro-perspective is pitted against Marx's structuralism and political economy. But, for me, Foucault's perspective is more a complement to Marx's theory. It makes certain aspects of power more concrete and analyzes them in more detail, thereby opening up possibilities of resistance that go beyond seizing state power. I still read Foucault and understand terms such as technologies of power or exercise of power on the basis of historical materialism. I consider a dialectical analysis of history important but want to avoid the economic determinism of Marxism. Foucault himself never saw his understanding of power as contradicting Marxism. Quite the contrary. In the 1976 lecture The Mesh of Power, Foucault explained how much his theory owed to Marx, referring to the second volume of Capital. It's here, I think, that we may find some elements that I will use for the analysis of power in its positive mechanisms. First, what we may find in the second volume of Capital is that one power does not exist, but many powers. Powers, this means forms of domination, forms of subjugation that function locally, for example in the workshop, in the army, on a slave plantation or where there are subservient relations. These are all local and regional forms of power, which have their own mode of functioning, their own procedure and technique. All these forms of power are heterogeneous. We may not, therefore, speak of power if we wish to construct an analysis of power, but we must speak of powers and attempt to localize them in their historic and geographic specificity. A society is not a unitary body, in which one and only one power is exercised. Society is in reality the juxtaposition, the link, the coordination, and also the hierarchy of different powers that nevertheless remain in their specificity. Marx places great emphasis, for example, on the simultaneously specific and relatively autonomous in some sense impervious character of the de facto power the boss exercises in a workshop, compared to the juridical kind of power that exists in the rest of society. Thus, the existence of regions of power. Society is an archipelago of different powers. Second, it appears that these powers cannot and must not simply be understood as the derivation, the consequence of some kind of overriding power that would be primary. The schema of the jurists, whether those of Grotius, Pufendorf, or Rousseau, amounts to saying, in the beginning, there was no society, and then society appeared when a central point of sovereignty appeared to organize the social body, which then permitted a whole series of local and regional powers. Implicitly, Marx does not recognize this schema. He shows, on the contrary, how, starting from the initial and primitive existence of these small regions of power like property, slavery, workshop, and also the army, little by little, the great state apparatuses were able to form. State unity is basically secondary in relation to these regional and specific powers, these latter come first. Third, these specific regional powers have absolutely no ancient function of prohibiting, preventing, saying you must not. The original, essential, and permanent function of these local and regional powers is, in reality, being producers of the efficiency and skill of the producers of a product. Marx, for example, has superb analyses of the problem of discipline in the army and workshops. The whole problem of discipline implied a new technique of power. Discipline in workshops began to take shape in the 17th and 18th centuries when the small workshops of a corporate type were replaced by large workshops and an entire series of workers, hundreds of workers. It was necessary to both monitor and coordinate movements, with the division of labor. The division of labor was, at the same time, the reason it was obligatory to invent this new discipline of the workshop, but, inversely, we could say that the discipline of the workshop was the condition of possibility for achieving a division of labor. Without this discipline of the workshop, which is to say, without hierarchy, without surveillance, without the appearance of foremen, without the timed control of movements, it would not have been possible to achieve a division of labor. Finally, the fourth important idea, these mechanisms of power, these procedures of power, it's necessary to regard them as technologies, which is to say as procedures that were invented, perfected, that were unceasingly developed. There is a veritable technology of power, or better still, of powers, which have their own history. Here, once again, we can easily find between the lines of the second volume of Capital an analysis, or at least the outline of an analysis, which would be the history of the technology of power, such as it was exercised in the workhouses and factories. It appears to me, in fact, that if we analyze power by privileging the state apparatus, if we analyze power by regarding it as a mechanism of preservation, if we regard power as a juridical superstructure, we will basically do no more than take up the classical theme of bourgeois thought, for it essentially conceives of power as a juridical fact. To privilege the state apparatus, the function of preservation, the juridical superstructure, is, basically, to Rousseauify Marx. It reinscribes Marx in the bourgeois and juridical theory of power. It is not surprising that this supposedly Marxist conception of power as state apparatus, as instance of preservation, as juridical superstructure, is essentially found in European social democracy of the end of the 19th century, when the problem was precisely that of knowing how to make Marx work inside a juridical system, which was that of the bourgeoisie. So, what I would like to do, in taking up what can be found in the second volume of Capital, and in moving away from all that was added, rewritten afterwards on the privileges of the state apparatus, power's function of reproduction, the characteristics of the juridical superstructure, is to attempt to see how it is possible to do a history of powers in the West. 621. I believe that it is absolutely possible to combine Marx and Foucault. It might be an affront to orthodox interpretations of them both, but it opens up exciting theoretical possibilities. Those who take the most offense will probably be monogamous Marxists. But they should be reminded that Foucault himself said to take from his theory what we find useful and disregard the rest. This is what he means when he refers to his work as a toolbox. 622. I have followed this guideline. The monster. The possibilities we see for social change depend on our theories of the world at large. Theory has a big impact on our practice. In my opinion, many structuralist interpretations of the world do not facilitate political resistance. The problem is their totalitarian tendency. They describe capitalism as a system that is all-encompassing, self-perpetuating, and which dominates all aspects of our lives. Such a view is understandable, especially in the era of neoliberal globalization, but if you lose sight of the many pockets of resistance, disobedience, and opposition that exist, if you don't see the cracks in the system, you marginalize and weaken anti-capitalist and non-capitalist forces. You make it appear as if capitalism has no outside, and that the only way to overcome it is a Big Bang revolution, suddenly and radically changing everything. But this is wishful thinking and not political strategy. It leads to pessimism and despair. Taking the system apart. To advance, we must describe and interpret the world and capitalism in a different way. What if we understand capitalism as an assemblage of practices and strategies, of ways to produce, distribute, manage, and govern? As a system that depends on the continuous repetition of everyday routines. If we do this, we will see cracks in the system, chances to resist, and possibilities to change the daily patterns that reproduce our submission. It is a much more promising approach than regarding neoliberalism as an all-powerful, untouchable monster. Capitalism is not a structure. It is a web of technologies of power. These technologies rely on millions of individual actions and aim to make both production and governance effective. They include human resource management and other forms of modern-day control. They not only safeguard profits, they also shape our values, norms, and identities, and the ways we relate to one another. Neoliberalism runs through our veins. But there are always opportunities to resist. We can change the ways we relate to one another. Feminists can attack patriarchy in the here and now, at their home, at their workplace, and in public. Anti-capitalists can attack capitalism right here and now in the same way. With microanalysis we can see all the small details that keep the system running, and we can develop relevant forms of resistance. We won't be facing a situation that leaves us powerless, but one that feels empowering. This has nothing to do with a fragmentation of political struggle or reformism. The capitalist system is a network of power relations, trying to harness all forces available. Effective resistance must do the same. We need to connect all forms of counterpower in order to strengthen and support resistance wherever it appears. The world in motion. Marx and Foucault share a historical understanding of society. Society never is. It always becomes. It is constantly in motion, not a solid structure. It is a process of destruction and creation, not a condition. But to survive in a world like this, we need to bring structure into it. We classify, organize, conceptualize, and interpret. We create a certain image of the world. The combination of our moral, social, cultural, political, and scientific interpretations gives the world meaning and shapes our realities, truths, and norms. All of this happens in the context of social relationships, and all social relationships are relationships of power. Knowledge, ideas, and convictions are tied to specific historical conditions. What we call facts are interpretations that are considered facts under the historical conditions in which we live. In Marxist terms, we could simply say that the ruling ideas are the ideas of the ruling class. Technologies of power. Ideologies of power and technologies of power are closely connected. Technologies of power are meant to influence and control people's bodies and minds and steer their actions. They are reactions to actions, and they themselves cause new actions. They are intrinsically linked to relations of power and to relations of counterpower. Technologies of power not only shape people but also knowledge. The disciplining of everyday life does not necessarily take on a scientific form, but it can. Political economy, as analyzed by Adam Smith and Karl Marx in the mid-19th century, was tightly connected to technologies of power, be it in the factory, in the halls of power, or in the market. Rules, procedures, and so on, were based on everyday life experiences. The local knowledge collected from foremen, factory owners, and merchants became the basis of grand economic theories. The political economy of the 19th century would not have been possible without the emergence of particular power relations. Science rests on an alliance between technologies of power and knowledge, resulting in broad ideological projects, neoliberalism being a current example. Micropower. State power is not power as such. State power is an expression of a web of microcosmic power relations that form society. In the 1930s, Antonio Gramsci offered a detailed structuralist understanding of the state. According to Gramsci, state power was supported by a complex of institutions: family, school, church, arts, media, and so on. For him, they belonged to the state in the same way that bastions, moats, and curtain walls belong to a castle. Foucault embraced this micro-perspective and focused on the exercise of power more than on the institutions of power. Micropower is exercised whenever two people meet. It is expressed in what they think of one another and in how they interact. Our perceptions of gender and race are as much framed by it as are our roles as workers and consumers. Power relations reproduce the dominant order every day. The dominant power relations are legitimized by science telling us what is true and false, by media telling us what is good and evil, by fashion telling us what is in and out, by the arts telling us what is beautiful and ugly. This shapes not only our identities and ways of life but also our needs and desires. It determines who we are, and who our friends and enemies are. It tells us what to understand by democracy and freedom. Power is knowledge, and knowledge is power. Technologies of power and of truth reinforce one another. There is nothing better than market forces. Or, at least, there is no alternative. The market is the foundation of our democracy. It gives us free choice. Socialism is the opposite of freedom. It means dictatorship. Its economic system is a catastrophe. People live in poverty and nature is destroyed. History has proven all of this. Individualism means freedom. Community and solidarity limit freedom. And so forth. The webs of microscopic power relations go beyond the borders of the nation-state. Some become hegemonic. Neoliberalism is one such example. The ruling classes govern not only through coercion but also through technologies of power that create consensus and marginalize or co-opt alternatives. They make it appear as if their forms of governance are necessary and irreplaceable. Power and counterpower. For Foucault, the relationship between power and counterpower is a game of strategy. This does not mean that it is to be taken lightly, only that the outcome is never guaranteed. At times, the relationship between power and counterpower can seem very stable. But it never is. It can always change, and it can change quickly. The relationship is constantly affected by our actions and practices. Power relations are characterized by inequality. They can be expressed in laws, traditions, class relations, cultural norms, or other forms. This implies that there are always people eager to resist the power relations that oppress them. Like power, counterpower takes on various forms and employs numerous technologies and strategies. Power tries to prevent the forces of counterpower from connecting. Power relations are always in motion. When counterpower becomes strong enough to challenge power, we often speak of politicization. The future becomes unclear and people are drawn into politics, whether or not they want to be. Different ideologies battle for hegemony. Those that win are legitimized scientifically and define the new truths and norms. We never know what kind of social institutions they will establish. This depends on people's actions and practices. The modern nation-state is a product of these battles. It is not a natural given, it is created and maintained by practices such as border controls, legal persecution, policing, and much more. It is based on discourses that highlight and value everything that is national. Technologies of power tie together the nation and the state. The strength of technologies of power and counterpower depends on how much they impact the world around them, to mobilize resources, to employ technologies, and to form alliances and networks with other technologies of power. Technologies of power first develop locally, during attempts to establish control and increase efficiency, quality, and knowledge. This can happen within a family, in the relationship between the state and its citizens. In industrial production it can happen in any possible social relationship. New technologies of power seek to escape the problems of the old ones. They aim to make control more efficient and the underlying ideologies more credible. But problems will always appear. For example, new forms of production based on know-how rather than manpower might be hard to control with technologies developed for factory work. New forms of international relations might be hard to control with technologies developed for sovereign states, and so forth. Society changes, which requires technologies of power to change. Successful technologies of power are an important factor in the struggle for ideological hegemony. Neoliberal technologies of power that focus on individual responsibility and self-development, for example, have spread from the sphere of production to government offices, schools, and our very own homes. New technologies of power are not part of some scheme to establish new hegemonies. There are no politicians or CEOs hammering out plans for certain technologies of power undermining state sovereignty, accelerating globalization, and creating a neoliberal world. Neoliberalism started with millions of people in the 1970s trying to change government policies and to make a personal profit. The technologies of power that helped establish neoliberalism were a result of those people's actions. Government leaders like Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan only personified this trend and gave it a soapbox. Meanwhile, the economists at the World Bank, the IMF, and the WTO formulated the relevant economic policies. If there is any strategy involved in such processes, it is not strategy in the conventional sense of a conscious, thought-out plan. Here, the term refers instead to patterns that arise in networks bringing together actors and technologies that are otherwise only loosely connected. The point is not to say that strategies in the conventional sense don't exist, the point is to emphasize that the patterns in question also constitute strategies. The ambitions of individuals and organizations play a role in them, but they do not control them. Today, technologies of power must take into account technological developments in communications, information, and transport that play an increasingly important role in our lives. To get a grip on them requires other technologies of power, not the old Fordist model centered on the conveyor belt. Our perceptions of space and time have changed fundamentally, and control based on rules and discipline has been replaced by control based on values and norms. Hierarchical structures have been replaced by teamwork. The new technologies of power organize social relationships in a new way, and the old relations of power are shifting. New identities are created as well as new activities. The new technologies of power and their consequences also challenge old ideologies. They might suggest that the welfare state was ineffective, or that it created wage slaves and passive consumers. New technologies of power dismantle the national, economic, and political frameworks of old and replace them with new ones. A new ideology, for example neoliberalism, legitimizes them and establishes hegemony. But hegemony is never total. The emergence of new technologies of power also means the emergence of new technologies of counterpower. We have witnessed this in recent years. The emergence of new technologies of power happens in the context of the currently dominant social structures. Marxists call this the stage in a regime of accumulation. This means that people's actions are influenced by qualities they've acquired in the societies they were socialized in. Power is pluralistic, relational, and fluid, but it is not detached from socio-historical conditions. Possibilities of resistance. Let us look more closely at resistance. What is counterpower? What role does class struggle play? Is there any escape from power? As stated above, power relations are systems of inequality expressed in laws, traditions, class relations, etc. Counterpower implies class struggle and its tactics. Strikes, sabotage, and factory occupations are all examples of collective power exercised by workers. Power is exercised by those at the top of social hierarchies. Counterpower comes from the bottom. Resistance is a reaction from below against power's constant attacks. It questions the truth of the system in place. Counterpower refuses to be disciplined by power. It does not rely on state institutions and the law. Just like power, counterpower consists of different practices. In this case, of practices that limit and modify power. Counterpower can have many strategies. Counterpower can be confrontational or evasive. It can establish its own forms of power, challenging the ones in place. It can follow the principle of judo, approaching from an unexpected angle to turn the force of power against power itself. People resist based on their needs and interests, their ideas and analyses, the level of organization they have reached, the tradition of struggle they are part of, the dignity they possess, and the possibilities they see. All of these factors are historical and change over time, just like people change. Resistance comes in waves, tactics and strategies are adjusted, old movements disappear, and new ones emerge. Technologies of power and the exercise of power. For Foucault, the exercise of power demands intention. Power is enforced. But Foucault avoids references to particular people exercising power. This is where we part ways. I think it is necessary to name the people who exercise power. Otherwise, our approach to power and counter-power can become very abstract. Does it make sense to speak of resistance if you are not speaking of certain people resisting other people? Is not state power exercised by government officials and security forces? However, it is important to keep two things in mind at the same time. Yes, power is exercised by certain people, but it is always present in social relations as well. People exercise power, but they do not possess it. Counter-power needs to confront specific people and attack specific institutions, but the actual target is the relations of power themselves. One cannot change the world by taking over the existing social institutions, because they reproduce the existing technologies of power. But one can change the world by creating new institutions, based on counter-power. As Subcommandant Marcos puts it, it is not necessary to conquer the world. It is sufficient to make it new. Technologies of power and the institutionalization of power. All relations of power are based on structural foundations. The state is a structure that allows power to be exercised in certain ways and not in others. But power relations also challenge the structural foundations they are based on. Social change means that new hegemonies arise despite the structural barriers of the old. A revolution usually occurs when old structures have been weakened and new ones established through strategic interventions and new technologies of power. Politics is a battle over the institutionalization of different technologies of power. Social hierarchies reflect this. In my understanding of power, I see a link between power relations on the micro level and institutions, or regimes of accumulation. The way I combine Foucault's understanding of power with that of Marx can be summarized as follows. 1. A political strategy, or an economic regime, consists of institutionalized technologies of power. Their strength depends on how many different, mutually reinforcing technologies of power can be combined institutionally. 2. New political/economic projects emerge when current structures are modified. They imply decentralized relations of power and new technologies of power. 3. Social change does not come from taking over existing institutions but from institutionalizing new technologies of power. This entails new forms of production, governance, and social relationships as well as the creation of new forms of knowledge, values, and norms. 4. Technologies of power form a bridge between our consciousness and material reality. When it comes to resistance and counter-power, I think we need to combine historical materialism with a Foucauldian approach. We must consider global systems as well as the local effects of power. Althusser's structuralism and economic determinism were challenged by Foucault and other post-structuralists, when the French Orthodox left proved itself incapable of seizing the revolutionary moment of May 1968. In my view, this was an unrealistic hope, but that's beside the point. Foucault was not only an academic, but also a militant. But it is important to note that Foucault did not question Marxist and Maoist theory, but the failure of communist organizations to deliver the goods, namely revolution. It is open to debate whether post-structuralism with its focus on loose organizing, fragmentation, multiplicity, identity politics, and localization contributes much to making revolution possible, but that does not mean Foucault's analysis of power is any the less useful. It certainly helps us understand power more thoroughly. Of particular importance is Foucault's insistence that power has not only a structural but also a dynamic dimension. Power is not concentrated in the state alone. It is everywhere. With respect to global neoliberalism, this means that it is much more than just transnational corporations, the military, and the police. It is also ideas, cultural traits, consumption patterns, and so forth. Social change does not come just from storming the Winter Palace. For real social change, power must be exercised differently.